将拨开雾霭迷茫，不觉已一日过半。过眼的葱郁风光，细数泛了黄。
出征，时节已到，该启程了。
抱歉，恕难从命。
快别理他，祭典要开始嘞！
转头真妙，好剑法！
确有一皇一凤。
阿珍姐姐好厉害！
别怕，看阿姐射他下来，为你报仇。
阿珍，你要去哪里啊？骑慢点儿！这是找
混沌真气乃救世关键，你绝不该安居一隅。
住口！别说了！放开我！住口！不要再胡言乱语！你是谁？放开我！去死！给我去死！杀了你！杀了你！杀了你！阿姐在。只不过是一场噩梦，很快便会醒来的。我这里绝不容许任何人再伤我家人分毫。
不是说要留守家中，心意已决。
别多问，上路吧。
姐姐， 将拨开无爱迷茫，不介意一日阔半。过眼的葱郁风光，细数泛了黄。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host, Caster Seb, and I'm joined alongside myself, I guess. But Severio is here with me.
Oh, yeah.
We've got him on the side. Looks like you're getting... Oh, there we go. There he is. Oh, back to me. Double Seb. I mean, I can solo cast, I guess. Serve, how you doing?
OP. Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Guys, I was in this evening hours. You know how it goes in NA. Having a chance, I'm actually just casting with you again. This is the second time only in the entirety of our casting career together.
Is it actually?
But it's really great to kind of, I believe so. The first time was like
crazy business.
Timeline to be continued. But this is going to be coming through here. Trios, stage, you know, this is it for some teams, right? With the losers coming out of the bracket. For instance, for you, Seb, you were here for day 2. You saw how it came down, and seeing TE not make it through. I mean, that's one thing, but we got to talk about some other things later on. More importantly, this is the first weekend where it's not going to be finals this weekend, so to speak. We're just setting up for, you know, the winners bracket part 2 for Sunday. But this is going to be an interesting setup here, Seb. Trying to getting a setup here, seeing who is going to be knocked out immediately for permanently for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's actually crazy to see that some people's seasons, like in stage 1, are going to be ended today. And speaking of stuff that's never going to end as long as NARAKA BLADEPOINT is going, is the Twitch drops for your 2026 Nbpl spring season. You've got some Tay and some Silk and some XP bonus cards, just like the regular Twitch drops that we've got. And then if you're watching stage 1 or stage 2 finals, you can get that Daybreak Glow avatar or the Champion Bubble Choice gift. So make sure you guys is linking your NARAKA accounts with your Twitch so you guys can collect all of these amazing goodies and rewards.
Yeah, and even if you guys are in the chat for those giveaways, just make sure you keep your DMs open. NARAKA BLADEPOINT's going to at you in the chat. It's going to make you ask you where's your UID. So don't forget about doing that. Just have it handy if you're already logged into the game. Have it unsaved. Put it in your clipboard somewhere like that. But getting us into today, right? So these games are going to be pretty, you know, it's pretty substantial for a lot of these teams, right? Because half the lobby is going to be wiped out and they won't be here for stage 1 finals, which is next weekend. Seeing how everything is kind of being set up here, one of the more important core things is just seeing how the meta has been involved. 8-man team format. First round being the versus. Those are 2 things that really start to see a little bit more solidified after the day 1 and day 2. Scrimmages have been happening throughout the entirety of the time. Trios does not mess around with that. We've always seen them take the practice in their own hands, but having the audacity to see new compositions work out. You were here watching RW play, seeing the Shail into the Wei Shan in the Shunhuan, and I was like, yo, this is a cracked comp. I'm glad that A, Shail's in the comp mix, but B, will the players even take a chance? They got what, 3 MVPs and back to back to back.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to pull the Shail out, like we've seen the Shunhuan Yushan comp before. I believe, I can't remember who they were playing it with at Jacob. It was just so distant in my memory of exactly who they were playing it with. And but I remember seeing the Shunhuan Yushan. But now adding the Shail into the mix, it just adds such an third dominating force to the comp, especially with the new Shail changes. I mean, I guess they're not really that new anymore, but like the Shail in team modes now giving the shield to their teammates when they pop the ultimate. It's definitely something that these teams are, you know, really looking to use, and we see that coming out a lot with our trios teams, and the lockdown that you're able to get. If you get one of those Shail hits, the shield hits off onto a player, they are almost 100% going to be dead instantly. Like the amount of CC, the time that they're locked down in that animation is just so much, and the follow-ups that these players are able to do off of them are insane.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about it was that comp you're talking about in Jacob was the Enor Fairy, the Enor Wei Shan, and Shunhuan Lee, right? That was like the first iteration of that composition, which ironically enough, TXJ was messing around with JL to kind of get that thing going in motion, and it worked out. I mean, a lot of the teams just opted in for that, for a triple pick, mostly. When it came down to the choice picks, seeing how there's no hero points, even though a double pick is possible, we're gonna run down the teams that are gonna be playing today. WFG, WBG, OUG, SRTE, FPX, ZQ, SS1, and Alliance, all taken into the bottom half. And this is also another thing. A lot of these teams have lost their core teammates, but the fact that TE has had many shifts over the years from 2020, 2024 up until now, and still seeing them have TXJ is kind of remarkable to come back to the team. But seeing them in the lower bracket, this is where it's kind of coming down to seeing if they can make it out at all. I mean, these are core teams. We've seen half of these teams in terms of grand finals, more than half of these teams. Actually, 75% of these teams feels like have made it to the grand finals in certain cases, but seeing them here for the first stage, going down to versus, we're gonna have SR versus TE for our first fight, OUG versus WBG, Alliance versus WFG, SS1 versus FPX, which goes in the order which last week was the first time I think I saw the most out of any of, like, between that and day 1, where a lot of the teams went 1 for 1 or 2 for 1. right? In their fight.
Yeah, it went to 3. Almost every single one of our fights that we saw all went to 3. Like the fights were evenly matched. A lot of the times it was that Monk Akos Viper composition that we saw coming in, dominating that first round, and then the second round the other team would be playing it. They would end up going away with the win. It was really interesting to see how perfectly executed some of these compositions were. Like we'd see the Akos lockdown into the Monk grabs, into the Viper stuns. Like it was so well executed in some spots. We saw the double grab into the re-grab at one point. They just annihilated the team in like half a second. No chance to get any of their ultimate abilities off. And they managed to take that quick round. I do believe they ended up winning that one in 3. They lost the second one, then won their last one. The versus format for game number 1, I think, is absolutely amazing. Like the way that they've done it, it's created such a more interesting structure to the games, especially in the trios game mode. Solos, we had the martial artists in last year, right? It didn't count as a game, but we had the martial artist decider for the pick ban order. I think that putting it in as game number 1 was the coolest decision that NARAKA could have done, and putting it there for solos and trios, they've spiced it up.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that too. I mean, the format comes down to being where in trios you get 8 points for being the first team to win, which I think is a lot. By comparison to solos, which is like 2 points, and sometimes those 8 points can be a make or break for a lot of these teams. That's you getting knocked down early twice, and then all of a sudden you have to cross your fingers that a team doesn't end up with more than 5 kills. In those instances, that can be the case. And 5 kills is 5 points. The multiplier is already eliminated from the verses. The multiplier is not even in the BR matches, which it comes down to. So having 8 points on the board for your team, I mean, that's the reason that we saw IG take the victory coming out there, right? They came down on top of it with 4 points, but then again, taking a chance and seeing these teams taking the verses into their own hands, TE was the one to take the second place, which is 4 points, but they still weren't able to get more than enough. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, TE went down to the bottom. So for them to kind of work today out, right, we're gonna have to see. For SR, I mean, this is a team that's been working out since the beginning of time. It feels like after they got incepted, after Spider was into their organization on the solo side, but seeing how they were able to kind of come down here and reorganize, especially considering they have now, in the ranks NY7 on their team. This is a key component, no pun intended, with Alliance in the past, but now bringing him into SR, having the stage 1 be his debut, now he's on day 3, means that they had already lost a single day worth of points, not including now here the new organization with WFG in the mix.
Yeah, I like what we've seen so far from WFG. I think we could get a little bit more. Xiao Wen, one of the goats, missed. They're a good strong team. They're a good team. I hope that we can keep the momentum going with them. I'm really worried about the team that I'm extremely worried about this season so far has been Fun Plus Phoenix. They were super inconsistent on day 1 in their group stage for Group B. They weren't playing incredibly well. Like TE, with TXJ, Wonfeng, and Zem, they're doing a decent job, but they still didn't manage to crack the top 4 when it came to that group stage day 1. So they're still getting the hang of things, still going to be in the swing of the whole new vibe of what's been going on, new to playing on the stage. And one thing that will never change though is that posture at this point. Stood up straight, ready to go.
90
Absolutely
degrees, but he takes no
in.
L's. Can we talk about that? Yo, in the long run, he doesn't take any L's, right? Even though I look at the scoreboard, bro. They were 1 point away from IG being in 5th place to 4th place. It's crazy because and the fact is that they lost to IG in the verses, which is 4 points in the difference between 1st and 2nd place. If they had won that fight, they would have been not here today. It would have been IG here instead, which we would have watched in Jaja Leo just knock the Rockers off of this round.
But Invictus had a really good day. Like I think that as a team fresh into the league, their first debut playing in the NBPL, I think that they did a phenomenal job.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's crazy seeing how Jaja Leo got out of the first year in this much of a progression, right, as a trios player. Same thing we've seen over time with like characters in OUG, right, for Baby U, for instance, someone who's a really, really strong frontliner, taking his 1v1s very considerably. My man got 2 fingers in his eyes. Got the crust out of his eyes. He just woke up 2 hours ago, bro, and he's waking. So the thing that comes down to this is, if anything, they are on the same levels. It's just going to be a case scenario of now seeing OUG not in the echelon of being in a winner's bracket. right? This is going to come down to what they'd had. I mean, I've seen their pick bans from you remember probably from the verses, just seen these skirmish comps, right? The Tian Hai, Tian Hai, Fairy Shen, Syra comp. That first round is going to set the tone for whether or not they're going to bring down the Fairy Shen into the second round at all, or if they just want to switch up to the Enor 1, Hadi, Zipping. Those are really just two strong comps. This is a really skirmishy comp, though. The first one, the Syra one, I've seen nothing going back and forth just for the heals and nasty work.
I really appreciated the Akos Viper comp, because I thought, like, you know, in previous metas, this comp would never have worked, right? It was a duos comp, a meme comp, Akos, Cage, and Viper, like, come on. And then adding Monk into the mix is just so creative. I think that, like, I want to see, like, I feel like because this is just such, like, you have to all-in mode, I want to see, like, triple wombo. I want to see Valda, Viper V1, and Monk. I want to see them just insta silence into wave ult, into Viper ult, into Monk grab. Like, it would be phenomenal.
They had to be around without the Weishan. The crazy thing too.
Yeah, you can't do Yueshan. You can't have a Yueshan in the game. You can't really play against like Transformers. Like, it is such a slim chance that it would work. But I feel like a team like Alliance would pull, like, they would run that just for the vibes.
Yeah, I mean, one part of that is that the crazy thing is we've seen Weishans pick between V1 and V2. The variation in by last day was either one or the other, so you could pickpocket the chance, but the moment you start bringing a wombo, bro, they're gonna switch that up the next day. Like, the players are like, no, we're not taking any chances. We're gonna have like every single round, but a wombo would be fantastic.
Yeah, they could just catch you off guard. They can just catch you off guard for one round, never play it again. I just want to see it once. That's all we need.
I'm gonna put my bingo 2026 card on the stream. Check it. King. I'm like, what?
Triple wombo combo.
Yeah, that's like a $5.99. Oh wait, no, that's pre-inflation.
No, that's inflation, man. Come on, we're talking about at least $35. Yeah,
35.
And then delivery fee, another you
deliver that. Spaghetti-O. $75 tip is crazy work. Yeah, and they would drop it off in a different address, bro. No, I'm not taking my chances.
No, but that's the thing, is you spend $75 tipping them, and then they still get mad. Like, yo, bro, you broke or something? Like, what? You expecting me to gift you a house? I'm not Mr. Beast, bro. Calm down.
I said, hey, yo, bro, I need to get that mortgage on loan. Thanks. Appreciate it. I'm like, bro, you drive. All right, you know what? Let's stop, guys. We're going to get this started here. We're going to start with the first fight. Like I said, SR versus TE. Tian Hai, Syra, Fairy Shen for this first comp. Flying Eyes, a staple. They dropped it off, and they gave the staff to the other player. This is really great for them to see this Zhao positioning. Because, listen, if they knew the other comp, they would have been able to selectify the Viper if she was there, but she's not. It's going to be Enor's Hadi and Zipping. This is going to be brought out between TE. As such, they're going to drop in with the RMB release and TXJ immediate on the Enor 1.
Yeah, the Enor ult's going to come out quickly as soon as we see that Faria come out, and his job is just to peel. He's going to try and make some damage happen, but they're going to try and focus out that Enor while keeping space for their other players. Anytime one of the other members of TE is going to be in trouble, actually, TXJ going to be in a bit of trouble here. He's taking a lot of damage on this side. They still have Monk ult available too, so we're not going to have the Enor to be able to counter for that. SR Shao could be able to get up to some stuff. Shotgun Burst going to come out, but it isn't going to be able to connect on the One Fang. And now we have NY7 out of that Faria mech. And now we're just playing the waiting game here. Monk ult is going to be released. Hadi ultimate coming out to get that cube in the sky. First grab is going to connect. Are we going to get the second one? We don't see the second. We just get the initial slam.
Yeah, and then V2 Syra comes out in response. Look at the healing coming down here. NY7 is going to be healthy for a bit to get a one armor heal manually, but noticing how this is coming down, the Zipping canceling ult on the other side. Not really good for SR, right? So TE is going to have this whole route to come back in here. XEM is going to go ahead, get a slam, but a grab is had for one Fong. The formation happens, not a slam to be had. And then for Zhao, it's a 2.0 city. He's going to connect one, and you see the F2 off of XEM. Zhao really putting himself in the center, though, because in the next 20 seconds, that book is going to be up. These guys are all healthy, right? Unseen a heal being given to TE. Zhao is making sure that he can try to rush into their front lines. Of course, one Fong is looking to go for the LMBs, doesn't capture it. Gets a nice parry. This is going to be a nice jump LMB, but a teammate comes in to save the day.
No jump LMB connects. Did you see the shotgun burst coming through? But TXJ with another parry. Double parry. This could turn the fight around. We're going to see one Fong able to get the heal off in the background. Shotgun burst going to hit onto Rico. TXJ getting his second ultimate out here. You're going to see Rico now taking a lot of damage. He is going to end up going down. Xiao going to get hit with the impale. And TE with the first round. Look at that. The second ult. I know in the custom game, it's the disrespect to the second ult. But, you know, here, it's the pro season. It's the pro league, baby. We're abusing it.
Yeah, you gotta use it. Even if you got it on cooldown, you're not. Don't even worry about it. It's up. Now, TXJ is gonna be rocking here the Viper. This is gonna be Akko's TNI comp. F2 recast comes in here, and right there immediately, NY7 with the Enor 1 ult and a TNI from One Fong. Seeing how this is gonna be used in response, trying to deny out the Nbpl. It's still gonna be had here. And as much as NY7 comes down towards the corner and trying to lock down this Viper, I mean, this is a tap dot city for the Akko, I should say. He has his ult ready to go. Seeing the deformation in about 5 seconds is gonna be enough time for this Akko to lock this down, but XCM's gotta live. He's at 500 HP. Getting almost caught by the LMB. A grab is gonna be had, and there's gonna be Akko's ultimate into the Viper ultimate. The deformation, is it too early? Yes, it is, and the stun's gonna be guaranteed. NY7 gets caught. Everyone in the outskirts also gets hit, but it's not gonna matter here. NY7 looking for trying to 1v1 Rico. The heals are just too much. I mean, it comes down to where there's gonna be a 2v3, but Rico is still gonna be keeping their Hadi, at least their Enor, alive. I'm not even sure how he's faring over there.
Oh! He did the NA combo. He managed to get the second uppercut in there. Oh my goodness, TXJ doing some crazy NA shenanigans. As we're seeing, yeah, he did just wake up. We're gonna see a parry on the other side. One Fun getting a not one parry. NY7 gonna be able to pick one up as well. And this looks like a swift 2-0 victory for Team TE as SR gonna be knocked out in the first round of our duels. I want to say duels. It's
you want to, right? Yeah.
I want to say duels so bad. They're versus match. As we're gonna be seeing OUG versus WBG coming up. This is gonna be Hadi Enor versus Viper Hadi. Huh?
First time I've seen this one, man. I'll be honest. I'm looking at this on the study hall. Yo, this is a reversal. Now, Baby U is just trying to go into all in, but he's trying to find the Viper. I would too. I mean, burn the combo breaker, ultimate, and then work her down, right? The Hadi as well. Like, who do we decide on? Baby U is just stumped. He's trying to capture PPD on the back end here as the Hadi. Seeing how PP is actually going to go through on that Zipping ult, they're going to be breaking away. The Hadi ultimate is now proc down here from SS, and then seeing their Zipping actually take a lot of the pelting, maybe even blowing up their ultimate on the passive for the V1 proc. I don't know, but PP is getting caught in the parry and potentially even getting walloped into the corner side.
As we're going to see now, SS doing a really good job of just keeping up that pressure on a PP. PP taking a lot of damage here. OUG now on the front foot of this fight. The 1-2-3 attempt comes through. Oh my goodness, what an armor swap. But now LY going to be taking a lot of damage here. He does end up dying. LV, sorry, ends up going down because of that armor swap. And now Jing taking a lot of damage. Didn't even get that chance to send out that Viper ult, I do believe. I think it might have been... Are we for real running that comp? Like, is that
that Viper comp?
That just seems so unoptimal.
Bro, I was running in my head. I think it's done.
I think we might have misclicked here, as I think the Enor was meant to be selected. I don't know why we went for the Viper, but a little bit of an interesting play coming out here. PP trying to see if he can make something happen with the grabs, and we're getting. Is that Justina V2?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness.
Yo, they actually did flip the comp. I'm pretty sure they were meant to deselect one to go to the other, but if not, yo, new optimal strat. I don't get it. With WBG, though, they're going to be burning down one Justina V2 Croc. They're going to see a nice grab here from SS. Now, think about it. The slam down is going to guarantee with the V2s for the Justina if she comes up nearby, but PP is going to deform. Not on time in the ultimate. And the V2 is going to be casted right in the middle of the field, but then the Akko's ult comes down. The Viper ultimate is going to lock them all down for a stun. Level 2 comes down here for the level 3 for the Zip. Dude, this is tough right now. Nothing can keep the Syra here more in a best position than a late ultimate from her. But then this proc is going to be happening for nothing. Look, Zhang is not going to have anything to work with, and SS is running right back in there. Parries like that into an F2. That should be a V2 for Justina here to save the day for WBG. Otherwise, OUG is in a standstill.
It's unfortunate for WBG. I think their first comp was just, maybe a misclick onto that Viper, and then the second one, they were trying to play something with the Justina V2. Questionable comp choice from both sides, or from the one side there. But not too bad, as we're going to be jumping into our second fight of actually this is our third fight. That was a 2-0 there coming out, and this is going to be Alliance versus WFG.
Damn, I don't know, Yuma dropping right in there, burning out his combo breaker, his F2 I should say. He gets Enord as well. They're gonna match the ultimate though, and it looks like Yuma might have locked down his target the right way, got the zipping out of his position. I don't know if Missy's gonna be rocking ultimate, but he should, because look how many flying like picks are coming out. Oh my goodness, takes the cube, gets himself out of there, and Yuma's still looking for him, but he goes right back into the middle of the spread. I mean, seeing how the Enor one from Shuan is gonna be going through from WFG, Yuma still keeps himself in between both ends of the fight instead of on the outskirts, and having his ultimate end out here, he's got one spear left in his pocket, but now out of the form, he still has F2 to try to cast as getting full focus 5 by WFG.
XX Yuan just decimating Yuma there as the ult went down just a little bit quicker on the side of Alliance, as we see now everybody just dominating from WFG in the 3v2 situation, as Ryushi, oh, big parry gonna come out from Alliance's Revenge. Just not too much value gonna be given out from these clutch situation parries. We're gonna see another parry coming out from one of the members of WFG. Alliance Revenge is gonna get himself parried. Now in this situation, both of these players extremely low in HP, and oh my goodness, what an F ability to close that round out. That was cool. You know, just sent out the F from our Enor and just absolutely decimated.
Yeah, WFG taking this first win. Obviously, now they're going to bring out the Yakos Viper into Tianhai, and then looking at the opposite end, this is that Fury Shen comp. I want to see how it turns out, because there's going to be a lot of timings here to iframe through the Viper ultimate, seeing how it's going to be placed. The F2 is going to be invested here instead of the F1 for XX Shuan. But anything that comes down to us for Ryoshi is that his early Fairy Shen ultimate and cornering in the side means that he is going to be obliterated at the ultimate. Look at this. Viper stun is ready to go. The Syra ultimate, just because why not? Of all things.
Oh, he got the grab.
Alliance, though, gets the grab. He gets a double grab. That's an immediate elimination for at least one of them. No. Taking the chance here. Ryoshi is still going to be alive and still walking away scot-free, but the chain is still there. And he and his team possibly go down from Alliance, and a double grab again this time, and this is just decimation upon hits. Look at this man, he's got all the hands in the world.
Yeah, Yuma with a beautiful regrab. He's gonna go for the D ult here, and oh my goodness, the solos combos are coming out into the Flying Knives 2.0, into the 1.0 from the Hung Sword. Tries to go for the parry. Bell is going to come out to avoid the overhold from Xiao Wen, and then the overhold is going to be successful on the side of Yuma, as he's going to be able to take one more out with that charged attack from the Hung Sword, as he cleans up Mist as well at the end there. What a beautiful comeback. We see the double grab coming out on the side of WFG, and they were looking incredibly strong, and now we see Alliance just turn the fight around so perfectly to get themselves that win. And now we're going to see a little bit of a mirror matchup here. This is going to be Yushan Justina Shunhuan.
And it's V1 Justina. Combo Breaker is already invested though from Alliance, so now we're gonna have to counter our blessings, because now the Enor 1, the Wei Shan's ultimate, Sku is gonna be casting out first. Nice freeze. V1 from the Shunhuan is gonna be activated here for the invulnerability, and that's great and all, but Xiaowen finds a nice level 2. There it is. Reset. Nope. Doesn't get any, but a 2.0 into a 3-1. You might be even looking for this. Xiaowen is looking to try to look for the freeze, gets a refresh in the case. The R&B connects. That's elimination. Mist goes down. WFG are ready for Shunhuan ultimate recast number 2. And Xiaowen is looking to the sky, right? Looking for an early parry if you can get it. The combo breaker is available. His ultimate has ended, and it's perspired into this 2v2 situation.
Oh, he gets the catch, but we're going to see the F ability coming out from the Justina. 1.0 release on to Revenge. The bonk from the spear going to do so much damage. Tries to go for the overhold. Clank's going to come out from the 1.0 release. They're both incredibly low in HP, and now it's a 2v1 situation. The 2 charge from Shunhuan going to connect as WFG Xiaowen going for a bit of a heal here as Revenge going to be coming in the backside. Sorry, I lagged out there for a second.
Yo, don't worry. The R&B of Destiny just came out left field, bro.
I was like, the end of the fight.
Yo, Shunhuan got caught by the R&B by the Justina from the backline as he was focusing the Wei Shan. It's crazy. I didn't think he was not going to take that in consideration. He was red eyeing. It's okay. FBX though in this fight is going to be up against SS1. Obviously though, this fight is pretty balanced. I mean, considering the options.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was really well done. And Fun Plus Phoenix here versus SS1. This is definitely also going to be a pretty balanced fight. I love this matchup too. The Syra, the mirror matches are always fun to watch, right? It's a battle of who can get the comp off better. But when you're fighting into a different comp, you've got to learn all the counter strats, and everything is so important into this fighting style. As Mian going to come out of that ultimate, water drops out of his as well. We're going to see the double charge come through. It doesn't connect onto anybody. Shotgun burst going to come out, sending it upwards. Everybody just playing with the flying knives here. Water going to get hit with the 1-2. Parry's going to come out, and now we're going to see that Syra ultimate from over, just knocking Mian up into the sky. We're going to see the attempt at the powerful dazzle here, trying to see if they can get any of these players out, and they just miss Mian and Luo Yi from just a second. Oh, beautiful parry on the opposite side onto Mian. I have no clue how he had the awareness to get that. That was absolutely wonderful parry coming out there, and Water going to be trying to get some damage off with that Fairy mech. It's not going to be able to connect onto too much as they do lose Kiki. Over now trying his hardest to, oh my goodness, this guy with his parries, check his PC.
Yeah, I think he's overqualified. I'll stop. Listen, Over is going to be putting himself in a position for a 2.0 every time. He's ready to go for the crossberry if he needs to, right? Look at this guy. He doesn't even get hit by the vertical blue focus there, bro. And he gets hit by a secondary in the wind. Oh, Fan is upset. F1's not even up here, and then the staggers off the catch-ups is going to be good. FPX goes down, but that was pretty phenomenal for Wover to try to keep the fight alive. SS1, though, takes that victory. Comp selection is going to be coming down to an Akko's Viper. If I'm not mistaken. Ooh, no, Karumi Viper. Okay. Keeping the Syra alive for that pick. I like it. Then the Tumult. I don't even know what we want to call this comp. Sandformer into this with the Tumult, into the Tianhai, into the Takeda. This is great, though, to see if Mion gets an even Steven ultimate, Takeda ultimate, and Tumult all invested at the same exact time to try to get win of one player while the Viper ultimate and the Withrow, even though it's good. Can they hold her down for the V1 Karumi or early? No, they're going to go for the kill steal, even though the combo breaker is still available. I think Mion's going to iframe teleport through this, no?
Yeah, we're going to see. Oh, he does end up getting a very nice iframe to be able to just dodge out. You're going to see one more grab. The double comes out. Mion just going to absolutely slap them. And this is what I was talking about. I'm so concerned about FPX this season. They Over with those amazing parries that we saw earlier, just not able to deliver in the 3v3 situation. As Fun plus Phoenix are going to get 2-0 so quickly.
Man, it's rough. This is the fast. It's crazy. I said, yesterday is the longest day it's been with the best out of threes, but today is the fastest it's been, man. There's a lot of 2-0s in the mix, right? Now we're going to be in the semifinal rounds. SS1 takes their fight just immediately right after. They're up against WFG. And rest for the wicked, right? And then looking at this, Mion's looking to the drop in, maybe look for a 2.0 and 1.0 instead. Finds the F1 or F2 recast to come down into immediate Enor 1 ultimate after the Hottie had casted it out. So it's just a matter of time for WFG to kind of use it in response afterwards. Nice parry though, miss though, gets hit by the Enor and gets impaled. Just see about the denial here.
Yeah, they're able to get the impale off. No, not too much denial was coming through, but we did have the Hottie cage to be able to prevent a lot of that extra damage. Miss is going to be taking a lot of damage now, and Mion going to get himself impaled, forced to back off of this. We'll see if he's got armor when he comes out of this ult form. He will be able to have his armor, so we are seeing the zip heals coming out too. Cube going to be taken and invested for Mion. It's going to be nice to see from him here, as both of these zipping ultimates are going to start to go down. Missed on the backside, and Xiaowen going to be taking a lot of damage. Beautiful F ability from Mion just to be able to create a little bit of extra space. So we're going to see him take to the skies. Goes for the double charge. Shotgun burst tries to come out, but Xiaowen with the parry. And now we're seeing the fist blades coming through here. Tries to get the double charge off. It doesn't connect. Is WFG doing a really good job of holding, but SS1 still with more HP right now. The chip is going in favor of SS1, but we haven't seen any huge combos coming out from either.
Catching an LME uppercut, my man couldn't get nothing off. Double parries into the mix. Yo, get this man out the game. There we go, please. Oh, he almost went for that too. That recast is enough. The R&B though, I don't know. Mion is looking to charge up the release. I've seen it. And then he goes right back into the Xiaowen's face, and the jump LMB confirms that's it. WFG goes down here for the first round. SS1 takes this first into the semifinals, hype each other up, fist bump each other, right? Double dap me up. You see that from Fu? He's like, yo, listen, we rocking this round, bro. Don't question it. But for WFG right now, I'm thinking about whether or not they're going to be running into the face of danger. They got the Akko's Tianhai into the Viper comp. But for SS1, I mean, look at them. They're already running their full int comp. They are going full head on like we saw from before. The mic wasn't muted. Seb would be like saying, holy schmoly, that's
good. A Viper ult cancel coming out there. Beautiful monk grab coming through, as Mist is going to end up getting shot through. It's very to see the monk ult coming through from both sides. Trying to deny this grab is going to be, or trying to deny the punch is going to be Mion onto Luo Yi. Mist now with the big meow is going to send that out, as we are seeing Xiaowen. He does have a lot of armor available for him, but he's starting to lose a lot of HP, getting comboed on the other side. In the 3v2 situation, SS1 now in the 3v1 are going to 2-0 WFG.
I'm telling you, man. It's crazy work, man. 2-0s going back and forth. OUG now up against TE. Now, this is a fight that's actually more earnest than seeing how this goes. Whether it's 2-0 or 1-1 in the next couple seconds, TXJ finds an immediate use on his ultimate. Baby U uses in response. As time can tell here, XXJ though gets flopped out here for the 2.0 from the Flying Knights, allowing for his teammate for TXJ to connect, but still getting the zipping ultimate. It's crazy work. The fact that he got it off in the first place. Seeing how the cube has been set up here in just a moment, they're waiting for the hotties to sign the line this side of it. TXJ just going for pounces over and over here, and jump R&Bs over and over. Why not? Trying to deny out Baby U if he can, but he doesn't get the lineup here. Finds a spirit throw, but then throws it up right before the ultimate. Gets a nice drop in here due to the hottie cube. And seeing this 2.0 energy come out, you can see XJ taking the cube last second as his HP reaches near 0.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to see TXJ just trying to float onto the backside here. And this is a very good, strong matchup. OUG versus TE. We're going to see SXJ taking a lot of damage right now. TXJ trying to give chase. Baby, you doing a really good job of peeling. And now we're going to see that zipping ultimate coming out from One Fang to help the members of TE just try and stay alive. SS now taking so much damage. Is going to go down. One Fang picking up that elimination. Tech chase attempts from TXJ to catch on to OUG's Baby U is going to knock him up. The double charge is going to connect from One Fang, and there we go.
No, this is
what a beautiful finish from TXJ there.
Yeah,
Flying
really,
Knights are so crazy.
Too crazy, bro. Look, everyone can pick it up. They can say, hey, man, take this. Hey, thanks. You can pick it up on the fly. And seeing how TXJ runs this down here with his flying knives immediate, you can see he's going with ambition. He's got himself F2. And seeing how XJ, the big Meow, comes through here from the Akos. And of course, the Akos ultimate. This is going to be a huge setup here. There is not a lot of corners for TXJ to walk out of, and that's a stun right after the immediate connection. Can we get a hello, please? Hello, Kitty. Am I right? Look, listen. OUG might be turned around here for the stun, but at least the grab has been had. TE turns it in their favor, and you can see OUG just getting obliterated as we speak. This is allowing TE full notion to go 2-0 in this round. XXJ, the last one alive, but not even having a TNI ultimate to go through here. He's going to be practically going roleplayed into the, he's going to LARP into the rowing gang. You know, one person left alive. Crazy.
Yeah, this is quite the unfortunate scenario for SXJ. He's going to find himself parried out here, and it was just such a beautiful execute from TE to be able to come through with like such a strong fight with that composition. And now we're going to see the finals coming through here, as it's going to be TE versus SS1. Both of these teams have had very incredible runs in the versus so far. And so now our final best out of 3 is going to be played. And yeah, this has been going so much faster than our first day, where we saw almost every single game go to 3. Every single game go the distance to the timer to that book. So nice to see a little bit of an extended fight, or a little bit of like a quick fight coming out here, as SS1's Fu going to get targeted down. The Nbpl is going to connect. The Hottie follow-up is going to be a lot of damage too. We're going to see Fu trying to get that ultimate off. Cube is going to be invested as they almost managed to take the zipping out.
Yeah, she almost got away there, but I think someone's still hunting her down here. Liu Wei is trying to find a position for a parry. I saw that, man, in the back line. And Mian found himself for a nice LMB catch, but Cube comes in on top. F2 is still ready for TXJ. Can he lock it in? Can he get a nice 2-piece there? Yes, he does. He can scare rush out here. TXJ, he doesn't even need it, though. He's got the V1 passively procking from the zipping. Finds a nice tap dodge there. The teleporter's been taken, and then all of a sudden he's in this weird position of the 1v2. But though, Few almost got a few too many hits there. The F1 comes through and looking for a parry there in the back line. You can see One Fang is trying to struggle it down, because now that Mian's finding his eyes onto him, it looks like Liu Wei finds a nice grapple bomb combo 1, 2, 3-piece, but then RMB from XEM saving the day for another set of fights. About 90 seconds left to go into this first round, but man, these guys are keeping it on our toes.
Yeah, they're keeping it fast. They're keeping it crazy with the, oh my goodness, a beautiful parry. They're trying to even it out, but TXJ with a beautiful peel to bring back around. Double parry from Zem with the whip sword. Double charge from the flying knives on the backside. Oh my goodness, XEM with one of the nicest double parries to clutch up that round for his team. They were so close to getting that pick on the one player on 1 HP on Team TE, but they're going to take it as we switch over to Viper Akos Monk versus Sand Formers, as we're going to see TXJ going to get grabbed out right away. So we're not going to see the ult cancel coming through, and since this is, oh, we got the double grab coming. Oh no, we didn't. We got the drop coming out, as TXJ going to be able to back out of that. Viper ultimate's going to be coming through here, and it is going to sub Mian out. Mian's going to be taking a whole lot of damage, and the double grab on the other side. One Fang is going to be going absolutely crazy with those grabs, and SS1 getting absolutely obliterated. Fu on 1 HP. We're going to see the Takeda trying to fight in the 1v2 situation on the other side. F is going to be dodged, but the big Meow coming out as SS1 Fu in the 3v1.
It's crazy how this comes down to this position. The double grabs that confirm everything. TE comes out with a 2-0 final round, no questions asked. And then putting it down, they got 8 points like they need, right? Just to ensure a little bit of safety net for those points. But bringing this down to it, I mean, all of these rounds significantly across the board. The only thing I had a little bit concerned on was kind of seeing about the WBG's choice option out there, right? But that's it. I mean, that's the only one that kind of comes down to as an unfortunate case scenario of ladder 3rd pick. Though, having this coming through, SS1 did make made it through all the way to the 2nd place, and giving them that effort alone is enough to kind of warrant them and their skill set in that 1v1 arena for the versus.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one disciplined like the 90-degree angle himself, TXJ. So, rightfully so, he's able to come out on top. And, TE and OUG are like, I was thinking that OUG was going to do a lot better. I'm not going to lie, as we aren't going to get to see too much coming out from OUG there. Is it looks like this new format just not really working in optimal favor for some of these veteran teams. And some of these newer teams are really starting to get the hang of it, which I actually appreciate. This is giving a chance for, it's not like, oh, just because this one player has grinded, or this one team has grinded playing this exact mode for so long that they're going to be able to win.
Yeah.
It means that now it's offering new avenues for new players to be able to incorporate new strategies. It's just a whole lot of new.
Yeah, the other thing too is, right, like in the optimal space, right, macro play and the BR gives some teams with the knowledge and how to, you know, situate themselves perfectly. Just comes out to be, you know, the game knowledge. But those teams that got the players that comes out to the new teams, the ones that end up having more of a on-hand, you know, field 1v1 fights, or even like Rum Yang 3v3 fights, for instance, in the Holoroth map, they come out, you know, pretty much, you know, from the new age. But first question for you guys in the chat: which team won in game 1? AOUG, BTE, CSR, or D Alliance? It's gonna be a chat for you guys. So, but you guys, you know, see in the chat, you're gonna see a pinned message. New tech in the block. No more. You're gonna get a DM. You're gonna get pinned in the chat. You're gonna be saying, "Hey, yo, Jack Frosty, GG, you won, right?" But not from me, not from me. That's gonna be from the Nbpl chat channel. So just make sure for NARAKA Blade Point, you look for that pinned message. It's gonna be you. It's gonna be you. You're gonna get some like guests out there.
We need to get like the log of like who's won, like and how many times people have won. Because I swear, every single time I've casted,
that's why I said Jack Frosty. That's why I said
Jack Frosty has won. Like this guy, you said it, I was like, damn. Like he really has won every single time.
Man's a legend, bro. It's like Lalabambo, take care, behave, you know, boom. And the thing that comes down to that too is that you get those rewards, and later in the season we might get some of those exclusive rewards. And, you know, we got set with the exclusive in-person reward what the Nbpl has. So you know he tripped out. He was here yesterday.
Oh yeah,
he still got it. He's not like he lost it.
You want number 1? You want number 2? You want number 3? I got all of them. I got all of them.
You got all of them, bro. You got all styles, all the years. Now the next goal to get that YZG jacket. I'm telling you, that thing is too fire.
We need it. We need it. It's so good.
We dripped out. The only thing I would actually, you know, recommend though, coming out of that last game or the versus, it's just kind of understanding the weapon selections given to the players for each other, right? You see the flying eyes in everyone's hands because they're able to drop it beforehand. You've seen those drops in the weapons, and then having the decision making to have those weapons on standby. One of the more, you know, underrated choice picks there being the whip sword. I feel like we see it a couple times over and over, but the fan, the staff, seeing how that comes down to it, the spear. The big time about the spear is just a quick 1.0 blue, right? Once you get a guaranteed hit, you can just juggle it out for a blue focus, and then your teammate can do the rest with flying knives. But seeing that weapon and how strong it's been since release to this point, still the same case, right? Same lullaby, you know, except you're not sleeping you over. You're waking up with a, you know, with a duplex, you know, going over your head. All of a sudden, you're seeing this weapon just being used predominantly without question, without ask.
Yeah, you know, it's just like, it's such a versatile weapon, especially in the 3v3 fights, in all of those scenarios, because you have so much versatility with where you can aim it, right? The pillar play gets nerfed a lot because of the fact that, you know, we have flying knives. I can just shotgun burst you if you try and scale rush up the pillar, right? I can 2-charge you if you're trying to hide and heal on top of the pillar. If you're trying to use the pillars to scale rush, I can use LMB and I can try and tech chase you down, right? There's so many opportunities for good chase and good damage with those flying knives that you don't get with other weapons that are traditionally and have been more ideal to use. Like, we're not seeing too many heavy swords coming out in this mode, right? Which is lots of the time we do see a lot of heavy sword in trios, right? But when you have the opportunity to have 3 players with purple flying knives, you're gonna take that opportunity, right? And you know, sometimes it's not that ideal in battle royale formats, right? Just being with landscaping, soul jades, all of these different factors that come in when we're talking about the battle royale as a whole. But in the versus mode, just perfect.
Yeah, and the thing too, I mean, just Jade checks. You usually have weapons that really predominantly, I mean, they were going to be used anyways for Jades. So for instance, you see like dual blades come out, the Kavloom, and when that comes down, you have to use it. I don't think there's any reason you're not using it. The other thing though, and this is a really big standpoint, is because in the versus, there is no range weapons in the martial artist solos ultimate trios. There's nothing, or even in the solos, there's no range weapons whatsoever. You can't find an optimal way of just chipping down damage between one force to another from around the corner. Plus the pillars are smaller in the solos, right? So comparison by that nature, you know, you're not having range weapons means that cannon isn't going to be there. But the other thing too about it is that just losing out on Jades, it comes out to a cost of just what weapon selections work by the neutral state, you know, by themselves. And it really just comes down to that as a big part. Plus to see in the character selections, you probably get a good notion in seeing how the character selections go, but also the glyph boards. I know from last day we saw a lot of those parries and then dashes and then parries riposte, right, that comes out there. That's a really strong point even in the regular trios. Sometimes the nodes can get a little bit shaped up, but I don't think they really find a reason to change, and especially because, for instance, in trios, 2 characters in the picks always get like their rage for initial starting rage, right? But then going into it, one player there with the full rage bar. But look, the standings comes out to show, yeah, we won. But for TE, they got to go the whole day without making it below 4th place. They got to make the top 4 guaranteed. SS1 taking the 2nd place means they get 4 points. But like I said, all it comes down to making sure they place high enough.
Yeah, you know, that's completely fair enough. Is like, you know, you just need to place in the top 4. It's not like we are losing out on a lot of that, right? Like we're not losing out on too much. But yeah, you have to make it into that top 4 scenario. Otherwise, you're not going to be in the place where you need to be. So taking a look right now at our standings after game 1, that's going to be 8 for TE, 4 for SS1, 2 for OUG. WFG is going to get 2 as well. WBG, SR at Alliance, and Fun Plus Phoenix all with 0. Which is unfortunate to see for them, but you know, it's crazy. If you don't win that first fight, you're losing. You get no points. You get a donut for game number 1. Like it's just one off spawn. You don't get. Technically, it's like the same thing as if you lose both of your off spawns, but you don't get the kill points. That's the thing. It's like even if you get 1 kill in the battle royale, you get a kill point for that. But here you have to win out the whole fight.
And it kind of hurts. I mean, one thing is that these guys go crazy for it. One part is that once your 1v1 comes down to it and you're able to place out, you know, winning's winning. You know, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, you know, and that's it. Boom, you get into the position and thing like that. You're like Dom Toretto. Though we're going to see these replay highlights. As much as it comes down to this, a lot of these teams just really gets cornered off, and you can see the pressure from the Tianhai. In this, I was about to say, like in this instance, the Tianhai can just go ahead and throw the thing by its table. So for everything coming down, SS1 just puts themselves down just to kind of show them what it's worth. You know, I feel like the majority of these highlights has just been SS1. And you can see they ran it back twice there. So you know what I'm saying, bro? This is going to be a position. SS1, though, puts themselves in those positions, just locking everyone into those corner sides. But then TE, I mean, they're the reason they came out on top was just finding the assassination. That's something we were talking about. I was talking with creatives. If you're a lot more skirmishy to kind of find yourself in a position to be assassinating players, right, from the opposing side, whether it's in 1 split second, you know, you find a juggle off of someone on the ground with the flying knives, or just looking at them from a spot, you know, from a distance away, and you're able to close the distance in just a couple of matter of milliseconds. Those are really strong. That type of playstyle is really sought out after, and especially seeing how players don't take too long to get to one spot to the next. They understand the initiative that one of their players or one of their teammates comes into to set themselves up nice and pretty.
Yeah, and it's looking nice. As we're going to see coming into these games, like what are you looking at prediction wise? Like I'm thinking top 4, it can't be TE, SS1, OUG, and WFG. It just can't be. Like SR, like what are we doing with SR? Like we were J Cup champions, EWC champions,
bro.
We won so much last year, and this year we're just like, all right, we're bottom fragging.
Side questing.
You know,
yeah,
I'm
just a casual gamer, bro. I just play Bloodbath.
It's unfortunate to see the fall from grace for SR. I really want to see OUG perform a lot better. I think that they're an amazing team. Baby U is such a legend. I think that they could do really well. TE is looking incredibly strong right now, so I'm excited to see more from them. And Alliance, I really need to see them. Alliance and Fun Plus Phoenix really need to step it up today. Otherwise, their whole tournament is going to be over for stage 1 if they don't. So
Decepticon rollout type moment, because it's like that's not how it's supposed to be. Because the one thing about Alliance is this: they lost at 27. He's now on SR's team. But even then, you're seeing SR kind of take a struggle bus moment. They haven't dropped in the right locations. They haven't been able to kind of take out the other times remaining. And their scoreline hasn't been so impressive when we look back over to the scoreboard. They were, I think, last in terms of the new player roster. So the selection process right now is just to kind of figure it out, humble themselves down a little bit. But that's not even that. You can't really humble yourselves down when you weren't part of the team, the champion team from last year. Even from the time of EWC till now, they have a new roster. They have to get themselves up to the board. Whether they need to find some sort of new position to be swapped out for a moment or two, because NY7, like I said, he comes through with some strats to kind of bring the teams together. But losing out from his core teammates, besides that, OUG really has themselves the same as it's been since last year, at least for -1 for a swap out. But for them, they'd also have to figure that out with the new Frosty, you know, with the new Frosty Snowman, you know, like they have to be setting themselves up layer by layer, and then all of a sudden you put the carrot in the nose, and boom, he's set. Where's the top hat? Put the man on the scarf. He's got a smiley face. Because right now it's not even a smiley face; it's just pouty.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to say to that.
You couldn't figure it out. You're like,
I mean, we're
about
talking
snowman?
about what's going on. What's going on?
It's almost April. It's spring season.
I mean, it's still snowing up here in Canada. Like, you
guys always snow them.
So I know exactly what you're talking about. It's all that melted, gross snow now, and so like I can picture the snowman with like a very demented smiley face that's like melting away right now.
SCP smiley face, bro.
Yeah, rest in peace for real. As we're getting ready to lock into our picks for game number 2, our first battle royale of the day. This is going to be the defining moment. I think our top 4 after game 2 are going to be our top 4 for the rest of the day. I don't think we're going to see a comeback here just because it's lower bracket. Just because I don't think that the teams are mentally capable. This new FPX roster is not capable of making a comeback if they don't pop off in the first game. Like they don't feel like ramp up teams. They feel like if you have a good first game, you're going to continue to pop off. But once the mental gets tanked after game 1 and 2, I feel like it's very difficult to make a comeback. And being with less players in the lobby and just how fast paced the games are, it makes it so much more difficult to put up points. And that consistency becomes a lot harder.
For real. Yeah. And it's like if you see a drop off in the beginning, you're just like cooked. But that's like a statistical anomaly for those guys to come back up. You know, for them, if it comes into playing down to Hallroth and they find some sort of value there, those teams would have to just kind of go through with that. WBG, for instance, I feel like they're gonna have a little bit of a struggle in this first 2 games. I'm gonna put them on my board. Boom, slap back in the on the poster board. Because the thing about WBG is that I feel like they would opt. I feel like if they don't opt in to go off and pop off between Morsile into Pedoria, that maybe Hallroth would be their standing point to come down to Pedoria Eventide to kind of see what happens in round 5, because round 4 I think is going to be that point. It has to be. It has to be coming from WBG of all people, right? Then for FPX, this is your team that you're like on life support for. Like you're at the EMT transport, you know, you're just like, Dr. House, what can we do here? And he's like, options are they either die or they make it through. And the only problem for FAX is that this is a team that's been in the league for centuries, right? It feels like that. They've been here since the beginning, bro.
They've been here since the beginning, but their rosters continue to change. It's like we seen the only team that stayed true to the roster is the boys in pink themselves. GG's. Yes, they're the only team that has had the same roster the entire time, and I respect that because you know, I miss some of the OG rosters. Like back when we have like Lee Wenlong and the old J team. Like Wu Xin, Lee, and Wenlong. Oh my goodness, that was an OD team. And then we got 101 TN on the J team. Oh my goodness. Like,
you're hitting those,
amazing lineups. The OG lineups.
Gotta make me play some Midwest emo rock music, bro. Just thinking about the past like that. That's crazy.
Because tonight will be the night.
Okay,
copyright.
DMCA, so watch out. First round selection though. This is a comp that does not leave the first round selection forever. It's gonna be the
Enor's just too goated, bro.
Too goated, bro. He can't be swapped out for nothing, bro. I mean, he got swapped out because his importance was elsewhere. Kylan has been thrown out. Although test server says otherwise, we're gonna bring that up later. The thing is, this new season, a lot of changes coming through here, but this is gonna be the comp selections from now until next week for the Nbpl. Seeing how the Syra is coming down to the second phase, instead of seeing how this comes up with another comp, this is gonna be the Syra, Viper, and Justina for WBG, but for Akos instead for OUG, which opens up this door for Tessa, Akos, and Wuchen if a team desires to pick it up in the third phase.
Third round selects coming out. What are we gonna see? Akos available. Are we seeing? What was our switcheroo coming out there?
What is that, bro? What is that? Nah, we're trolling.
No way. Do it. Do it. WMG.
Wait.
Yes, I love it. We're limit testing in losers bracket. That is what I love.
Like that.
I love to see that we're trying to limit test in a potentially we're not gonna play for the next 2 weeks and we will miss out on all of our prize money. As a do we have another? Is that a Rano's coach?
No.
I'm
Oh,
joking.
man, don't, that crazy.
Toronto's
That's crazy.
coach V2.
Bro, I can't, bro. Get me out of here. That's OD. That's OD. All right, listen.
SS1 and Fun Plus Phoenix in our last round of Heroes Select. We're gonna have so much fun, guys. You guys in the chat are not ready for how amazing this losers bracket is about to be with me and Serve here.
Yo, this is like a treehouse, Jumanji type of beat moment right
Yeah.
here. We're just waiting for the guy.
Get your popcorn, get your drinks. Let's get it. Let's get rowdy here. As Sandformers, the Takeda siphon comp that we instead of zipping, they decided, you know what, let's put a monk in there and add control. Oh my goodness, we're getting Frosty Formers from Fun Plus Phoenix. So it's Fun Plus Phoenix. We're not going to get any value out of it, but I can't wait to see how they try and make that work.
Yeah, and I'll bring this down for chat for anyone who needs a recap of the rules and how it works for the big bands. So round 1 was our versus. Basically, you kind of go through this 3v3 bracket up until you be in first place for 8 points, second for 4 points, and then third and fourth for 2 points. When we reach rounds 2 through 5, we go through the pick band phases of 4 phases. The teams that are choosing their choice picks, if a character is, by the way, I know it doesn't show it, but if a character gets chosen 2 times or greater, they can't be chosen because there's no hero points available. So the teams that end up going through it there means they can't choose it. That means they have to opt in for a different choice. For these team comps, what's going to end up going through here for the next 4 rounds is the highest chosen comp within the phases. The one that is above all ends up getting chosen in round 6 as a mirror comp pick round, which means everyone runs the same exact hero, but your ultimates can change. Last time we had that, Hottie Zipping Enor took it all, rule it all, in the same variation of their ultimates. But if we get a different chance of seeing a top pick comp, maybe more like the Timol choice pick with the Takeda, or even more so like the Syra, the Viper Justina, or the Akos, whatever the case may be.
I want the Shio back, bro.
Or I want the Shio too. We didn't see nothing here today for the Shio. What's happening here? Yo, everyone blind? I'll stop though. The thing that comes down to it is that the Shio with the Wei Shan and the Shunhuan was a comp that we saw get major success from day 2, and I wanted to see it today. That was from RW. They won. They got in the top 4. They're not here today. But that's a comp that teams were kind of selecting later on. We might see it. I honestly looked at the scrims. I didn't see anybody else rocking that comp.
It was the only team that was running it. So, but I mean, they were so optimal. It should be meta defining. You know what I mean? Like they put up a lot of points, when a comp puts up a lot of points with a team, everyone does the same thing. They go, oh, we see this and let's copy them. So we're getting interestingness coming out from here. We're getting the Justina, Viper Syra, our old super meta comp from last season from WBG, and then we've got the Akos variation for OUG, which they love that comp. And baby, you on Akos instead of Justina. Oh my goodness, the big meows are gonna be crazy. Shout out Dunkin' Donuts for the big meow. As we get through into our next couple of rounds, jumping out, this is gonna be an interesting match, round 1, because I think these lower teams are gonna have to really fight to keep up with TE and TE, OUG, and WFG, who are like our SS1. Sorry, not WFG. TE, SS1, and WFG are teams that are a little bit higher up in that skill level right now. I really am hoping that we're going to see a lot of stuff coming out from like our lower ranked teams right now, Alliance, Fun Plus Phoenix, and SR. But right now, it's looking like it's all going to be coming up for the other side. And it looks like we've got actually RW spawning down on the bottom side with 5-2-1 around side. YZG going to be taking up there, as well as we've got SR, Wolves, and DRG up on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I'm getting deja vu. It's crazy. They're in the map, and I don't see them in the picks. That's okay. They're alive in our hearts.
Unfortunate. Yeah, they're alive in our hearts. Let me go get my DRG jersey on.
I'll see them tomorrow. I'll see them on Sunday. But here we go. Game 2 begins here. My name is Severi, alongside with Seb Guy, aka Seb. He's gonna be rocking out here. We're gonna be going out and casting for y'all, and this is gonna be a TE immediate drop off, man. And this is also interesting. TE Tech TXJ working through with a parry immediate onto Shuan, getting that Firefly and getting the ultimate alongside himself.
Here we are going to be taking a look at TXJ. Going to be dropping down. Miss. Going to be taking a lot of damage. TXJ tries to go for the slap. They are going to be able to confirm the kill for the rest of his team. Actually, was that Fun Plus Phoenix? who managed to. Oh no. It was TE's one prank who was able to come through with that. Shuan gonna go down as well. Xiao Wen, the last remaining member for Team WFG, as TE are able to clean that up super easily.
Yeah, and one thing for TXJ right now is look at the gold, right? These guys are going to come out these eliminations and pick up everything above board. And right now it's at 14K, or at least around 16K if they end up piling all their money, which is only for one purple armor. So they still have a lot of time to loot, Mandate Yard included. Though we're going to go to Arcadia. It's going to be SS1 bringing themselves out here. I don't see any fights to be had, but they already got purple armor. And they are looking to kind of get this Vulpine's Essence up to board now for them to get this puzzle solved early. It's whether or not they want to hold that Vulpine's for the Cicada, maybe. Because it comes down to that Yang fight, really. If they start getting the pocketed money to go through, the gear early on, giving their Cicada that Vulpine, since he's a really majority on the ground, you know, not being a Transformer, not being Tumultuous as a combo breaker, he's going to be that frontliner for them. And look at an SR, man. Double purple armor already, and they still have spare money on yo, they got spare money for purple weapons if they need to. Because right now, they also have Jades alongside themselves. Yo, those guys are stacked beyond belief. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, RNG, luck of the draw, right? That's a part of the Battle Royale game. Sometimes you're able to find yourself some really good high-tier loot right off the rip of the game, right? We're going to see a couple purple Jades getting picked up from the members of OUG, but we still got gray armor on SS. He's going to be looking to upgrade that. Good little find there as well, as we are going to see the blue armor on the side for him here, which he just seems to be allergic to. Okay, we're going to finally find the pickup there, as... you know, my allergies are definitely popping off as well, so I do apologize if you guys accidentally hear a little sneeze or a sniffle. But we've got purple katana that he managed to pick up from one of those gold troves. Is Fun Plus Phoenix going to be moving in after their... Oh, they managed to pick up 2 eliminations right off rip of the game, as Kiki has 2. And we're going to be seeing them just going through, looting up. And this is exactly where we saw OUG a second ago. This could be a pretty quick scrap off here.
It really can be. And considering this comes down to it, Kiki is kind of keeping himself cornered into the north side. I think he heard them. The floating platform's been spawned in, though. SR is going to take their approach here. They're already stacked, and they couldn't be more. So they're going to be making sure they get as much loot as possible. Let's take a look at their Jades, please. Let's take a look and see if we can look under the hood, because they got mitigation Jades around the wazoo in their builds. So whatever things comes down to, it could be range Jades. Seeing how SR is in the southwest corner of Imperium, they're going to be looking to try to bell hop to kind of get some hits off the vision. Then coming back down towards Alliance here, and this is over towards north side of the Twilight, the Heaven's Wall. This is actually way out northwest. So these guys are pretty... Actually, no, this is by Tincture Woods, all the way out west. So the next objective could be the going back towards the Ancient Stockade, kind of hit those bells down. As for Alliance here, I mean, this is coming down to them just staying put for the first Yang, but you can see that SR is now taking their ambush against FPX. This first fight going to be ambushing before the first fight between DE, and now SR looking at FPX's water on the TNI ult.
Water gonna try and jump through, see if he can make anything happen, but NY7 just gonna hop into that ultimate right away as well, answering back with the Enor1 ultimate. So you're gonna see the Impale attempt come through, and it looks like he is gonna be able to do quite a bit of damage onto Over. But NY7 himself taking quite a bit of damage in this situation. We are going to see the jump down, tries to see if he can get any extra damage through. Water taking a lot of damage here, gets hit on the downside. Kiki going to be able to drop through. NY7 on 1 HP. We are going to see Rico now. These dashes can be able to do such good jobs for Fun Plus Phoenix's Kiki. Kiki going to back out here, but Over taking quite a bit of damage. Water going to go for the heal up as well. SR just fully aggressed. Big parry going to come through. The F ability invested from Water to avoid any of that extra damage. Now we're going to see a Temi ultimate coming in as SR's Rico going to take out Fun Plus Phoenix's Water. Now trying to see if they can get any extra follow-up onto Kiki. Full sword action coming in from Xiao, the 1.0. Parry attempt comes through, but the wall from the Temi ultimate is actually going to deny any of that damage just coming through from the stun. Scale Rush is going to, oh my goodness, movement error, causing them to get caught right as they were jumping out of that hut of the building. And SR able to pick up all 3 of those eliminations onto the members of Fun Plus Phoenix.
You know what's crazy is that Water Over, I mean, from FPX, he's running that V1, and he got an immediate wisp throw upon, you know, launching himself. We're going to see Vulpines and Sunwing shot on SS here, so as a Viper, being able to pick up that Jade. But talking about that previous point, you know, the mulch V1 versus V2 in conversation between trios is like, it's a big one, right? Seeing how you can reset your wisp wall, or just utilize the gold focus knockback. So anybody who is in blue focus hold check, you don't have to worry about just trying to reload wisp and spam them out. They're going to tap dodge anyways. for a lot of instances, or use ultimate to mitigate the whisk throw. But for them to kind of see the V1 usage and inside of these close fights, I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? You kind of end up getting a more benefit off of it because you end up having another combo breaker. But if you're really spam heavy, and depending on your comp, in this case with Tumult, with the Tianhai, you're really trying to look into the lockdowns as much as possible for your teammates to get a guaranteed hit off of them, or a grab, the Tianhai. Then Azov Peak, WFG, bringing themselves down to the catapult. This is another bit of time before we get to that first Rumier. They're going to try to position themselves out. They did lose their first set of lives, but still having purple armor here on the standbys with the Valiant Challenger means that by the time that they finish Rumier, if they win, they get a bit of money here. It's going to be 30 seconds before that realm portal opens up. For the fighters and alongside here, TE and SS1 over by the Imperial camp with the Draco Storm Spearwell nearby. And then by Ascension's Forum, you can see Alliance taking their way towards Heaven's Gate. And then over to the north side of Imperium has like 3 teams. SR, WFG, everyone's right on top of each other. Whoever doesn't make it through is just going to go ahead and skirmish out or make their way towards the southeast end. The bend is going to be up to TE. Winning their first fight, they do have 2 purple armors, able to adjust towards themselves with the Jades, such as with the Aerial Rend. Oop, gonna have to see that scoreboard check later on. And a Blazing Cyclone on TXJ. Xena SS1 J check is going to be coming through here on the other side, potentially. We might see it. It just really comes down to what they have under the hood to really set them up, because this first fight is the first Rumiang for the losers stage.
It's the rematch. SS1 versus TE for the title spot in our game 1. And now we're going to get to see the Rumiang fight coming out here. Full force action coming through from Luo Yi on the Takeda, as we are going to see the Sandformers coming out in full swing. Tries to go for the chase parry. He doesn't connect on it. F ability tap dodge perfectly, but the 1-2 is going to be taking so much. TXJ just going to use that cube immediately. He manages to bait out the cube. Now we're going to see that ultimate coming through the Enor. Going to try and get that damage off onto the Tumult, and Fu is going to go down as soon as that ultimate gets popped. And now we're going to get the Impale onto Luo Yi. Beautiful back off from Mian. Now we're seeing so much more damage output coming through from TE's TXJ, as One Fang gonna get himself grabbed up, but Luo Yi taking so much damage is almost just not going to matter, as Luo Yi does end up going down. Now the 3v1 situation, SS1 not looking as strong as they did in our initial versus fights.
Yeah, and then switching on over here, OUG, did we burn full pines? Because I gotta find out now. It looks like Baby U's gonna be standing put here. Having the audacity to kind of look towards themselves. XXJ is actually frustrating out. The nice parry gets Zhao into their own side is a matter of deletion. Look at that. NY7 gets deleted in the parry from the riposte off of that whip sword. Immediate release from SS, who also has Volpine's Essence still, by the way. Has himself the F2. The parries are good to connect off of the RBs, and that's going to be it. I mean, this is going to be a send-off for SR in this fight, and then SR just being left alone. After this end, we're going to see Alliance pick up the Vermilions. Looks like Rico just wants this fight not to end. V1 comes out. No way we're going to have a timeout, right? We have all our teammates alive going through here. SS a little trouble. Do not lose that Volpines. I swear on everything and everything. There's elimination. It comes down to OUG taking the victory. Gold weapons going to be picked up. Purple armors for at least one of their teammates. Jade selection, though, it's going to be picked up here. It's going to be a Sunwing shot as well. The cannon's going to be picked up here predominantly. Seeing how that kind of go purple focus one way or another. But here we have TE up against WFG on the outskirts.
Losing the Volpines in a 3v1 would have been abominable, as we're going to say TE looks to have found WFG on the side. It looks like THJ is like completely by himself. I don't see where we're trying to fight this. I think they're spirit hunting here, as Xiao Wen gonna get hit with the 1-2 from the fan. Crouch on B gonna come out. Big parry coming through, and we are gonna see the cube coming out here, as he is gonna end up being stuck in the cage there. Cube's gonna reset them back inside the cage. TE Zem taking quite a bit of damage right now. That Draco Storm just putting in so much work for Team WFG, but Mitz gonna take a lot of damage. Those gold flying knives mixed with the Hottie ultimate, gonna be a lot of damage coming through. Mitz gonna try and just kite out the situation, as we see TXJ now in the Enor ultimate. Ooh, beautiful recast gonna come out here. Xiao Wen gonna take a lot of damage. Mist gonna be able to heal up just a little bit, but TE in a very good situation, because they do have the Vermilion's Burn Mine. They're just going to try and get the third party execute as well if another team starts to jump in, and I do believe that's SS1 that we're seeing trying to cleanse that Yang depletion. Yeah,
WFG goes down here. You know, it's going to be losing out after Draco Storm Spearwell pick up, and that, of course, gives SS1 all the more reason to take this fight. Low health targets, TXJ, all people gets focused in down here, and Furin misses out completely. Unfortunately, Liwei is like, whoa, opposite direction, man. Who is that? TXJ? Oh, right angle. I forgot. He left direction. He is going to be going off of this. He's finding a lot of positions to throw his F2, but he doesn't. And this is going to be elimination, hopefully. Well, apparently not, because this guy 1 HP. It couldn't be happening. Not to me, right? MIAN is up to bars. If he has it, he can fall through the star stars. You know, let me see how my Yang gets this cannon shot. There he goes. He connects it. And Mion's looking at this R&B, right? I'm wondering whether or not the second TNI ult's going to be worthwhile, because I'm looking at TEXEM in the distance. He is a fair bit away. No one can stagger him unless he gets a crazy grab. I mean a crazy grab. I mean a stupid crazy grab. Nah, he can't go for it. He's probably going to have to deform his ultimate as a result.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we don't get to see that, but jump down, catch him. Oh, we're gonna see the double jump coming through just to try and space out, but his ultimate does end up going down. We're gonna see him just hanging out backside. He is on Yang depletion. I don't understand why we're going zone like this. This is a huge misplay. Interesting situation to try and see if they can get cleanse, and it looks like it's gonna be WBG getting cleanse here, and I think they might have just baited that out to try and get more players in the lobby. I don't understand exactly what was going on there, but we've got Fun Plus Phoenix on the other side of the map facing off against SR. I think these players are getting ready for their next setup into Yang, trying to see if these floating piles can maybe help them out as well. Buys could be coming through. This team is rich right now. We've got we had close to 30k, and now we're broke. You know, just doing a little shopping spree just like that. And OUG gonna get themselves back up with the Vermilion Bird Mine.
Yeah, and seeing how it comes down to this, I mean, they had the money for this coming through here for at least a little bit of time. For OUG, though, they still got all the Spring Enclave to loot out. I don't know where SS is going. Maybe for Firefly Pusher? Yeah. And then the other thing, too, is that OUG is going to be just waiting out for a shop. The only thing they could purchase out is just weapons at this point, or Jades. They run the RNG. But it looks like... Hold on. It looks like we got a Jade here. I'm not sure what it was. We're going to have to look later on. SS1 gets a Rebirth Charm getting picked up there for the res. They could pick up... I think they're going to pick up the Takeda, to be honest. I mean, TNI is great for the reset, but Takeda and Tumult kind of go hand in hand. But then again, you know, reset on the Vajra. What can we do about that? WFG goes down here. It's going to be Leeway coming back through. There it is. That's going to be the Takeda for SS1. Then all of a sudden, WBG on the outskirts of the Skygaze Cove waiting out for this realm of Yang spotting. And you can see how slow pace is going to coming down. 23 players, though, means that we are losing only one player on the list, which is one member of SS1. This is actually Kratos was talking to me about this. He's like, you're going to love trios. I'm like, really? With this new format? Yeah. And I'm like, real. And I'm sensing why. Yeah, I like how it's like you have the players playing tentatively close to one another. I mean, even off that fight that SS1 had in the zone, how deep it went. WBG comes out, and that's a full squad reset coming through. The only loss of player we've had so far is coming down to SS1, right? Which is Takeda. But bringing this into play, Baby U bring out Kabloom, has Alchemy, Scatter Shot, Sunning Shot. That Volpine's still in SS's hands on the gold fan. TE, though, I mean, these guys are slow curling this out here. They got themselves, I think that was a repair roll on top of that Blazing Cyclone for TXJ, and they're going to be rocking to the skies.
As we're going to see the shots coming out, TXJ taking to the skies, fan in hand. He's able to make, quite a bit of damage happen. Cancels the focus follow-up into the F ability catch onto SS. That's going to be a lot of damage right off rip. He's got no armor. And now we're going to see the 1.0 come through. Oh, he's got to pop that ultimate quickly. And now we're going to see a little bit of health recovery. Oh my goodness, the cage comes through. We're not going to see the stun. Beautiful iframe from TXJ to get out of that ultimate. Powerful Dazzle going to come in. TXJ just getting held out here. OUG's SS, though. 1 HP and a dream. Volpine SS proc is about to get dropped in there as one more hit. And look at this. He's just going to kite out as long as possible. They're going to try and get that catch onto him. But even if they get any sort of damage, Big Meow going to come out on the side of Baby U. We're going to see a huge impale coming through. A lot of damage. Double impales back to back on the side. SXJ going to be taking so much damage. Baby U now back up to full HP. We're going to see SS still on that 1 HP. Hasn't burned the Volpines yet. Baby U with the comeback. SS finally burning the Volpine Essence. Wow. 1.0 F ability is going to come through to deny that damage, but now we're in Baby U. Baby U's dead. Okay, 2v2 situation. There we go. This is going to be the interesting fight here in the 2v2.
You know, it's crazy. The F2 got to cast it out like that. I'm kind of scared because now look at it. TXX, no fear. Oh, my man is in there. No problems asking. Who gets punished? SS. Who loses the fan? SS. And you know what comes down to this? Another parry. Who gets punished? XXJ. And now OUG suddenly out of the corners, comes back, losing this round. Yang, unfortunate. I mean, on all regards, man. I mean, everything came down to me seeing the Viper return around the corner. But listen, Earthshaker is in the chat. We don't need it with the Earthshaker. But they did get a quick charge undercall, which should work out later on. As for TE, though, this is a fully stacked out team, man. Yeah, the Great Sword with that Earthshaker. Are they really running the Earthshaker though? That's my question. I mean, I saw the attack Jade actually, so they did pick it up just for stats. I hope, because if I see one release, man, that's gonna go crazy with the Viper.
I want to see it released. I want to see it released.
You know what? I want to see it released. SR going down here outside of the Yang, finding Liu by himself. I'm not sure what his smolch is. He might have just went down to, you know, keep him coming.
They've been dead. They've been dead. Remember?
Yeah, they're on skeleton doodle, bro. They're on skeleton jury duty actually. So they just got called to court. Here's NY7 on his replay. SR versus WBG. Mid-air, where is his team? I was about to say, like, this team is nowhere to be found. It's just him by himself. And now for NY7 to have the squad up here, oh my goodness, the connections off the F2. This is going to be a free hit. Yo, this guy is dead. He's got to go down at this point, right? The powerful dazzle doesn't come through. It's over, and it does not indeed go through.
Yes, but we do get a little bit of Viper or damage coming up from the other players. Oh, big parry punish. Oh my goodness, they had the parry punish ready to go, but NY7 just jumping in there, doing such a good job of peeling out the double parry. Now he's able to get these extra shots through, gets another impale, double charge coming out from the pull sword, and now we're in the 3v2 situation as NY7 gonna be able to send that F out onto Jing. Sends it through. Oh my goodness, the double damage. Full sword Stoneformer Pos is gonna come through, but the jump LMBs, the jump LMB spam right at the end there is not gonna be enough for them to fight through.
Seeing how this is coming down to a final circle near Arcadia, Alliance is up against FPX, which do have the White Tiger's prowess, so the aura is there with the Mystic Might. It's always been the second Realm Yang purchase as of at least till summer end for the season. Now, and up to this point, everyone on the south side of Imperium taking the Pendulum, the Catapult to kind of work themselves out here, to kind of push them in, maybe into the Heaven's Watch. Yeah, that's you're going to see WBG's Jiang at. And on Yang Depletion, it's about a hiding game. It's actually right. So one thing is that the Mystic Might dwellers, if they spot you out, they're going to be looking you out, man. They're going to be looking to enter you through the end of the lobby. So one thing is that OUG being one of the few teams, being one of the few comps that the other Realm Yang winners went up against, it doesn't matter. It's going to be one or the other. And it just turns out that both of the comps of this selection, with the Yakos, the Viper, the Syra, they all going to be the ones that comes to be focused by the lobby. And if they don't group up now, it's going to be over, right? Heaven's Watch is the nearby position we saw from WBG. So how they've transitioned over towards the northeast of that, this is going to be spreading each other apart further and further. And then leading into the next position, right? This is going to be Yang Spiritwell. This is going to be basically where the players are going to regroup next to one another, whether intentional or not.
Yeah, and we're seeing like the games up until this point are incredibly fast-paced, and then we're going to see a little bit of a slowdown here. But these Realm Yang teams that have lost, now with OUG, they only have 2 minutes left to get themselves those soul blooms that they so desperately need, as we are going to see the grouping up starting out here. Taking a quick look at the scoreboard, TE on 9 already, as well as SR on 9. 6 for OUG, 5 for WBG. Alliance has 5 as well. At WFG with 1. FunPlus Phoenix with 2. And SS1 just with the terrible misplay going into the zone fighting against WBG. Ended up losing 2 of their players. They managed to survive for a little bit, but they still went out in 8th place. We're going to see the lockdown coming up from WFG, who are just taking the instant fight against the members of WBG. As we're going to see the knockback coming through here. Shunhwan Lee attacks coming through, but XXE1 going to be trying to make some crazy plays come through. The powerful dazzle is going to be out on that side. Do they manage to get the elimination? It looks like they haven't found the kill. WBG's Jiang still available with that ultimate, as we are going to see the silence coming through onto the Yushan to avoid that V2, but he doesn't get it. Oh my goodness, Jiang not able to get the stun. Beautiful ceiling scale rush to dodge that damage, and Xiaowen gonna get hit with the 1-2, does end up going down. That's gonna be 1 bloom to cleanse Yang Depletion for at least one of their players. FunPlus Phoenix Water, though, is gonna end up going down, and the members of OUG are also gonna claim a bloom. WBG getting incredibly low here. We're gonna see Mist goes down. Jiang is just gonna get eliminated here. He didn't have enough time to grab that soul bloom, and now we're gonna see both of these players cleansed and ready to go for the next part of the game. They've got to buy their teammate back ASAP. As Alliance getting themselves that Yang Spiritwell for free.
Crazy. Diabolical. These guys are 5 kills right now, and they got they're gonna get gold armor again. Tome. Seeing how this comes down, so you can probably guesstimate that this is gonna be a huge Yang Depletion field that's gonna be kicking in for Rico on the outskirts. They'll reach themselves down to the zone. They're not in the zone, but they're just keeping themselves right on the cusp of that Yang Depletion once it kicks in from the Yang Spiritwell. As for FPX is over, I mean, gets a Reaper charm last second. The Soul Altar is in the zone if he really wants to risk it right now. He can't even heal. He's trying to break noise. He's got like 13 armor patterns, I think. It felt like I saw 13, double digits there. So kind of working into supplies for his teammate when he picks him back up. SR, though, just, you know, showing who's strong, the stronger feet. You know, who got the best team. For Alliance, this timer, though, this is going to come down pretty heavy on the squads, since the zone is going to force them to take a little bit more inch by a mile, right, for the Yang depletion. And so to avoid it, they just got to stick to it. But looks like the Takeda ult comes down here for revenge. Getting his team call out. They're going to be going for it. Engagements are on. Alliance is going to be looking for this. There's going to be the reset, and now it's going to be the lockdown towards LV, who gets a double parry and uses it not to riposte, but to get out of dodge. And he's going to move northwest. He has no ultimate. We saw from earlier, and this is going to lead towards WBG's demise. The last team member to be staying through here, at least for one more. Seeing how they have their Syra still in the mix coming down to this. And since Alliance is coming up to 6 kill eliminations and another gold armor, they're going to be the ones forced to be reckoned with, or even to eliminate, you know, Seb, because if they kill the wielder, which is the Takeda, if they kill him with the Summoning's Essence, that's an ult refresh for the entire team. So they could get that going on.
And we're looking at TE's team now. TXJ still needing to find one more bloom for his team. So they're looking for Fun Plus Phoenix here, as they have one player remaining on their team over. Just going to take the L here in the zone. That's going to be Fun Plus Phoenix eliminated 6 out of 8. If they would have just held on just a little bit longer, we would have seen WBG taking the L in the zone. And we need to see them go for that bloom. And it looks like Zem might try and go for it here. No, the members of OUG are going to be the ones that are going to attempt to go for the soul bloom. Isn't it right there? I think that's a different body. I think SS managed to snag it there, as that could be OUG having only one cleanse on their side. TE still needing one more. We're not getting a fight here. We got a parry pot. Yuma, you good, bro? The parry start for our fights coming out there, as it looks like TE just gonna maybe try and go for the capture the flag. Might be the optimal play for them there. Zem trying to see if they can cover around. I think they're just trying to guard it. Oh, there we go. He grabs it. Zem grabs it. This is going to be a risky play here. Are they going to get lobbied, or will the grab work? They're going for it. They contemplated it. They're ready for it, as we are going to see now Zem trying to cleanse that Yang depletion for himself.
You know, honestly, seeing a title of people and Razor Swift from the same team is kind of nasty work. That's like actual like deletion. Seeing how this comes down to SR though, this is their fight. 2 minutes on the clock right now. They got themselves a Sky Punch and more to the finance on Rico, as well as the Earthshaker like we talked about earlier, and seeing if that comes into play. And kind of working out here. I mean, Benthic Descent still on Zhao, being able to pick up that Blazing Cyclone on himself too. It's kind of looking for the synergized motion. Spearwell though is a Draco Storm, not going to be a cleanse, but you know, prolonger of the Yang depletion basically. If they do pick this up, TE would be good for another 3 minutes. Just depending on how soon the teams want to full rush them down. As far as SR, they could go for it. You know, we know Alliance is clear for takeoff, but now we're going to look at this Hottie teleporter being set up. And as the bar gets filled up, this is going to be the denial that they were looking for.
As we're going to see, beautiful catches coming up here from NY7, who's doing a really good job of holding off TE Zem. As we're seeing him, he still has the flag. I don't believe that's the right one to capture flag at. Or are you able to capture flag on last?
I don't know.
No, right?
Actually, nah, I shouldn't be. That'd be crazy.
That would be pretty cool.
But 10 seconds, right? He would have been on it a long time ago. He would have gotten that capture a long time ago.
Yeah, fair enough. So now he's just stuck with the entire lobby knowing exactly where he is, which is just really unoptimal for the situation, as we are going to see the Akos Cage coming out to try and get these eliminations on the members of TE by OUG. Now SS taking a lot of damage. Zem is going to be the one to go down here after his Yang depletion timer kicks the bucket, as TE now still with a strong game. They're doing a very good job. We're going to see the powerful Dazzle coming through, the stuns coming out, Revenge taking so much damage in this situation. Alliance doing, oh my goodness, the double parry on a One Fung and Baby U, keeping Revenge alive for the very last couple of seconds. Now SS trying his hardest to get out of this situation, but the Draco Storm on Alliance just too powerful. With a few seconds left, OUG's SS's life is going to be coming to a close.
Yeah, trying not to get last hit here. He's going to be going into the zone for a second, unless he's still escaping through the corridor sides. He gets pistol shot. No, he doesn't. He does not get any confirmation hit from Yuma. Now it's up to three teams total. It's going to be up to the TE, SR. Well, I mean, one member technically of TE coming down to this. SR and Alliance, right? So it comes into where if Yuma decides to go full in with the Tiana ultimate, he's doing it last second. Though this is going to be a worthwhile effort. Look at NY7's HP, just went for 100 to 0. And then seeing everybody coming out here, he is not going to find a reason to proc his ultimate as the Draco Storm wielder. Every little tick damage comes down to the proc. He gets one grab, at least his teammates can look for the re-snag. If they get a single hand slam down, at least Yuma can then decide upon using it in the ravine or on the ground close by for teammates to look for it. The grabs aren't going to be confirmed here. Yoshi is going to stay himself, his hand, keeping himself nice and comfortably in this position. We're going to see Rico getting caught. That immediate slam down, guaranteeing R&B. No, it looks like Revenge is going for a manual heal instead. And now that Yuma's ultimate is depleted, this is going to be goal hits all over the place.
Look at that. TE managed to get the revive. They've got One Fang up. And now they're on the bottom side. Revenge getting sent to Narnia, impaled in the zone. This is going to be so much damage on him. One more hit confirmed. As Alliance does look to go for the peel, but I think he might be a little bit cooked. He's going to be able to get the heal off on the top side, but One Fang trying to see if he can shark down this third party. Revenge still able to find his heals as Ryushi down on the bottom side getting absolutely annihilated by the members of SR. SR have really found their footing in this day. It looks like they've started to come back into their full force of that champion team that they were last season. Ryushi is going to go down. Beautiful scale rush with TXJ to be able to claim that elimination. And even with TE at a disadvantage being with less players, still managing to pick up another elimination on a Shao. Taking all the... They're 3v2ing SR right now. Oh my goodness.
Bro, I can't believe it.
This is,
it's like a
this is that TE energy.
It's like Pitbull and Gracie and the Chihuahua named Annihilator, Razor, 8K, bro. These guys are no joke. Nothing to play around with. Don't let the looks fool you, bro. Even though they're at the bottom of the pool, they're coming out strong. They get a nice Nbpl, killing off NY7 from SR. Nice strikes coming down. He has another spear, by the way. He has soul release, by the way. So this means that he gets a guaranteed reset on his spear throw. He doesn't know it yet. He's like, wait a second, I got this on standby. What are we doing? He gets it, guarantees. Nbpl connects. We need to get this kill. 2.0 comes off. Rico is getting the V1 zipping. He gets another one going through. Oh my goodness. And TXJ just making it look like it's nothing. No problem. No how. He's got his F2 recast. Once he rises up to the top, boom. He scare rushes up. Doesn't matter. TXJ still looking to charge up the R&B. Woof. One Fong still has ultimate, by the way. He still has V1. He still has it ready to go. And giving a fair reset towards his opponent's Alliance, though. From the position of being at the best to the best, but now only leaving one alive. And SR Rico being the last one for SR.
Yeah, they managed to take down 2 members of SR in the 3v2 situation as they were down by a player for the entirety of the fight. They were actually down to 1. TXJ managed to get One Fong up, and I think that's the whole crucial winning point of the game. We now have that ultimate coming out. TXJ with the pick to finish that off, and now it's SR versus TXJ. And from the 1 player left remaining, the revive clutch comes in, and TE are going to take game number 2 with a phenomenal comeback. I was like, oh, okay, TE are done. They've got a bunch of kills. They're doing well, but oh my goodness, they got One Fang up. They might actually be able to do something here. Oh my goodness, they actually 3v2'd SR and just won the game.
Yeah, TXJ not joking around there, man. Could have been a fell swoop there for them, and having the audacity to still stick to it means that the spirit is high. So giving TE their MVP, winning the first round, winning out, for the fights, but then losing it near to the end and coming back with just 2 players left alive. One Fang making it happen, right? The zipping and giving the heal sustain. What's crazy is that TXJ just went full, full nana with the pole sword. Like everyone was getting smacked by it, no questions asked. Having that type of mitigation against everybody in these forces, and then once he gets locked into a corner, he procs up the Enor 1 ultimate. That was just too far. So for him to have everything lining up just the way he wanted it to, gave his team the necessary, just the win condition there.
Yeah, and I mean, they were looking really good. The comeback was incredible. Like, we barely see duos winning these final scenarios when there's 2 full teams. But they just let the other teams pick each other off, and then as soon as they came in to clean up those kills at the end, right, SR was already trying to recover. They jumped in. They managed to do a great job of getting those eliminations. I would have loved to see him throw the F recast earlier on the Enor ultimate there, just to get that extra elimination. I don't think he realized he had that off of cooldown because of soul release. But, adrenaline of the game, they managed to come away with the win. The beautiful ult from One Fang there to be able to keep them alive with the sustain of the zipping ultimate at the end. And there we go. Which hero was not picked by TE in game number 2? Was it A, Zipping In, which I just called that out, B, Hottie, C, Enor, or D, Syra? Make sure you drop your answers into the Twitch chat, and the lucky winner is going to get pinned And then all you got to do, whisper your UID to Naraka, and then will send you some very, very cool gifts.
You know, it's crazy. They should have, instead of putting Syra there, they should put Kylan. I think he would have been the best pick. He's the one guy.
They should have put Moxie. They should have put Moxie there.
That's crazy.
That would have been a good pick, because we are all Moxie at the end of the day.
All Moxie. Seen it. Witnessed. The only thing I was kind of worried about too was the fact that even though they're the SR, right, with them, it was kind of crazy seeing how close they came to being in that position to take first place. And then I was looking back in terms of the VOD, just like looking back, WBG also had like a close for wear moment. I mean, even though they got eliminated, you know, the game depletion was a really big hassle for them. Then OUG was able to pick up the Soul Bloom to kind of go off with SS, and then coming back into it was something that was kind of strong from just awareness situation, knowing how soon the person has perspired in the zone and how far you'd have to travel for that and which direction they ended up going. But putting this aside, first round on the BR, which is round 2 overall, is completed. We still have round 3 to work into, and then getting us that next round being within Morasal. We're going to be in Morasal at night. Rotation is going to be made apparent. I'm still looking out for the Shio comp. Crossing fingers. If we get a chance without RW being in the game today, we get another team trying to opt in for that. And then obviously when it comes into these Enor 1 comps, is it going to be the same exact deal? Are we going to get that as a mirror pick comp round? This comp is just way too sustaining, bro. You can get out of the dodge.
It's so strong. Like Enor with the reset and his health. Then you have the zipping with so much heal, and then the Hottie peel is just great. Like Hottie, I love seeing Hottie coming back into the meta. I wish we still saw him in solos, but you know, not being able to heal in your ultimate, definitely not going to be a factor to worry about in trios, but something that you're going to want to worry about in the solos format. So you know, it's nice to see how this comp's working out. The cube, you know, has been like a staple of a lot of these comps for a very long time. Like we saw the Hottie Kylan with the cube. We saw a lot of other comps that were using Cube Hottie to make, you know, really good escapes. And it kind of replaced Wu Chen in a way, if that makes sense. It's like it created an avenue for players to escape, but jump right back into fights. Whereas Wu Chen was kind of your one and done, pop the ultimate and we're gone. It gives this like a very similar feeling to being able to escape with Wu Chen. And I think it's looking good. But taking a look at our total score, 18 points total for TE, 14 for SR, 9 for Alliance and OUG. WBG going to be taking 8, Fun Plus Phoenix with 2, WFG with 2, and SS1 with 1. After winning getting second place in the game number 1, their Battle Royale sense just didn't really work out for them. I don't know why they did it. He has 2 monk jumps, and he jumps into the zone because he knows WBG's there. He demonks at half HP. Oh my goodness, it was just not the smartest play.
You know why I thought it was the case is that he thought his team was going to follow him up to try to create a bait and switch situation, because both of the other players were there to kind of show up, but then...
But it was just the miscommunication from the team was definitely not there, right? Yeah. And 1 second, I'm going to try and win this poll. A lot of people are saying A. Come on, guys. It was zipping in. It was literally the why are we calling A here?
Whoa, zipping in. Whoa, he's trolling you guys. He's trolling you guys.
We saw zipping on TE.
Did you see Syra though?
No, we didn't see Syra.
Did you look at the question, sir?
Yeah, so the answer's D.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, everyone's saying A though.
Oh my goodness, look who won. It's Jack Frosty.
Jack Frosty! Yo, look at this guy in the chat, bro. My man's goated, bro.
This guy's optimal.
Any negativity on his name. He's gonna sing you a Christmas carol and then wallop you, bro. You ain't gonna notice it coming. It's gonna happen. Anyways, replay's coming out here. TE taking the first fight. We were actually on here. And then all of a sudden, you know, we switched it up. We went to what? We went over to Imperium next for the next fight.
Yeah. Next couple of fights was Fun Plus Phoenix and SR and Imperium. How?
I like how we're just watching TXJ, bro. He's just the main character, bro. He got the claw. Every time I see him do that little emote, you know, when he does a little hand thing, I was like, yo, the claw. For TXJ though, yeah, I know this Firefly's here. What are we talking about? Okay, what's next? I'm watching TXJ. Like, what's the movement tech here? He got blue armor. Okay, is it just his RNG pull? Is that it? Is he just that much of a god, the macro god? We got to watch every single movement of his movement. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But everything comes down to this. Enor Wano. I love V2. It's not being used, but I love V2's animation. Boom. One thing that came down to it was when the first time we saw Enor 1 came through, V2 was being used in V1, but then they just realized, you know, why are we needing the teleport, bro? Why does that team need to throw a spear? Just go ahead, throw it out. And this is what I was talking about in this build. Soul Release, Title Upheaval. He had all the Jades of Destiny for that setup for Enor 1, man. And then having the pole sword, look at the damage this goes in ultimates. It went past the number bar, bro. 14,000. He's like, we don't have enough space here. 22,000 overall damage, 6 kills, has 5 assists, 2 kills before the first rebirth coming through, and then a little bit of healing. I don't know why that's coming down, because he just, manual heals, but still seeing him coming up at the cusp and getting the Jade that he needed to as most. I mean, that sword release is literally just a kill sender on the Inner One ultimate. Really underrated Jade for those ultimates that really have like a skill reset for themselves. There's not a lot to kind of come around. Supports like Zipian could also utilize it, but for the offensive guys, right? For those that really just don't have an innate cooldown, that's not like 20 seconds plus. That's where it really just starts to shine out.
Soul release on something like we have like the Xi Meteor, Xi F2 is a really good one that you like to see the soul release on. You can just chain that. All the players are down low. You just press F once, then you press it again, and just so well done by these teams. With that, when you're able to get like optimal Jades in a game, it just feels so much nicer, right? Like you're not grinding for every single kill as much, and you're able to kind of be able to step back and keep that momentum going. But speaking of keeping momentum going, we're actually going to throw to a break, and we'll be right back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back out here for round 3, coming into the NBPL for stage 1 losers bracket. My name is Severio, alongside with Seb. Man, Jimmy and all up. We got ourselves out to round 2. Pedora, Midnight, ended with a banger. TE comes back out, but then they come right back in, and no one was expecting that. And then all of a sudden, you end up seeing how strong TXJ's Enor 1 is in those dire situations, that with the multiplier, I should say, with the placement points that they come out with it, they end up going off on this round with success after round 1 versus, right, which gave them 8 points. Now they're going up another 24, basically, overall. So this comes down to no shock, to Nbpl. I think this is going to be leading into the next round to success. They get shuffled to the bottom for the pick ban phases, so that means that they're going to be at the bottom end. That means, maybe we get a chance in looking after Takeda to Mulch and Tianhai, or maybe we get a chance in looking at something else. They could be experimenting at this point, for all I know, considering how much of a lead they have already so far.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take a look and see at what exactly they're gonna be getting going. I think that lots of these bottom ranked teams are like, it's so unfortunate to see how fast they're going out, right? Like SS1 definitely had a misplay. They could be up there. Like they were incredibly strong in the versus matches. Their decision making in the last fight that really just ended it for them was not the most optimal. But you know, we can see them shake off a bad game. So hopefully we still have 5 games left to play. Or actually, it's only 4 games left to play now.
Yeah.
Wow, it's like, oh, we just finished our first battle royale. We have 5 games left. No, we've got 4 games left. So even less time for these bottom ranked teams to actually put up points. So it could be very well that some of these teams have already gotten themselves way higher. I mean, TE basically clinched off of game 1. Right, like if they keep a consistent scoreline and get 3 to 5 points every single game, they're going to be staying above everyone. They might drop to 4th place, but I think that they've put themselves in a very good standing to qualify for the. I believe the next one is not our losers bracket, right? It's losers bracket 2, and then we get. Yeah. Okay. So we get our losers bracket 2, which then they're going to have to fight through against our, we have our winners bracket, then our losers bracket 2, and then our finals.
Yep. Yeah. So then they go up against the losers of the winners bracket starting on Sunday.
And then the winners go to the losers against the winners and against the losers of the.
You guys getting it now, right? You guys, it's start formulating and steaming. It's like a chicken in a broil pan. You know, you're like, is it cooked? Did you even put the thermometer in? Because you didn't check. But you guys are getting into it. So this is going to be leading us into potential, right? Top 4, like we talked about, is going to be the limit. And if the testing comes down to TE, I mean, they could limit test like straight up. I don't even care. They could do. I heard someone made a joke saying, yo, pick Liam. TE shooting it. TXJ's playing it. Man, I look at those scrims. No one's picking Liam, bro. But this is post Liam patch. And they were saying that if they end up putting on Liam, I mean, this is the time to test it out, I would assume, because then they can test them out with teams trying to make it, make or break it. And they're going to be playing key comps anyways. So without anything on the line, don't practice in scrims. Well, with this, I mean, these are teams that are trying to make it in the first spot. So Liam, if you guys don't know, reworks stages, if you haven't played it for a while, he has been changed up a little bit. V1 having himself to be, there's 2 stages to it, where it's a recast, where you can recast it to pull anyone in the circle and between you and the circle, basically to you. The other part about it is that it stays up longer on the ground, right? 3.5 seconds before and also in solos, but now it's 5 seconds between duos and trios. And the other part about his kit is his F2. Now, he usually has a combo breaker that people utilize for F1. They would use that. But the F2 is essentially a magnet. It cracks anyone in front of you to you. Then you can summon a sword and do like 400 damage. So you can imagine that if they decide to use V1 or V1 with F2, you're just going in for a lot of self-sustain that you would normally see from certain characters. Shunwan is the easy example of that, but I think even better for a self-sustain type character that's damage dealt would be like Akos in V1 status, but we never see that in trios, right? So who's the next option after that? Basically, if he ends up going through with this, he could just be a self-sustained unit with CC control for 3 dashes and just start pelting with his teammates, such as with the Wei Shan or Shunwan. And then taking that out of the equation, that means taking the Nefarious Shen out of that pool and that mix-up.
Yeah, I mean, the Nefarious Shen has never been my favorite. I don't think that it's very optimal. Like, the problem is with Faria is if you make her optimal, she's going to be so overpowered. Like, the concept of her kit is really insane. So just putting the Nefarious Shen in lots of these trios comps, especially with the monk, you get the monk to drop out of the monk and then go into the turret, into the mech. It's a cool concept, but I feel like Faria is just not in a good place right now meta-wise. That there's so many more optimal routes that you could take. Like we're seeing a lot more of these more mobility transformers. So you've got your Yushan, you've got your Enor, you've got your monk, and now they have so much more mobility. Like Faria does have a bit of mobility, it just doesn't feel as controlling and as valuable as running like an Enor or a monk.
Yeah, I mean, the thing too is just like her rage retention, just dropping a beacon and still being able to build it up. It's good. It's a good tech to have. Just because you can be in ultimate focus casting it, it's just afterwards, do you need to have it for your teammate? Do you decide to pop it yourself? Like, that was usually her case. She drops it for her teammates later on after their ultimates or just in an emergency situation. But she was usually a pick phase, second phase team comp position pick. Seeing how Alliance is going to come up here. You're going to pick out the Wei Shan. We're going to see Justina's Viper, Syra from WFG. For Alliance, it's deciding upon who the heck they're going to bring out. Xunhuan, maybe with Justina, and then that's going to be their pick selections. This opens the door. We should be able to hold on towards this comp pick, since the Justina being chosen opens the Xunhuan for round feet.
And the third round, in the third round pick of the NBPL draft.
Boom.
Ooh, SS1 gonna be rocking the Cage comp with Syra and Viper. This could be an interesting one that we get to see coming out here, as Fun plus Phoenix gonna be opting to do the same. And yeah, this is starting to become more and more of the optimal comp play, as with all the changes that Akos has had recently in both of his ultimate abilities. They reworked Akos and then they just uber buffed him, and we didn't get to see too much of that play coming out last season and in J-Cup, just because like it wasn't optimal back then. But now with all of the new changes that we've seen with all of these heroes, it is definitely one of the top tier comps, right? So Sandformer is going to be the last one, and it looks like it's starting to slowly solidify, as even by losers bracket we're seeing the solidifications. I was thinking we were going to have to wait like another week to see the solidifications, but it's already looking pretty solid right now, as things are starting to kind of come through. I want to see more limit testing. I know that the top teams are going to be running different stuff, like the teams in the winners bracket, but I definitely think that there's a good chance for these teams to really shine.
Yep. So kind of going into that, right? Takeda into Mulch. I mean, that comp into TNI too. It's kind of crazy too to see that comp kind of holding the test of time, even though it was like an optional pick with them before. You know, used to have Ziping as a support, or even Valda, which I know that Hipran really enjoys seeing the Valda into that comp selection, just because of the strength of like, oh, the setup. But that was like in 2024, and they started using that a lot more, the TNI. Nowadays, it's like, you know, Valda won't be really much of a matter choice pick here unless you're going to go Wombo XD. But the other part about her is that if you end up seeing the Takeda, or at least the TNI, if he doesn't have a sustainer with him, he has someone who can sustain themselves, right? Takeda is usually the case. Forcing Ziping as well into that comp pick wasn't really usually the boldest choice, just because she was utilized somewhere else back then with the Zai and Matari. But then that really kind of started to evolve out of nowhere, and then seeing how that comp is now no longer in issuance with Zai or Matari with these 8-man teams. I mean, this is an 8-man squad that just, you know, you have to be smart with your optimal, you know, optional picks that you can get that works in the most optimal situation. Matari's not it. Even with the V1, even with the skill reset, and not having Zai there, I mean, there's no other skill damage dealer like those two, because everyone's just ulting. Everyone has their ultimates to kind of work off of that. Even Enor doesn't work with Atari as well as you might think, just because he needs to throw his spear, and if he doesn't, it's just him being stealthy and doing a little bit of damage. But here's our choices here, right? The skill selections don't switch up, except for Ryoshi rocking the V2 for that Wei Shan, as it stands to be. And then being on the mitigation side, everyone else is kind of running their standard choice picks on these ultimates. I mean, usually the only things that would be changed off would be like the Tumulches, but in this case, everyone rocking V1 for him, so that would be the case. And of course, seeing how to come down to it, a WFG on the Sans ult for WFG's Mist as the Viper is going to be our round 3 Morris Isle Knight rotation picks, and with the map selections in play.
Here we go. Running things through and running things up is going to be all of these teams getting in. Heart rates are already incredibly high for some of these players. Like, we saw 160 consistently from one of the members of IG, and it was getting a bit concerning. When they asked him in the interview, they're like, your heart rate was getting like dangerously high. Do you need us to call an ambulance for you? And you know, he said he was all good.
Yeah, never call the ambulance. But dying to pay $4,000 now. You kidding me? Let me sit here. Let me drop.
That stuff ain't cheap. So we're jumping in game number 3. We're already almost halfway through our day. I feel it's been going super fast. Like, I feel like we were on game 3 at like 2 hours later the other day. Because I mean, for me, it feels like just yesterday that
it was 6 o'clock. Yeah, my time is 6 o'clock. So yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's because the verses went by really quick. Round 2 went by kind of, not that quick, but like it went down to a cycle. Plus, it comes down to this, right? How fast your round versus goes through is how fast the day goes by. But listen, Game 3 begins. We're taking Fireflies by the Sun Cave, and it looks like Alliance were able to get at least one here. And it looks like Ryoshi was able to come through. Watching out for this Justina. She is going to full send it while he gets his Wei Shan ultimate. 2 Justina dashes for that into 3. And we're looking at this from the V1 Shuhan ultimate, connecting off. Ryoshi not able to find a target to lock down for this damage dealt. He does find her. He does find the Viper, but he isn't going to be enough to kind of go through. His teammate has to opt in to chase her, and he doesn't realize she was in the building the whole time.
There we go. Mist is going to be taking a lot of damage, but now we're going to see that Syra ultimate coming through. And we see the silence attempt coming up from Mist there. As we are going to see now Viper ultimates coming through. Will it be enough time for the stun to go away? But yeah, no, we're going to see the stun coming out. Ryushi going to get taken out here as a WFG's Xiaowen going to pick up that elimination. Now Alliance in kind of a tough spot here. Trying to see if they can regain their footing into the rest of this fight. And it looks like they are just going to try and scale away. Go to a buy here. Go for a bit of a reset. Revenge. Yeah, it might be cooked for them.
Might be? No, I mean, they still got 3 rounds. Maybe.
Well, yeah, I meant more this game. I meant more this game.
Yeah, because Ryoshi, you know what's crazy? I saw that tree. Did you think about that tree too? Were you looking at that tree? Why wasn't he going towards that tree to avoid the stun lock? Or the stun? That was my question. I was
a little confused.
I was a little confused. Sorry. First round, jitters. But the one thing about this is that WBG running through here, they lost Zhang in their first exchange, and they're actually getting still hunted down here, looks like. OUG actually running through their FPX right there. WBG separated, actually. LV on the western end of the Celestial region. Seeing how PP is going to be in this corner, though, you have 2 recast is coming down. He finds a nice armor swap within, but I don't know, maybe you might be pressure holding this, and then Double Blue focuses R&B, tries to get this out with the Akos ultimate, and doesn't connect it, and leaving down his one of the players that are behind. Water getting a stun in close quarters combat? No, there's no way. He gets 1, and that's going to be confirmation for the kill for SS. I lied, because like Zipping looks to save the day with that 1 F1.
As we're going to see the F come in, Baby using it end up going down as Water, picking up an elimination. Cube's going to come out for the other member of OUG, SS, XXJ, and SS. Both trying to get themselves out of this situation. The large Meow going to seal the deal for Fun Plus Phoenix as they managed to pick up 2 eliminations coming into this. This is the peak of kills that they got in game number 2. So hopefully they'll be able to do a little bit more coming out here.
You know, for Water getting into money time this late, though, this kind of comes into just a reset route and seeing where other players ended up. I didn't think anybody in Arson's... Who was the person that looted it? I'll double check that later. We are getting a nice silence, though, off of that Pole Sword Stolen Form. That's going to be LV getting the Zipping F1 to save the day. Again, I'm telling you, Zipping is just clutch up. Plus, talking about Zipping, talking about supports, there's actually a new support coming out later on this season. It's going to be fun. Seeing how this comes down, though, that's for a sneak peek. Water, though, puts himself right back to his team with the V2 Syra. Propping out here with the R&Bs, looking for the powerful dazzle. Can he get it? Look at that range, man. That range really just sets her up. But a pair like that, didn't even expect it to happen. Gets people out of the game. That's going to be a Moonbane Part 2. WBG leasing it out here for a minute and then seeing if they can get more players around after they looted up after the kill, because it looks like WBG, even after the reset, are going to go down one of their players permanently in the mix.
Yeah, it's unfortunate as it looks like Water is going to be able to clean this up as Fun Plus Phoenix pick up their 6th elimination, or 5th elimination of the game. They managed to claim themselves a few blooms. They've got their ults up. They're looking incredibly strong right now as they managed to wipe out both 2 members of OUG, 3 members of WBG, sending them all straight back to the Soul Altar. And I think one of them lost both of their lives, right?
Yeah, no, one of them did for sure. I think it was I want to say it was LV, but that's just because his position was way out from his team. So I'm going to say he was the outlier. We'll have to see. I think
he was the one buying Bane.
Yeah. Actually, no, he was the one buying Bane. It was Zhang. Zhang was the one who was permanently out there zipping. So he was the one that was actually fully eliminated for that point instance, unless they get the res passively, potentially. We'll have to see. That movement is pretty treacherous to try upon, especially when the team is waiting for other players to show up there for a fight. But then again, if they dipped out, they could potentially look for that res. We're going to have to double check and see, because I'm pretty sure WBG still has a Zipping on Soul Form, or on Remains. She's still on her body. I'm not sure if they're going to be looking to get their player to show up, but if he does get that res, we're going to have like a near 24-player lobby again. And
yeah,
they do.
Well, I mean, we've got a 24-player lobby right now.
She's back. She's back. That's crazy.
Wow. As they're chasing PP, they've managed to get themselves kind of a distraction scenario coming through here. As PP might die for this, though. He does have Enor ultimate available. He is running for the hills. Water just trying to keep that chase up on him. One grapple left to his name. We're going in the zone. Doesn't get the silence off. That's going to be unfortunate, as we are going to see that Enor ult as soon as he gets very low HP. There we go. Enor ultimate out. And this is where Fun Plus Phoenix kind of needs to make sure that they're being a little bit smart.
Yeah, like sketchy smart, you know, like knowing the risk but playing by the rules, you know, if that makes any sense. Because they know that if there's gonna be it's like if you're playing the risk of being in the zone, you got to play by the rules. Weakness escalation, it can only show up at a certain point in time. You got the vitality, just work it down. You got a Sire, bro. That's 640 healing. You can make it through. But it's about what's next. Because looking at the map, I don't see any ring. I don't see any Yang portal by that point. That's all the way up north, right? That's way out the way. In the Spirit Well, bro, where's the Spirit Well? Can we talk about it? I don't see it on the map yet, man. And that's going to be a big decision maker.
It's right by Sunwings.
Oh my, okay, so they actually have to go, that's like 700 meters. These guys have a long ways to go because there's only 6 rooms. So if they don't take the fight, this usually gets picked up immediately, like a snap of a finger, bro. Call me Maelstrom, bro. I'm a map that's never picked. The thing that happens next is got him. The only thing that happens next is just if they have enough time to look for just loot packs. There's nothing left in the west side of the map. Scatter shot's gonna be up for Rico. He's gonna have benefit descent for Zhao. Summoning shot for NY7. Actually, this is kind of peak. This is actually a really peak range Jade setup here for them. Seeing how they have a tumult and all, but they have to look at the weapons if they have it. Otherwise, SS1's gonna be another Romy Yang. Seeing how they have at least one purple, no blue armor. I lied, but looks like they don't have a choice here to take this fight. This Viper on the ground. Could she be the early Viper ultimate?
Yeah, we are going to see Monk ult coming out right away from SR's Rico. Cage coming down. One grab comes through. The double comes out. We get the slam. Are we going to see the Viper ultimate coming through? But he manages to get the stun onto 2 of these players. SR Xiao is going to be saved a little bit by his ultimate ability. And now we're going to see SR trying to make the comeback into this play. They managed to get the double grab right off the rip. We're going to see the flying knives come through. Big punch going to come out. F ability invested to try and avoid any extra damage. But Mian already down. Rico dazzled. And now SS1 Luoyi in the 3v1 situation, or 2v1 situation.
Oof.
Oh my goodness, unfortunate.
Deleted. Take him out to dinner and then let him pay the bill. That's what happened there, bro. It's over. Listen, Revenge, he's coming through here and gets an elimination on TXJ. This is a switch. Hold on a second. The RMB from Revenge drop down? Nah, he got baited. You saw that, right? You saw that one Fong was looking for the RMB release?
Oh, yeah,
Revenge's like, I take the pillar, bro. I'm out there. Look, he does it again. And he gets a successful hit off of Yuma, which puts him in a weird position. He's doing a lot of pressure here. No grapples in his name. Has no chance now with a combo breaker to break out of a setup. But in this position right now, the rage bar is at 50%. He's looking for a parry potential here. Not to be the case. We lost XCM. We lost the plot. This is going to be by himself. Parry like that loses the purple weapon as well. And that's going to be giving Alliance the victory, the purple armor, the gold weapon. Who this is going to go towards the Syra. Potentially, actually, not Syra, the Xunhuan. Benedict Descent picked up here. Gold Hong Sword is going to be that weapon of choice. And then looking past this, which direction do we go? Northwest? Sunwing's Rest is the only position I see that works best for them. WFG, whoa. We're doing an ambush. Oh my god, yo, replay, get that out of the screen. But we got to watch it. We got to talk about it. WFG winning the Romy Yang before to be continued against OUG.
As we're going to see Mist just waiting, holding the scale rush, seeing where these players are going to be headed out. And we're going to get the silence off. So immediately after that silence, we see the LT come out. And we are going to get SS caught out here. Beautiful peel from his teammates, but it's not going to be enough as Mist just keeping the pressure up. One of these members of OUG. Oh my goodness, what a silence. Perfect 2-1-1 off of the uppercut. And he gets it again. Is that Soul Shatter that we saw coming out there?
Yes.
As big parry. Oh my goodness, the focus. Oh my, the flying knives into another perfect 2-1. Oh my goodness, Mist. That was crazy.
Bro, this guy's goated. Put him on a team, bro. Oh, wait, he is already on one. Shot window gets parried off of this end. That's going to be a horizontal. And look at this. I was wondering about this ambush because the replay happened. We look at the results. TE doesn't break a sweat. They got one elimination off this end. And WFG are on the back end just backing away. Don't tell me they salty res for this. I would swear. We got to look at this. RMB comes out here. Maybe it's the Takeda Fury because he knows it's all out. The Syra ultimate, though, I didn't think it was up because look at Mrs. Viper ultimate bar. It is at 95 to 2 to 1%, 100%. We got it ready. There's a lot of walls here. He doesn't even want to use it because he has Vermilion. I'm okay with that. Cyril Smith, not even up, so don't even worry about it. So Shuan goes down here. TE gets rid of the Rummy depletion for all of their teammates. Plus, gold count, 30,000 Darkside coins, at least 2 purple armors if they haven't been sold out for the first rotation. Seen SR NY7 getting killed against FPX is 1 member down for FPX as it comes down. Actually, I think there are 2 players down. Actually, all 3 players are completely eliminated. This is FPX going out early. 5 eliminations down in 8th place. Kind of rough out there, Seth, man. My boys are like, they're kind of running this down, but we're going to switch on over to Ventai Temple. Obviously, OUG burning down the count, having them against SS1 and looking towards this man. Did he just teleport out there? Because I'm pretty sure he's out. Because looking at SS1's beyond, he's looking for the 1-2s, trying to guarantee this powerful dazzle for this Weishan, and this man is out of the count, but his teammates are somewhere around.
Yeah, Enor was able to just successfully dodge out of there as Baby U trying to keep up momentum, but it's just so much damage coming out. Neja's going to be able to come through in that gold focus, locking Baby U into place. That's going to be OUG taking some more. Fun plus Phoenix, they had a good run at the start, but they're already completely eliminated from this game. Confusing me quite a bit. SS1 still trying to cleanse that Yang depletion as they're looking to take that last member of OUG out. SS running for his life. We've got 1 grapple left available on the side of Mian. And, oh, how did he... Okay. He manages to get himself a rebirth charm in this moment. And he's going to be able to get through here. And it looks like Mian is actually going to end up dying. SS going to be able to bring back one of his teammates with 8 seconds left. Mian goes down. 3, 2, 1... And OUG's SS goes down at SXJ, the remaining member alive.
You know what's crazy is that, like, if they kept their position and keeping chasing him down, they would have sawn that man with that death and that Reaper charm just for Mian. And then they would have gotten the money anyways from the death. But the Reaper charms are purchased. They're made at parent. SS1 is making it happen here. 3 eliminations still. No Yang depletion is lit yet. We got 19 players on the board. OUG with only 1 player that we just saw going through for the rebirth. And now all of a sudden, this is really just 6 teams. A full 6 teams, right? Full 6 stack teams. Romy Yang's going to be showing up here in around 45 seconds. Seeing how SR is stacked on the mine. I need to see them Jades. We got Sunwing Shot Juggernaut on NY7, having Venom Tip for Zhao with the Windy Trinity and Benthic Descent, SR Rico with the Vajra's Grip, having the Aerial Ren, Velocity Untold. Apparently he has Overlord as well and has a Scatter Shot. So pretty nifty for what these guys have going so far in store. The first Romy Yang, second Romy Yang, it's all about what's going to happen at the end of the game, right? Even with those Jades of Destiny, you could go down with like just with the Instant Wonder of just getting caught by a single Wisp or CC control effect. TE, for instance, right? They had 1 good setup there for gold Jades, but this is all purple Jade territory from this point forward.
Yeah, and I mean that was an aura play there. You're like, I need to see the Jades, and then immediately they're like, all right, we're putting the Jades up for you. This is W production.
W.
SR, Shao, Rico, and NY7. I do like the addition of NY7 onto this team, but I do feel like they need to work on their synergies just a little bit more. As Rico and Shao, just they're not seeming completely confident in themselves yet. So with NY7 on the team, spacing wise and everything, it's just not looking like as optimal, I think, as they would like it to be, because I know that they're a top tier team. As we're going to see the defense coming out now from Rico to make sure Xiao Hao can't get himself grabbed up. Big jump going to come through. Zem going to get grabbed. We're going to see TED slam comes out for him. Oh my goodness, they almost had the regrab there. And onto that monk, or onto that, oh! Legendary Longsword 1.0 with the finisher onto Zem. He's Zem getting absolutely big parry coming out as well from Rico. Rico on an absolute roll. There's 1, there's 2, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The winners of this Realm of Yang, SR, beating out TE, the other top team, in such spectacular fashion.
Yo, Rico tearing it up 4 times in one night. It's crazy. He's going crazy with it. You know what's nuts, though, is that gold longsword beam, the horizontal, the fact that it connected off the liftoff, it's kind of rough. That's like 800 damage. No mitigation aside. I know Ryoshi's looking at this like, okay, where's my team at? Because Ryoshi's looking at Yuma. Yuma's like, I don't know what to do next. I'm locked into this corner. I don't know what to do next. But he comes right back in. This is that spacing we're talking about. Look at that. He comes right back at the right point in time. Having everybody to kind of corner this off means that this Wei Shan just got away with that. Healing off is going to come through for Yuma. He's going to have that reset. Shuan having the gold weapon. He still gets an armor heal. And of course, gotta love the dagger movement coming out from Xiaowen. I mean, from fist blade, I should say. Seeing how the launch comes out here, crouch LMB comes through, the fan's there to back him up, and the whole check for the parry in the backline doesn't matter. I think Ryoshi's the last one alive here coming through, especially with Xiaowen right there, right behind him. Seeing how the F1 from the Shunhuan, though, comes through. He's at 50% on the rage bar. We're looking for parries. We earned it. And that's going to be deletion right there. That's going to give Alliance their gold armor. That's going to be them picking up another gold weapon, their Jade of choice. I mean, not Jade of choice, but a Jade that shows up there. We have to see later on. Seeing how these two winners coming through here, SS1 on the outskirts, I had Noble Cave with the shrine in place. This is where they're kind of lurking, actually, more so. The Spirit Well hasn't been spawned in here just yet, if I'm not mistaken. I think WBG might be the ones to come through with it, but seeing how they got the Spirit Well doesn't mean it's out yet. They still looking to hunt down here for more eliminations. Alliance right now, 6 kills on the board. And then picking this down here, SR with 9, second and third respectively. But like I said, anything can happen. WBG are 9 points, 3 points, and they're already in 4th place by all means.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really good right now for them, because OUG with only 1 player left alive, and SXJ already getting hunted down by the members of SS1, who need to get themselves a little bit more pointage to get themselves on the board. Fun Plus Phoenix already fully eliminated as well. Very unfortunate for them. SXJ just going to hit Bell, making sure that SS1 can't do it to them. He is bountied, so we're going to see the trail into the zone, but no ultimate available. He has his F up, right? Then how many times will he be able to get that F out to heal up? But we could see maybe a solo ult opportunity there. We're gonna see the jump LMBs connecting. He's able to almost get the movement tech away, but the grapple checks are gonna come through. He's able to get up, moving and shmoving right now through Sunwing, as he's gonna try and doesn't go for the gold trove open to see if he can get an armor swap. The 1-2 is gonna come out. Mian gonna drop down, goes for the jump RMB, and there we go. SXJ is gonna go out, and SS1 picking up that elimination, as WFG now and TE both looking to cleanse that Yang depletion.
Yeah, 2 minutes on the clock for TE on this back end. What's kind of difficult right now is kind of seeing whether or not TE can push this further for 2 minutes on the clock, because WFG in the zone right now. I mean, like, this is still waiting for a spot to spawn, and an ambush might be their only way out. Talking about that, we don't even have a map check on bounty scrolls, now that I think about it. So that would actually be pretty fire right now for production to show that, because bounty scrolls right now is in the primo position. If they don't have one picked up already for TE, for instance, which they don't, they could look towards finding another player, another team to show up, but the only factor is that only one of these teams right now is going to have a buff, right? So if they end up getting one of those teams, that would be a chance for the cause of loss. For everyone else, it's whether or not they're trailing right behind. It's just a really enclosed area for them to kind of decide if they want to find another team, not like organically, or if another team finds them and they take the fight towards their face, right? That's the real outcome. Seeing how WFG are cycling counterclockwise on the circle, though, in the very center of the corner of the bits by Lake Yellowleaf, this is going to be where the next circle kind of starts to conclude. Furthermore, into this area, a lot of tree lines, a lot of line of sights that can be broken, so you can't really see things happening afar unless you start hearing things in the back of your head, as well as seeing the effects from different ultimates being casted from the distance, and looking at how heavy, how dense the forest line can be. You can see primarily where the line of sight comes through, where you'd have to take a fight, and you're seeing it right now. TE jumping into the face of Alliance over by the pagoda, and this is going to be TE's Fang's ultimate.
Oh my goodness, we're seeing the ults come out here invested. 48 seconds left. Revenge going to get himself grabbed up here. This is going to be pretty much a cooked scenario for Revenge. Oh no, we are going to see the ult combo break coming through here. Will he be able to get the grab onto the Shunhuan? He does! Tries to go for the double from Absolute Narnia. Revenge is going to go down though. Oh my goodness, what a grab on a Yuma. With the new monk changes, it's really just allowed people to be able to like continue to keep these grabs going. Oh, the tactical nuke. Oh my goodness, and he gets it. TE's one fang going to be getting brought so low. WFG's missed. Actually, WBG's LV. SS1's man with the drop down. Oh my goodness. SS1 with the 3-piece on to WBG. The big meow coming up from SS1's Louis. What a play to wipe out WBG into the A-Coast cage to take out the members of WFG.
Dude, that was nasty work. They're all grouped up in the Hong Sword Blue. Just, yo, Mion's gonna look over. Just like, all right, let's walk away from this, guys. Never mind. We're going right back in. Look at this aura form. They got to kill off of WFG for Ryoshi, and then taking the Soul Bloom into effect for their Viper. At the moment he gets it, Rage Bar starts to kick in. Another Viper ultimate from Mion from SS1. Due to all those Soul Blooms being picked up, that's an isolated stun. That's okay. We're gonna get her out of the game before her ultimate comes up here for Mist. And then seeing how SS1 almost died for Leeway over there by 1 HP, that Sire ultimate just comes up. As for Rico, his ultimate is back up due to his team picking up that Yang Spear Ball, unopposed to any other player, any other team, giving them all the loot here necessary. They find TE's XCM hiding behind a pillar. It's like a moment out of an anime, man. These guys just got caught out, and that's going to be their setup here. They're up to 10 eliminations, double digits in the game, tied up with WFG.
They had one Viper drop down, and we were like, oh, cool. And then Mian was just like, haha, that's cute. Watch this. And oh my goodness, it was absolutely insane as we are going to see the eliminations coming through even more. Oh, Wiz going to come out. Fu going to get caught out by that SR, just ready to go. As we're going to see the Akos cage coming through for the members of SS1 as we're going to try and see Fu scatter out here as all of these players need to back away. Oh my god, did the poison mushrooms hit? Did the poison mushrooms hit is the question. SR's NY7 full force attack onto the members of SS1. Louis is going to go out there. And yeah, this is the issue of the scaling, right? Is look at how stacked SR is right now. They managed to get themselves that Yang Spirit well, putting everybody else on the Yang depletion. They're going to clean this lobby up so fast. They're the only complete team left alive. WFG and SS1, the only remaining people from these either teams, and they all have the Yang depletion. Oh, Xiaowen's going to come back though. So we are going to get oh, we're getting both of them back. This is just kill farming for SR at this point though.
Really is. Now look, they're right there like, hey, what's going on here?
You're going to see the gray armors. They're just going to be like, all right, let's go in.
Yo, tempo check on that, man. They're going to be looking through here. They're going to find Rico looking for the chase down as well as looking at how Zhao is in there already. He's like, all right, bump it. Since Juan is going to be looking through for R&B, he got Syra. He can go to the sky, question mark, but he does get out there regardless. Just seen ultimate from Zhao comes through here. This is going to be a rough outing for this team. WFG really lurking in here. Jump LB to confirm a little bit more staggers. Zhao gets a nice, I don't know. I mean, he gets a refresh. He doesn't get any refresh.
Oh,
there
Zhao's carrying.
He could have gotten that double refresh a mile ago, but that parry.
Kills NY7.
He gets a little bit of time though. Does he have a little bit more time for one last dash? Right there, I see the lineup. Just do it. Just do it. Run it through. There's no dash. He does not do it. He's gonna be spacing up here. And Fu gets caught almost by the Hepa detach. The TNI ult comes out here from Rico, and the stun is kind of nearly guaranteed here for everyone. Yeah, and Rico gets fully focused fire here for the teams.
Wow, SR really messed that up. I don't know exactly like how this has managed to be happening. They fully aggressed into the gray armors, and it just didn't turn out into their favor. They got caught out in such an awkward spot. Xiaowen really facilitating some insane plays. Look at that, SS1's VN going down. The Xiaowen is just carrying this lobby at this point right now. Like he's going insanely hard on these guys. He's gonna get himself parried out here. So SR, you know, still with the opportunity to come back, but Xiaowen has managed to put WFG up to 12 eliminations on the board. He does have 2 Justina dashes left. Mist is gonna go out to the Bane's Breath as we see SS1 with 2 players still remaining on one side. Still no Yang depletion cleansed for their Syra. Xiaowen with the parry. He's able to get one. Dash going to come through. He manages to get the double into the reset. Double dashes up to get away. And now we're going into our last spirit. Well played.
And see, now this comes down to this. Oh. Viper, boom, stun. There it is, a tome. Strong. Parent. Parries from Fu, though. He's looking for that blue focus. He ain't releasing it. He ain't releasing it. Rico's rushing you down. Doesn't matter. This is going to be a spare well for them to kind of capture. But WFG Xiaowen, what? We're getting res off of Mist here? Are we seeing? Apparently not. It looks like Mist. Oh, I like he baited you. The silence, though, is good. Seeing how Fu is going to be holding this down. He is no way out. Double parry for blue focuses. Reap and sow the difference, dude. That's it. They're done. I don't think Xiaowen comes down here alive.
Let him get the res again. Farm.
Nah. Can't do that. This is gonna be a chance stuff for Rico, right? LMB, you tried. R&B though. Ooh, they even delayed the release off of that. He still gets caught by blue focus, and it's not gonna be a lot. But that raw uppercut, it's kind of tough. I'm not gonna lie. I think this is coming down to Fu getting headshotted out of nowhere, getting caught into the grab. Okay, so what are we doing about this? Because oh my god, the bow shot. That's enough.
Oh my goodness.
And that's it. Yo, these guys
goodness. That was tag.
Downtown, bro. They got the 3D tag.
They managed the comeback. They almost sold that, but they managed the comeback. And I think Xiaowen did an amazing job of being able to come back after that. Like Xiaowen made the best out of a bad situation, managed to clutch up quite a bit, and they were able to get themselves back on top with actually a decent amount of kills. But SR still going to take it in the end with the absolute phenomenal duo play from Rico and Xiao, from Rico and who's our other? It was Xiao Hao, not Xiao Wen. You know, and that's the thing. Rico and Xiao Hao going crazy together, but NY7, you know, not making the cut for. It's just unfortunate to see because, you know, the synergies are working well between those two because they won J-Cup together, they won EWC together. You know, NY7 is just kind of there at this point right now. It's you know, they're getting good, they're enjoying it, but he's definitely the new member of the team, and so it's going to take a minute for them to get really used to that. As we're going to see these players starting to get off the stage, congratulating each other after a very fun game number 3. As yeah, these Fun Plus Phoenix guys are definitely not too happy with themselves after that performance.
Yeah. This is what you're talking about earlier. This is going to be the pressure cooking point, man. This is going to be the end. I mean, mental-wise, right? Because you still got 2 other rounds going through for Big Band rotation. We got rounds 4 and 5. Then 6 is going to be the mirror comp round. So they have to play around the hotties of being no questions asked with the Enor. But putting themselves across the board, I mean, right now, the ladder, big time. The bottom rungs of it. For us, is also kind of seeing about, like you said, with Zhao and NY7 and Rico. I mean, Zhao and Rico, you know, hand in hand, no questions, right? But NY7 being new to the team, just trying to figure out his niche in there too. So after a little bit of a while, still kind of looking into that. They do have things down to a T, even with 2 players. That's all you really need. For us, though, I mean, that's just us to witness the history to be made if this team is going to be something that excels long term. Now, kind of getting us into there, though. I mean, let's bring it about. I mean, the Yang Spearwell being unopposed, right? Walk it backwards.
Both times.
Both times, bro. The thing is that no one wanted to take that ambush. They knew it too much of a risk. But it's kind of crazy because, you know, we've seen solos when a team or when a player doesn't take that Yang Spearwell, everyone getting inflicted is like a whole different ballpark. Like, what do we do? Everyone getting it stopped on. So maybe a mutual agreement's in order for that, especially for trios. I mean, that's why the teams walk in the outskirts of the circle to make sure to avoid that. And then all of a sudden, just coming back into it, they have buff, they have ult, they have ult refresh. We saw how you saw how it turned out, right? Rico coming through there with the ult and just like launching it down, and then nothing stops them from pushing them further.
Yeah, no, it's just like they exploded so fast out of that spirit while they managed to just, you know, jump into the lockdown with the Temi ultimate. They just came through. They just did so much, right? So it was really like explosive right off the bat. They caught a lot of these teams off guard. They managed to come through, and then when they see the gray armors on the members of WFG, they're like, oh, we're gonna go for this. They're gray armor, no ultimate available to them. They just got revived, right? They have absolutely no loot. But Xiao Wen on the Justina was doing like the most amazing job in the world of peeling for his teammates. NY7 does end up getting eliminated into that sequence just because of how great the freezes are and all of the third parties coming in from with the range shots and all of the other players from the other teams starting to creep in. So yeah, it was cinematic, right? The comeback was almost there for WFG, but we didn't actually end up getting to see it as SR was the ones to come out on top.
Yeah, it's kind of funny seeing WBG looking for what do you call it? No, WFG, them looking for an ambush on the outskirts, and then all of a sudden you look back and then they lost Shuan or they lost Xiaowood, and I'm like, yo, what happened? Can we get a replay on that? Because I'm wondering what happened on that third party excursion that they're looking for. But they got back. They came back with it. What's kind of rough though is kind of seeing when the outskirt teams after the Rum 2, for instance, comes into play, they just can't do anything. They gotta wait. That tiny time capsule though was exploded over in south side of Sunwing's Rest, right towards the tower pagoda there. Kind of working that down though. I was kind of interested in seeing those Viper ultimates back to back. I mean, no one looks up. No one looks up. I mean, things are happening down below, but then one Viper ult after another. That's kind of a rare case, considering there's only a limited amount of Vipers in that lobby.
It was I'm gonna ult. I'm gonna do a thing. It's cool. They got the solo kill off of it, and then they're like, "Oh, now I'm gonna do a thing. Watch this!" And they get the whole team kill off of that bat.
Dude,
that was really cool to see. It was crazy. Yeah, the lineup was absolutely insane.
Yeah, scoreboard check though. 12 kills, man. So going out in second, tough. 12 eliminations, 13 points overall for WFG. SR taking the first place with 19 points, though, by the way. So with 15 kills, 4 placement points. SS1 comes out in third, 10 kills, 12 points. Alliance with 6 eliminations in fourth with 6 points, 5 for TE, and then with 6 points with 1 placement point. And then FPX with 5 kills, going out pretty predominantly early in 6th place. WBG in 7th with 2, and then OUG with 1. Like I said, man, OUG, they're going through the ringer right now, man. Bottom of the leaderboard. part 2, man. I'm like, whoa. But talking about SR, let's talk about the stats on here, man. 17,000 damage average actually between the three, except for NY7. He's down below. He's at 13.9k, but still doing work as Takeda, right? Guaranteeing that the team has no problems with anybody pushing up with Blue Focus with the F1, and then just push back releasing on anything that comes his way with the V3. But pulling this aside here, Rico should definitely take the MVP here. Most kills, most damage, and then bringing this down here to the standings overall.
Here we go. Taking a look at our overall standings, the donut in the first game in our versus for SR has just not mattered to them, as they've managed to put up 33 points after games 2 and 3 have concluded, putting them above TE by 1 whole point. 32 for TE in second place, 17 tied for third and fourth is going to be WFG and SS1. So I think 1 and 2 are pretty much solidified with this consistency keeps its way. We've got 3 games left for these teams to put up points, but SR and TE have been running these lobbies. WFG just not having a good duels, not having a good versus, and their game 2 wasn't the greatest, but they started to climb in that game number 3. And the rest of the scoreboard, everyone having very inconsistent rest of their games here. So we're going to take a look at some of our highlights. Brought to you by us. Nobody else. You got the reference.
Yeah. Shots and reference. Yeah, it's coming through here for water from FPX to kind of work this through. And I know FPX is kind of like crazy with it, but then again, getting 5 kills, right, and then going down, we have to see later on, because looking at this, they got eliminated out here from SR. We're pretty quickly going through. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, these highlight reels, it's like throwing 2 energy drinks together and then throwing a little bit extra. Just a little bit extra like energy powder. They're going back to back with it. TE One Fong though comes down here for the slam down. This was an elimination spread coming from SS1 against WBG in just one fell swoop. And then obviously just like finishing up the party here. I mean, the Syra comes down with the Syra ultimate, but TE going down as well, as SR was able to find a hit on elimination, going down in 4th place. And then final fight coming down here, NY7 getting the kill off of SS1, pushing them to 3rd, and then SR going down in 2nd. Or actually in 1st, as WFG were trying to run it through here. Now Zhao Wen, line of sight on these dashes were working crazy. I mean, he got the parry, but the body auto aim just stopped him in his place. And then worse for wear, Mian was caught lacking that one single hit on the tome, putting him down. SR Rico holding him, not even looking at the zone, pushing him back, getting elimination, slowing him down, and putting themselves up to 1st place.
Yeah, creative play to come out at the end there too. It's like, you know, it's a lot of situations that we don't normally see in pro play, because a lot of the scenarios are usually the same, right? So I love when we get to see the creativity start to come out, right? It's like, oh, you do end up getting the grab. We used to see so many less grabs. Like the grabs are kind of like, it's more just like now as a monk, you're expected to hit those good grabs because you're able to hold and charge up the grab. The timing is so much more consistent. Like everything has been made easier for Monk. So if you're not getting those grabs, you know, there's something going on. So he manages to get the grab off of the dodge. Like he's doing a good job, and he's like, oh, what am I supposed to do? I have a Syra in ults in my hand. If I throw her right away, it's not going to be enough damage, so I'm going to keep her in the storm. And he's like, hey, I got a bow. Shoots from Narnia all the way from downtown. Steph Curry with the 3.
Your basketball.
Yeah, just pow.
Moon,
down the line, just popped him. And then the punch to seal the deal for that elimination. Such a great play coming out from them to finish that game off. And it was a good effort from SS1 to try and come through. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of which, we've got an interview coming through for you guys, and we'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now our player is standing here, and let him say hello to our audience. Please, 先跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 TE 小恶魔。
欢迎小恶魔来到我们的赛后采访 ，Welcome to our post-game interview。好，我们也知道小恶魔其实这个赛季也是加入到了 TE，so we know like this season you join in the team TE，and I would like to know so how it's cooperated right now。那我首先肯定要是问一下了，我们都知道啊，三排当中谭旭杰是我们三排严厉的父亲，对吧？现在跟兄弟们磨合如何了呢？
磨合还可以吧，可以，还可以。
还可以的话是准备，比如说100分是满分，可以打几分
？80分吧，还在努力当中。
缺的20分，你觉得在哪里呢？
在比赛里磨练吧。
可以，我们也期待一下接下来的一个表现。Okay, so for me, I think we are cooperate just like so-so and like good, and because I will give it like 80. 80 score, and because the left the 20 is because we still think we need to train more like in the game, and after that maybe we can improve a lot. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下今天有奖问答的题目是什么。So we can see the question now on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box after our player counting 3, 2, 1. We will take a screenshot. A lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, let's see. Today's question is, which hero did XEM use in the game 3? 这道题目呢是在刚才这把比赛当中，小恶魔自己用到的是哪个英雄？我们说回这个比赛当中 ，let's back to the matches. Like in the game 2, you know, you guys like won in the realm beyond. It's really excellent, and I would like to know so how you guys just communicate at that time. 特别想知道的是刚才第2把的那波回阳真的打得非常精彩，跟 OUG 的那一波，当时其实在率先掉人的情况底下，还是拿下了这波回阳，当时队内是进行了一个怎么样的沟通呢？
就当时就说别急嘛，有操作空间。
当时怎么去判断说我们不着急，有操作空间就可以拿下对面的呢？
因为当时，他们也被起火的时候，我们也打掉了对面老虎嘛，然后就2打2，就说不急嘛。
确实是的。Okay, so for us, like we communicated at that time is like, we just like don't be hurry and maybe we can win the realm beyond, because when they just focus on TXJ, and for us we also like shut down their teammate, and that's why we think don't be hurried, then we can win the realm beyond. 但说回来，其实还是觉得你们33的能力真的非常强，从第1把就可以看得出来，也是要再次恭喜一下第1把是成功的拿下了。Okay, I think all players prepare and let's start counting. 我觉得应该小恶魔准备好给大家发出福利了，对吧？那接下来我们用英文说一个3, 2, 1，好不好？来，请。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请小恶魔给我们公布一下这道题的正确答案是哪个呢？
答案是 C。
Yeah, the correct answer is C, and congratulations, our lucky guy. Okay, at last, because the new season we have the new rule for the Trolls game, and I would like to know, so for you, for yourself, you think this like new rule in the Trolls game is like good for you, or maybe it's positive or negative? 那这边想问一下，其实我们新赛季的这个3排规则，我们的选手们也是在努力的适应过程当中。小恶魔对你来说，你觉得新的这个赛季新的规则对你来说是有好处还是坏处呢？
纯削弱啊！NBPL 独狼王给削了。
I think it's really negative for me because I think in the Trolls game I'm like solo is really strong in the game, and for me because I'm not only like good at one-on-one fighting, but also I'm good at like operate to the end. It's like really negative to me. 这边看得出是对这个赛制还是觉得是有一定的削弱，还得在这个赛制之下去磨练一下自己新的能力，然后去更加的进步加强，是不是？那我们期待一下你的表现了。那后面3把加油，好不好？Okay, cheer up for Team T, and thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I had to swallow there for a second. But
Hey,
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League 2026 Spring Split. We are in our losers bracket for trios today, or day one of losers bracket. But ladies and gentlemen, we are bringing you our game number 4 in just a second. And off of 1, 2, and 3, wow, the pace for the day has been incredibly quick.
It is. No, it's been like, dude, this thing is going crazy fast. For instances that we saw from before, I mean, we didn't even get to the last Spirit Well, right? We saw the kill at the final Spirit Well, but not like after the last Spirit Well. Everything started to conclude after the Ying Spirit Well that spawned in, but the fight wasn't even nowhere near that in round 3. That thing was away from it. For everyone going out here, though, for you guys, if you guys are missing out, this is the second round that we just concluded for the pick bans. We're now into round 3 for the pick bans. It's going to get us into Hollow Starry Night. This is going to be also the second to last Firefly map. We only have Fireflies during the pick ban rounds. So once we get to the Mirror Comp round, it looks like to be it's an Enor Hottie zipping, wombo there. That's going to be happening. I'm just going to be like low tier god singing, bro, just out of nowhere. It's going to be happening if anything else shows up to be predominantly picked in the first 2 phases. But I highly doubt that. So getting us into the scoreboard so far, TE and SR are taking it by the bullhorns, right? They are pretty much cooking up in the scoreboard. For what we have right now, 33 points for SR, 32 points for TE. WFG with the 17 points as well as with SS1. And not too far behind with 15 points on the bottom half. Alliance with 15 points. OUG with 12. 10 for WBG. But FPX is taking a push for the worst, right? They're overall 7 points with only 3 games remaining to make it the top 4. And the teams in the top 4 are just nothing to scoff around. They already, at least majority of them have, actually all of them have at least a double kill game or a double digit point game going forward.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate that some of the teams with that are on the bottom side, they don't have any double-digit point games, right? 9 is like the max that we're seeing from 5 through 8. Alliance and OUG managed to pick up the 9, right? And we see Alliance getting 6 in game number 3, but it's just not enough to combat like how many points that is getting put up by the top 4 teams right now. So it's really hard to keep up with the teams that keep breaking away, and then you're also trying to make sure that the teams that are underneath you aren't catching up to you. So you're in like a very unique scenario in the middle of the pack. Like you have to watch out for the people that are below you. You have to watch out for the people above you. So every decision is just going to be 10 times harder. And I think we're going to see enough people sort of falter when it comes to that top middle section. Not the very, very top, but like our 3, 4, 5, 6 spots are definitely going to fluctuate. I doubt 7, 8 will change too much, and I doubt 1, 8, 1, 2 will change too much.
Yeah, I mean, valued denial. I just thought about that. Being able to deny teams that you know who are in a specific phase and knowing who they are. Exactly, that's how the formula's been with the big bands. You kind of understand who is going to be picking what, since it's going to be in selective motions. So for anyone choosing something different, it's up to them to kind of hide the position in terms of the pick bands from the usual suspects. Because phase 1 is 2 teams, phase 2 is 2 teams. Those teams in general are going to be able to notice who's going to be what by the time that those bands start to calculate into the select system, so them not to be able to choose, because then they'll realize anything else that is chosen is going to be the opposing forces that are going to try to capture them, right? Trying to lower their position. So they can't have that. They can't have that going on their turf. No. This is going to be where they find out what's going to be showing up next for any sort of comps. Akko's Wuchen Testa is a composition that could show up here as like a way to like mirror it out. Anything between that could just be the strength of the Takeda, Tumult, the Tianhai. We can't drop that. Right? That's a comp that can't be dropped at all. So they're going to be looking out for those comps, especially if not within the last phase, but the third phase, I should say. They're going to be looking at teams 6 and 7th place.
Sorry,
I knew it. I saw it. I was looking at your camera. I was like, "This boy better not be doing it."
I'm about to do it. I'm about to do it. I was about to do it. I had to, just for the memes, just for the vibes. Players in like 5, 6, 7, and 8. But I'm too young for this. This is for this community, man.
You get that.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I apologize. Formal apology. As we're coming through, game number 4 is about to start. Predictions, serve. I need a hot take prediction. Do we see any underdog stories coming to light in game number 4?
I mean, OUG underdog story potentially. I mean, so they don't get knocked out. That's what I'm hoping for. I want a pop out game from OUG, to be honest. I know that they're not really that bad in position right now, especially being in 6th place, but I want them to have at least one pop-off game where they don't have to worry, you know? And then that has to be this round. It's a Hollow Rod, something that's really strong for them because they love taking into the Salvation podium fight. So that first fight, boom, done. Get the gold weapon, walk out, right? No questions asked. Maybe with 6 kills, maybe with 3 kills only, but they'd have to get that podium fight going on just to ensure that they end up with the puzzle done and then they end up going down north or south. Usually they head down south though, because now, like, listen, like Fireflies in Dusk is sometimes varied now instead of it being guaranteed for like some locations for Firefly drops. So for Starry Night, there is 4 guaranteed Fireflies below the Fortress of Kaviani, which is a big wall in the southwest by Medtop, that big fortress. And that thing is kind of susceptible for where teams need to go for and drop. If not off drop, they go off on that end to reach into Moneytown. And OUG, they're guaranteed to go from Spearwell or from the Salvation Podium. It's going south, right? And that's a real trek of that's a real, you know, business plan for them to go through 3 to 5 business days. They go down south though, they'll end up finding teams that are already taking skirmishes off the charts. So for OUG, it's up to them and working it out with SXJ, SS, maybe you, forcing themselves way out of the cumbersome position of 6th place just to make sure they're in top 4 without a doubt.
Yeah, and it's really the name of the game is get yourself into that top 4, right? It does, like, standings doesn't really matter when it comes to losers bracket. Standings not mattering too much when it comes to the winners bracket. Like, if standings matters when we go closer and closer to the finals. But as of now, if you're top 4, you're safe. So
big time. I mean, the thing is that SS won in 4th place, right? Tiebreaker spot.
Yeah.
Right. They're the gatekeepers.
But they're tied for 3rd and 4th right now, so technically they're both qualified, right? But we're gonna see the teams that are just a little bit underneath them. They're also gonna have that strength to do just that much better, if that makes sense. Like they have the potential to pop off over them. And as we're gonna see our hero picks coming out here, it's Alliance and WFG first, SS1 and FunPlus Phoenix second, 3rd is SR and TE, and OUG and Weibo Gaming taking up that last spot. The new player pictures, all the new jerseys, all the new like color schemes and themes, the OUG and SR's jerseys are sweet. YZG is just in a league of its own, right? That's the S tier. The A tier ones, definitely TE's new jerseys, SR, OUG. I haven't seen the new DRG ones yet, which I'm really excited for. Alliance, yeah, it's okay. Take it or leave it, honestly.
Yeah, black and primary black, and then like with the willow green. Yeah, they changed that out, man. I liked it when it was all white, and then they had the green outlines. I made it kind of apparent, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Still,
well, everyone else went white base this year. Everyone, like, Alliance was like one of the only people to do white base jerseys.
Yeah.
Right? And then we finally got in like, oh, everyone's doing like the lighter color of jerseys with a darker jacket, and now I guess they are all wearing their jackets. We haven't seen the actual Alliance jersey. But, yeah, like if you look at OUG's jersey, that baby blue, the Dynaco blue with the white, oh my goodness.
I mean, when you mentioned that today, too, I was like, yeah, he's not right. He's not wrong. But the thing is it's pretty bold. Bold color selection, too. Like, bold in terms of, like, the lumen when it pops off. But, listen, this is weird. First phase was actually a 2 split comp, so then this opens up the door for the second phase, which kind of recedes it back to just 2 of each comp. That could have been a triple comp pick in some cases. SR and TE though are next, and remember these guys are the top 2. So regardless of anything, with 30 plus points on the board overall, I mean, these guys are going to be the ones who are going to really lock down who's going to be in the first phase, and then they know exactly who to watch out for in 3rd and 4th, and who to expect for game 4 or for round 4 phase. Actually, this is probably the best phase to be in if you're a team that's like looking to deny and understand who is in where and which position. Saying how they go into Justina, Shunhuan, Weishan, that's to understand that this Akos, not this Akos, but the Sire Viper band means that comp is in selection, so they know where to kind of bring out the Weishan here. And then seeing how that comes onto SR, they're going to bring the exact same comp in response. Building this up though, I actually think 3rd phase is the best phase to be in, to be honest. You understand who is in which positions, and since there's like 6 other teams for you to decide upon, technically 7, you'd be able to go through for every single one of those guys. See, this is where I was thinking about the Akos, Wucha, and Tessa. But the Akos coming through here for WBG, if they bring this out, they lose on the Takeda to Mulch. So this is going to be their real big synergy. Like, this is a comp for the Akos, Wucha, and Tessa, real assassination type stuff. Like, they got to look into those Fireflies to run it down. The moment they find that Firefly, it's going to be given to the Wuchen. Because Tessa's going to already have Neutral Rage, maybe Akos. but that Wu Chen needs to start building up that as soon as possible just to dip out of fights.
As we're seeing now, all of these players locked in, ready to go. You know, making sure everything is in tip-top shape for this next game. And this is sort of like the make or break section of the game, as we've got 2 more games after this one to play. 3 and 4 back to back, or 4 and 5. We're gonna get our games, and then I don't know how well these players are gonna perform in 4. If they do well in 4, I think we're gonna see the consistency carry over for these lower ranked teams. Yeah. And they might be able to clutch a comeback. But that being said, these top teams like SR and TE are looking incredibly strong right now.
Yeah, they can play passively too. I mean, their Weishan, Enor, their Weishan into Justina comp, that's pretty that's not like a chance comp. Like, you'd be able to mitigate through a lot of things on that composition, such as when the Viper shows up there, you can basically have the Weishan to ult for that. And if the Syra ults, Justina can dash out, come right back in, right? Shunwan's there to kind of, you know, seal the deal for both sides if he needs to tap dodge and just start moving. But bringing into what WFG and SS1 is to the table, right? Their type of comps that come, their comp specifically that comes down to it, is that if it comes into Spotlight, right, for SS1 to kind of work through the Akos Viper into Tessa, that they have to delete whoever they have to delete and then work on worrying about the third parties if they end up with that position, because they can't really back off. There's no reset. The Syra is the only point of reset. There's no way for them to go back out of the fight. They have to full commit.
Yeah, and that's like, I think one of the issues with this composition, like, is like you are forced into every single fight you take, right? Like it's like you're all in or you're out, right? Like you're done. So you have to be really selective of where you do choose to put yourself on the map, where you put yourself in different scenarios of fights, and like you have to be constantly watching for the third party, because your escape tech is Justina can run away. That's about it. Oh my goodness. We finally have, I think this is the first time that we've seen green heart rates on the board. I didn't even know that they could go that color. We've got the most relaxed man on earth in WBG at 76. We had another one, but it went right back up to 80. Most of them are hanging out in the yellow to red zone, which is, does it go black? Like, can it go that high?
That's crazy.
I don't know.
That's crazy. Black?
We just get it.
Talking about levels. Flatline levels, bro.
Yeah. You know the reference. As we're going to take a look at some of our spawn points, City of Tang getting a couple players around the outskirts in the gold zone. Matab getting the same treatment, as well as Podium picking up a couple of teams. And on the top side, Bloom Castle is going to see its fair share of skirmishes, as it will be one of those ideal rotation spots. And I do believe we have one team dropping there right off the rip, as we're getting ready to kick things off for game number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Caster Seb, joined alongside Severio, as we're going to be taking things off to look at the first scrap off between TE and WBG.
Forcing this fight, though. Look, Zhang already got purple armor, bro. He's at 50%. There's no other Fireflies. He has to take this fight. Yeah, it's gonna come out online, but the Weishan TXJ, this is a natural cause for deletion here if he walks in face to face with that. T's Woof One Fang, though, is having these nunnies to work. LMB catches up the uppercut. We gotta look for this great sword. Tessa Chen catches 2 for 1. That's a deal. That might be a chance for either One Fang for a trade-off, because it's now 2v3. But the moment this comes out here, apparently it doesn't come out to that. They find a 2.0. They find the Justina dash. They find the F1 from it, and One Fang, or Jiang can't even get an ult for his life. He is getting juggled. The Tessa F1 comes out. He's got an ultimate. He locks it in, and now the Shunhuan Li ultimate is used in conjunction for it.
And they weren't able to get the pick off on the Jiang, but LV is gonna go down. They're all locked inside the cage. I believe he's got a couple of jumps, and they're going to try and track this down, but I don't think they're going to be able to, as Water going to get the pick off onto Fu, with the little ballista action coming through. Mion is also getting tagged, and it looks like Over wants to get into this. And Bumpus Phoenix has actually had very good off spawns. Every single game they managed to pick up a couple of eliminations, but this is the scenario they get themselves into, is they don't pick up all 3. They don't get like all 3 kills. They don't manage to get themselves like the best loot. Speaking of the best loot, OUG, Baby U with purple armor. Blueberries on the side for SXJ and SS, but we see purple armor, or purple weapon for Baby U as well. And we've got the Golden. Yeah, they do this to charge up faster.
Yeah.
Somebody told me that was a lie.
What? Who told you it was a lie?
I think
Name drop them right
because
now.
I said,
Name
"Oh
drop
yeah,
them
do this to charge up faster," and I think Duncan was like, "Seb, that doesn't actually do anything."
Oh, you mean the weapon swap?
Yeah, they're weapon swapping to charge up faster.
No, that doesn't charge. I thought someone said the Firefly doesn't do anything. The Firefly cage doesn't do anything.
No. Doing the alt cage and weapon swapping when you do the alt cage.
No, that's just figured trigger happy, you know.
Trigger happy? Okay, no. My bad, Duncan.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 vertical. Yo, what's this? Whoa. Yo, I was about to say, who's allowing Kiki to not die here? So that comes down to Kiki's burning V1. Perfect. Yuma, though, are we for real? I mean, I'm noticing that he was looking back forth, but he gets a beautiful impale. This could be a one. Oh my god, the R&B Hung Sword. Couldn't be anything else but the Hung Sword, man. That thing moves you forward way too fast. And over should be over, bro. He should be dead. He's bomb dashing left and right. Zipping F1 comes up, and the double LV confirms Yuma doesn't get any marks on anybody, unless he just double dashes out here with an LMB delayed release and then confirms it off of this. But that armor swap was kind of fire from Kiki, I'm not gonna lie. Still coming back in with not a lot of HP, keep himself alive. The F2 comes through for the recast. It's R&B from Kiki, but the 1-2s from Ryoshi is going to confirm the kill. Water going to go down here, even with the combo breaker. Mind you, this is over by the trenches. Bell check is going to be happening here in a second. But these guys are at like around 27,000 Dark-type coins, or 23,000, 24. This is going to be up to them buying an armor, maybe a weapon of choice for one of the teammates, because now that they got one purple armor, having 2 before first row Yang is a huge boon to have.
Yeah, no, they're doing a great job. It's SS1 now. We're going to be taking a look at them. They got themselves some pretty good loot, some good goodies going on in their section. Blueberries all around, but I mean, it's better than gray at the moment. And they're looking for some purple stuff. Can't seem to find it. The Gold Trove RNG not loving them today. Is OUG's pretty sacked on loot. But they are still no kills on the board for them. We've got 3 for TE, 3 for Alliance, 1 for WFG, and 1 for Fun Plus Phoenix. Looks like, we're going to see the big meow coming out there. Perfectly dodged by Shuwan. Luo Yi with the 1-2. Overhead's going to come through, and Mia, oh my goodness, what a lockdown. Inside the building, we're going to see Mist go down. No Viper ultimate is going to come out for them. And now we've got them. They're stuck in the Akos cage, but here comes Xiaowen on the Justina. Oh my god, they put the silence onto him. What a carry. Oh my goodness, what a combo into the parry onto the other side onto Shuan. This was an incredible sequence of just keeping these players from WFG juggled up into the air. He tries to go for the armor swap, but there isn't one there. He gets the focus, a follow-up to dash away, and the 1.0 is going to connect. Now on the other side, Mist looks to have come back on the Salty Res. 1 HP in a dream right now. He's trying to get Mian out. He has that Viper ultimate available for him. Syra ultimate's going to be coming out on the backside. SS1 might be in a pretty bad spot. WFG has the comeback potential here because they have those ults available. Silence is going to come in onto Luo Yi. The 1.0 release is going to connect. Mist just needs one shot, and the jump LV is going to connect. Now Mist coming through. We're going to see the Syra ultimate from the members of SS1. Will the stun come through? And he gets one. But Fu is going to be able to peel for him. Shuan now trying to come in and get some chip damage in as Mian's going to get brought incredibly low. Silence comes out. Does it connect? I believe it did connect onto Fu. 2 charge is going to come out from those fist blades. Mian with the silence. Big parry going to come out. Mian with the parry. Mist is going to get absolutely obliterated as the members of SS1 are going to emerge victorious from this fight.
You know, it's kind of crazy. I was kind of worried about this Viper F1 and going. So here's the thing, right? Like F1 Viper is blue focus or gold focus, so it allows for you to mitigate through the blue focus in any multi-release weapons, fist blades, dual halberds, stuff like that. You can get a parry within, right? I was kind of hoping to see that in the moments that led up to the demise of WFG, but WFG kind of stand out there for high risk, high reward with that salty res, because then all of a sudden turn the fight around. However, SS1 comes back, with their salty res off the Akos. So bringing this back here. We're looking into this next, right? We're looking into the Romyang one. This is, like we said, OUG working out the entirety of, well, I mean, look, they worked the Salvation podium down, and they looted all the south side. And now they're going into the Romyang with 2 purple armors. I mean, this is pretty snag. I mean, they got purple jades as well to kind of work through. The Xian Hai Takeda comp really works off of scaling, but with no eliminations whatsoever. So, Jade's in question. SS has a Palm Lightning. Baby U has an engraving with a Stamina Strike, actually with a Cyan Fang, as well as a Reva Bomb Shot. If he has his dual flintlock, see if he decides to bring that out. Seeing how he has with the engraving. It's kind of crazy. Or actually, no, that's a jabbing. So the fact that he has a jabbing on this gameplay is kind of crazy if he finds a staff or if he has spear, he wants to convert it. First opponents are aligned, so almost equally as a stack. 2 purple armors, 1 blue armor. They took those fights earlier that we saw over by the trenches and then allowing for them to kind of purchase out that second purple armor. The only thing they got in their hands is a Sunwing shot. That's it. That's all the specialty they got. All by skills alone will they take this fight against the bruiser comp such as the Sandformer.
Yeah, Sandformer going to be coming out just doing quite a bit of work. It's just like, look at that, the one like low grab, the amount of damage that it does to Yuma. Look at his health bar in the ultimate, and this is what we started to see as kind of a counter to that Enor, because he is so powerful, but he is incredibly weak in that form health-wise. We are going to see the D-ults coming out there. Yuma now trying to take the fight against SS. He's able to get a few combos coming in here, as we are going to see 1.0 release doesn't connect. SXJ now on the backside trying to prevent his teammates from getting caught up in combos. Now he's got Temi ultimate available for them. We're going to see the resets coming out as they do end up holding this back off here. We've got the Temi, we've got the Hottie coming out as well. I do believe that is the ultimate being used by the Zipping as well. These players are going to be getting a lot of HP back at the moment, as that's why they opted to go for the heal. Big Palm Lightning going to come in. Parry's going to come out, but no punish damage coming through. Big Parry going to come out on the other side. SXJ with the jumping LMBs. Big Parry going to come out. Double Parry comes through, but the dodge damage comes out, and they're not able to get the punish. Jump LMBs comes through. Focus follow-up carries SXJ onto the backside. Forced to use the bell. Now he's at 87% on his ultimate, so he could maybe drop another ult. Big cannon shot's going to come in. Oh my goodness. The members of OUG not looking too good right now as they're all getting cleaned up. Yuma has his ultimate back. This is just not a good situation. And now OUG has been left to falter at the hands of Alliance.
Yeah, melee the grab comes down, but this is mainly a timeout, I believe. Whole grab comes down here. He can basically catch this on his 1.0 if he sees a 2.0 release, even better. There's one grab. He ain't gonna allow a double melee grab. That was a crazy feint. If he got that melee grab, wait a second. But this is not gonna work out. They have enough health to survive this. Both teams going out first round, man. Crazy business. Double Yang depletion teams, by the way. Seeing how this fight's going off towards the IC Shard Lake, SS1 takes their engagement against TE. TXJ already on Weishan ultimate, already lying down with Mion. Mion couldn't catch a break. My man got a lot of blue focus to his face. I think a Kabloom is in play here for TE. TXJ gets elimination. That Soul One's gonna be his. The deformation comes out here as One Fong just really couldn't do anything but except for FFPX chasing him down. He gets a nice release though. And now he's gonna burn out the Enor 1 ultimate. Where's that spear going, my friend? He finds a release on TXJ. He gets the Nbpl. We gotta blow him up right now or never. And look at his HP bar. He goes down to zil nothing. And then the Yang depletion with the Forbidden Seal. What's gonna be the case? Are we gonna chase him down? Yes, we are. We're deforming out our ultimate and we are rushing them down.
Yeah, they need to get these eliminations to get those blooms. So we're gonna see F ability invested. Big double parry. Was that double? Yeah, only a double parry for the member One Fang here, as we are going to see. It looks like their other player who they did manage to eliminate has got himself back up into this game. SS1's Fu trying to just back off of this. Oh, this is TE Zem on the backside. TXJ is back up. As Fu is going to get parried up. F ability invested. He's trying to get away for as fast as possible. Water going to be able to clean that up with the Hottie ultimate. Now we're going to see TE trying to jump in on this third party. Cube is available for members of FPX if they need it. Plank going to come in now over. Back in the Enor ultimate, ready to lay some waste to the members of TE. Oh my goodness, the tree grief is so unfortunate there. You're going to see the peel come through. He's attempting to peel for his team, but Kiki just gets obliterated. As Over still trying to go for the peel, and the Enor just not optimal there. Missing that F, missing the recast in this ult just did not help him at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna say a Rico though. Oh my god, kill elimination on Water off this end. Gets the Soul Boom too. He needs one more for his teammate, which is gonna be NY7. Where is my man? He's looking at this freeze though. Nice. Oh. That was clean. That was clean. Couldn't even deny anything else, you know. Too far. Yo, the SS1 though, lurkers, man, these guys are in the chat just like waiting it out, but nothing's gonna let them reveal themselves until they're absolutely certain all the ultimates have been expunged. Seeing how this is coming down to FPX, like I said, Alliance, OUG, they're on double Yang depletion. OUG is just looking towards FPX is over. I mean, it just speaks for itself. This guy's in the outskirts. This is going to be the last remaining teammate for FPX. They're going to find him out, one Soul Boom to another, but 90 seconds nearly to the clock. They have a little bit of time to kind of work into the next target. There's no binary scrolls here nearby. At least it wasn't to be shown. As for SS1, still on the cliff side, still waiting this out. WBG are just hiding in the bushes, it feels like. And SR taking the chase down against TE, having read them in terms of their positions. But look at Alliance, man. Both of these teams needing to get rid of that Yang depletion, and just so happen to be that they're in the same spot. So now for Yuma, it's up to the Zet recast, it's up to the teleporter, and it's up to the grab if XXJ can get it. Double catapult. Ooh, I don't think it's gonna be enough. He goes for hits on that end, but this pillar is just too much of a nuisance right now. I don't even think he's gonna get much value, except for just leaving them there exactly on the top side.
As we are going to see Alliance and OUG fighting it out in the zone. 54 seconds left on Yang depletion, I believe, respectively. We've got one cleanse for the side of OUG, no cleanses for the side of Alliance just yet, as Baby, you could use that Takeda ultimate just to back off these players. And goodness, the freeze is coming out, everybody coming in, and it looks like WBG might come in on the third party here with a beautiful Akos cage to bring through. Revenge getting caught out. 1.0, oh my goodness, what an elimination there, and the Storm's going to assist him just a little bit, as he does have a few more Tiger Dashes available. We're going to see them get backed out here, as, oh my goodness, that's why we saw them back down, as PP taking a lot of damage in that situation. But I do believe this is going to be the downfall of both Alliance and OUG, as SS gets eliminated. Big Meow going to be coming through to stun out Yuma. Alliance goes down, and OUG managed to sneak away with one player left alive. But same can't be said for Alliance.
Yeah, and the thing is, weakness escalation is hitting pretty hefty over there, so we're gonna have to see how those guys turn out getting back in the zone. We might even see a replay of a zone death. But TE's one falling, looking to try to go a bit into the Roman Yang after SS1's mad engagement. This should be a round 2 situation, right? These guys should be fighting the Roman Yang against them, and it's gonna be the case. So this is gonna come down to this. TE gonna be building this up, and their arsenal includes, as of right now, with that purple whip sword on Shunhuan, they have themselves out for that side. They started splitting their Jades. Group heal's actually on their Weishan with the Assassin's Lunge, so he's gonna be having that. As for SS1 right now, scaling up here with the purple flying knives. I mean, Mion's keeping himself nice in play. He's trying to find that Weishan though, and trying to confirm for the Sans. Shunhuan doesn't really care. This is his whole dog trying to disrupt her. Seeing how this comes out, the Weishan ultimate is early, and you can see how well this team is going to look to delete him in the game if he does not proc his ultimate at the time. But the Weishan V2 comes up to be recasted.
Yeah, and the issue is just they don't have that Viper ult available on SS1, so we're not going to get to see that Viper ultimate coming through just yet. Louis Yi getting knocked off of his pillar, going to be taking a lot of damage there. Nbpl would have been very nice to have in that situation. I believe we see a double parry coming through here. Peel attempts are coming in, but oh my goodness, we're gaming with Assassin's Lunge. Louis Yi coming through. Oh, goes for the RM or the LMB right away into another Assassin's Lunge, into one final Assassin's Lunge potentially. Oh, okay, we don't see that. We don't see the third one, but TXJ picking up all 3 of those eliminations with Assassin's Lunge as our second Spirit Well. Nobody joined in. WFG getting themselves a free Spirit Well. Now the gold armor going to be coming through, gold items coming out. The gold dagger with Assassin's Lunge is absolutely diabolical.
Yeah, they also got Stanch the Sky Pillar too. Yeah, that's a whole lockdown. My boy's gonna be pushing forward and then boom, Assassin's Lunge stanchion. What are you gonna do? You're gonna sit still, bro. Nothing you can do.
Take your hands off the keyboard.
Take your hands off the keyboard, lay your chair back 190 degrees, you know, you further past. You're gonna be the opposite of TXJ.
Get the reverse TXJ, yeah.
So what's crazy about WFG is just playing the top of the crest, just looking at everything around them. For any players that are looking and lurking, they're basically like making it hard to obtain them. You know, they're just going to be the one team that's above, and knowing that if you're a team that's on Yang depletion and you head in that direction, you ain't going to catch them, and they know that. They're going to make it like they're a distraction basically before Yang Spirit Well. Though SS1 opposite directions, they're going to the city of Tongan, hoping to find out maybe there is a bounty scroll out here that they can search into this. But TE also working over towards Plume Castle, having the shop to the pedigree. J check right now. Look, listen, they got Tidal Upheaval. They actually have the Aurora Burst, and then they also have the Sanction all in one person, the XCM. He also has the Ruptured Gale Orb. He's got the Poison Splash Kabloom. And then looking at the Weishan, I think he just got picked up a Unseen Current, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no, he doesn't. That's a Thunder Portal, so we're going to have to see how that turns out. Then off towards WBG, Soothing Boon, Stamina Strike, that's going to be on Zhang, and then a Palm Lightning Stamina Strike that's also going to be on there. excuse me, on their Wu-Chen. So being stacked out there, I mean, not too crazy, but palm lining is all you really need to kind of set that up. SS1 on the other hand, they're going to be having the Assault Smolder on Mian, then having a Fire Arrow Stargate Lock on Fu, as well as a Inferno Slash with Warrior Base. I mean, we're not going to see a Greatsword being released out here, but at least a little bit of HP there. Would be crazy, though, in seeing a Greatsword build up there with the Inferno Slash, because that on top of this Viper Stun, that actually does work. All right, if you spam it 3 times in a row.
We saw the occasional Greatsword every now and again with those Tarka Trios comps that we saw playing at Jacob.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Tarka has just been fallen so far out of the meta in both solos and trios.
Tough.
Like I think he's still viable in solos, right?
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
First of all, I think he's just too broken for NBPL. Right? And that's just me trying to rage bait Duncan. But he's just too overpowered for the NBPL. Like if players started using him, it would just be like nobody would be able to beat the Tarka in the lobby just because he's just too good at the game.
Yeah, he is crazy too. Tarka, if they tweak Tarka just a little bit, they give him a little dial, a little bit up there. Oh, too broken. I'm like, dang, you're
nerf
right.
Tarka, nerf Tarka.
Nerf Tarka. Oh my god, he can infinite? I'm like, yeah. Sorry. The thing is that I looked at the Jays on the WFG side. They have a ground crusher, which I doubt is going to be used here. I honestly don't think it's going to be thrown out though. It's a parry mechanic. You basically can get parried off of that end. But the crazy thing is that they do have an advanced heal. So there's teams that have advancing group heals separately. Forcing this fight, though, turns it up the rounds for the Wu-Chen's Valley. Look at this. This is what Wu-Chen's built for, man. He's literally getting him out of the dodge. The only thing is that it costed him 1.5 ultimate. It cost him LV's cast on the Tessa, and it's costed obviously the Wu-Chen ult. But they still got Zhang's Akos here. So burning the Syra, burning the Viper, both of those ults at the exact same time, not getting a guaranteed silence on the target of choice with that Wu-Chen, puts them literally at a disadvantage. They got to wait it out, bro. They got a minute on the clock, even on the Yang deletions. And having nothing there, even burning the Akko, so mind you, right? So this is actually a triple burnout for these guys. Way too early engine start. Way too early. Like, now they got to downshift 2 gears. Like, just, okay, we can't do anything past this. And getting chased down WBG is their realization, oh, wait a second. These guys are taking the fight. So taking the fight in the Forbidden Seal, double effort. This is a double-edged sword. Everyone in the map can see this blue bubble in the sky. So everyone's going to realize that there's a fight happening here. And within 30 seconds, SS1 could just be going out just for existing due to that Yang depletion.
Yeah, 30 seconds left, and I doubt they're going to be able to do too much with this. WBG, desperate for kills, are going to be looking to see if they can get any extra damage off onto these players. As actually Zhang, I think get brought incredibly low into this fighting sequence, getting brought back so far. The silence is on him. He managed to get a little bit of a jump outside of his little area. As now with 7 seconds left, they're going to try their best. Big double parry comes through. But 3, 2, 1, Mian, the last remaining player, and WBG are going to pick up all 3 of those eliminations, really helping them up as they're going to surpass OUG in the points.
V1 Syra, V1 Shun1 ultimate coming out here from One Fang trying to connect. A little denial there. You can see TXJ getting the Wei Shan ultimate active, but wow, look at the jabbing on Zhao Wen, man. That thing hurt. That thing hurt big time. And then the Wei Shan coming out to save the day, and then the dash in the midair. I mean, One Fang is actually avoiding this. Bow shot though? He's avoiding everything. Oh, he went for the horizontal release, and he got the tap dodge into the heal back. He's going to get this hit. He's going to get a little bit more heals because the V1 comes out.
Oh my goodness.
But the mitigation from the Viper won't be enough healing. Yeah, and he has this going through. He locked it in, and XCM deleted.
Oh my goodness. You also said we weren't going to see Ground Crusher, but Shuan did end up sliding it out there. Poison Splash coming through. Follow-up focus going to count be good. As you're going to see, WFG's mist is going to go down as TXJ picks up that kill. Now we're going to see the back off. Big double parry from TXJ. Oh my goodness, they went on the one person with the F ability. Oh, we're going to get the touch on there. Goes to Shuan instead. Tries to redirect his energy over. This is a huge third-party situation waiting to happen. Xiaowen, 1 HP. TXJ, 1 HP. Everybody is so low in health. And now we're going to see WBG trying to see if they can get the jump through. Oh my goodness, they timed the ult just a little bit too soon as WFG is going to go down. They have managed to script themselves into that 4th spot. GE now could be losing out on this, and this is it. This is it.
Yeah, crazy,
that's last team.
Yeah, man.
We've got 7 minutes left in the game.
I saw 7.
WBG.
I saw 7 players and I was like, oh wait, hello. But you know, it's crazy that TE fight led into just J-Check City. Everyone's seeing everything, the power which Xion couldn't live for without. He died. He instantly got melted off of that Viper stun, and then other than that, just basically, you know, it's crazy. TXJ combo breaker for the Wei Shan, not utilizing him too there. So that was a big reveal for them to kind of figure out in the worst case scenario where they thought they had him locked down.
It's so crazy to see like how fast paced the game went there, and like we saw so many mistakes coming up. But yeah, we saw Shuwan with that golden whip sword sending out the ground crusher. He was actually getting a decent amount of value from it. But one thing I really wanted to talk about was One Fang's schmoovin movement with the 1 HP and a dream on Shunhuan. Manages to use that jump LMB to get some extra movement, jump through. He gets caught by a freeze. But Xiaowen decided to go for the light hypernova, which, as we know on LAN, is not true, and it's unfortunate to see. Love you, Light, by the way. But
he's gonna be like, okay, in his chat. You know what I'm saying? Okay,
no,
bro.
That's all love.
Okay.
It's all love. It's all love. It's all jokes.
But you know, what's crazy? The One Fang, like, dude,
he manages
I watched
to
it back.
facilitate, and then I'm watching it on the. We're on a 5-minute delay, so I got the stream pulled up. I can watch it on the other side. He manages to get back to like full health after grabbing a bloom, and he provides so much more value into the rest of that fight. Like, he didn't just survive, he also facilitated, and that is what I really liked about that play.
Yeah, my man bringing out the big words out here, you know, facilitated. Think about it. Mention it.
Hey, bro,
you know, it's crazy.
English teacher. I gotta come with game.
He's like, okay, so what do you say here? The, then, the, there, and how do you spell that again? THER? Okay, I got you.
I can't spell, but I can talk.
I got you. None of the thing.
I'm illiterate, but I can yap.
Got him. No, the crazy thing is that he got that recast too to come through, and then the split Soken. Let's see how it goes here for chat. You know, for you guys, how many kills did TE get in game 4? A13, B14, C15, D16. Now they got MVP, mind you. WBG was in second place, and they got 6 kills. So forcing this into your mindset, it's got to be one of those numbers. That's all I got to tell you. I'm not gonna give you the answer. Seb, you want to give him the answer? Go ahead. I want
to give him the answer. I want to give him the answer, guys. Because by now,
Jack Frosty hasn't won yet, bro.
Jack Frosty.
I joke. He did win. He got one. He won once.
Already sniped it out. He wins one every single time.
Let's go 2 for 2.
To Jack Frosty, but I need him to come to the roulette table with me. Like, I swear, it would be. we would have a great time over there. But anyways, the answer was in fact C for 15 eliminations, because I just looked over at the replay. I'm able to see it. But TE managed to get 6 kills. They did a great job. They had such a good game. Like, they played incredibly strong. They managed to come back near the end there, and like, even though they weren't first in the lobby, we don't have a multiplier anymore for the battle royale, so it's not like that big of a difference between first and second place. And I think that definitely played a factor. And since WBG, even though they finished first, only managed to get themselves, I think it was like 7 or 6 kills, like 6 or 7 kills. But we also saw all of these teams, just dying out so quickly. Like, T was able to just make a play off of that Yang Spirit Well into eliminating almost every single player in the rest of the lobby, which then caused them to get third-partied by WBG, and they were able to claim those last couple of eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, it was mainly because of that double Yang depletion that came off of OUG and Alliance, right into that Romy Yang. Because there was force fights everywhere, bro. Everyone kind of went into the Ice Shard Lake and just started, throwing hands, bro. To the point where, like, teams were staying in the zone for a little bit too long in my eyes. Right? I was like, okay, you guys are kind of sticking in here too deep for what we have going on, because there's teams on the outskirts already looking out for you. Though, getting into the standings here, this is going to be where TE takes the first with 17 points. SS1 taking 10 as the second, Titan with WBG, but since more eliminations and less, I should say, WBG goes in third with 10. 6 for Alliance. WFG with 5 in 5th place, and 6th place with OUG with 4. 3 for SR and FPX with 3 points in 8th place overall. And going down lower due to positions, due to placement. But like the latter half of the placement board is 0 placement points, right? If you end up from 5th through 8th, like, you got no points. Not even a 0.5, not even a 1 point. So now going over TE's MVP screen, it's gotta go. Then he's gotta go to TXJ's hands here, because with 8 eliminations, it kind of comes in to be fearsome. The combo breaker though being utilized here could be a notion for a swap over. I mean, F2 is really strong because the terror, but also the gold focus from a distance that you can set up for like a raw uppercut. Then again, having no combo breaker means you can't break out situations that you could be breaking off from your teammates to create a reason for your enemies to split off. But Justina and Shunhuan, those are two guys that come into clutch. They save the day. They come in there every single moment that you think you're free to go ahead and get someone down. They'll come through with a sick, nasty stun into a sweeping combo for the staggers.
Here we go. 49 points for TE at the top of the scoreboard. SR with 36 after having a little bit of a disappointing game 3 or game 4, but you know, it's not too bad for them. As 27 points for SS1, 22 for WFG, Alliance with 21, 20 for WBG. So look at that. That 4, 5, 6 spot is going to be very close. 4 and 5 could be switching around. 4, 5, 6 are all within 1 point of each other, right? WFG's on 22, 21, 20, right? OUG's a little bit lower at 16, and Fun Plus Phoenix at 10. So it's a little bit spicy, as we're gonna attempt our best to snipe out this answer for treasure. Oh, I'm always second down, as I don't think I got it there. Jack Frosty gets it again. I'm gonna be
Yo, imagine.
yeah,
Watching.
but 10 points for Fun Plus Phoenix, 16 for OUG. They're just it's just not looking too good for them. As we're gonna take a look at some of our highlights, brought to you by Cerveria.
Yeah, things coming down here, downhill, you know, one thing is for certain, though. SS1, I mean, they came back to
I won the predict.
You did. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe it, bro. This is 1, 2, 3. Oh, I couldn't believe that actually happened over. I guess you went over under. I'll stop. Listen, Mian looking at this from the 1-2 Blue Focus release, and the zone fights are really what set the tone for a really fast game day. Alliance, you know, Yuma was coming through here, but he was the last one live. The whole other team was ready to go to hunt him down. Baby U actually catapulted, with no pun in terms of catapult, all the way towards the north side of that tower, right, north of the quarry. So OUG went down pretty quick, considering everything, you know, in the past. So getting this unseen current going on, TXJ found miss in this one scenario. The R&B delayed release into Crouch on the beam. I like that. Good man. Went out without a fight. As well as coming down here, both of the members from TE never gave an elimination to the competitors. They all went down to the zone. And there's a Weishan. Weishan, the unyielding. This man is coming down here with his whole ultimate cycle and his MVP. Neither with the Nbpl, just straight mitigation god.
Very, very great with the mitigation. And I mean, the V2 has been more optimal when Vipers are very prominent in the lobby. But I definitely think that, you know, V1 is more fun. Definitely a cooler ultimate, if that makes sense.
Okay. A little bit more. Yeah. I mean, it's the flashy finish, bro. I'm telling you, you go for the Nbpl, boom, they're done, they're dead. You know, set them up. But the other thing too is just like you said, the Vipers are too dominant. And if there was a tumult, right, then it also means you through the wall. So your teammates like your Takeda or your Tianhai could walk out if they needed to. Someone confirm for me. Someone let me know. Tianhai
Weishan,
the unyielding. You know, the first thing I want to ask is that does V2 Weishan give Tianhai free grabs out of the wall? Yes or no? Like, can he throw his hands out the wall? He's not affected by the wind wall, right? Someone confirm that for me. I'm double checking. I was looking back.
We got to theory test that. We gotta limit.
It's not even that hard to go through, but I just can't remember because I'm like, dang, does it? I don't think it does. It's wind wall stuff, but you're immune to the wind wall for 4 seconds off the cast or 5 seconds.
Yeah, so but I mean, as far as like the thing that actually grabs the player, like you're shooting at a little thing from your hand to grab them, right? And so that little thing might not pass through the wall. It might just be your physical form, right? So you know,
I love trios. I don't play trios. It's crazy. You know, the optimal.
Love trios. I don't play trios.
Tell you now.
Honestly, fair enough.
But I seen the hand go through in the corner, and that's why I was like, I'm pretty sure.
Top 10 trios NA, by the way.
True, crazy talk. You know, it's crazy though. It's crazy coming down to this round is that we go into the last pick ban round. We go into round 5. This comes down to Bedoria, Ventide. We're back into Bedoria. Wolfbine's contestation comes down to it. A whole flurry of stuff is going to happen here, whether the latter half of the teams just get selected on by the teams that recognize them. Then, of course, looking at the pick bans, I'm pretty sure that we're going to see at least 1 or 2 teams on the latter half, actually on the top end, to make sure that they can get out. 5, 6, and 7, or 4, 5, and 6. They have 1 point difference between those 3 positions. That's all that's needed, right? 3 points to make it through. So having the position of getting out of that, you know, scary place, the ladder set, is the difference between having to play in 2 days or having to play in a week or not playing for 2 weeks and just watching on the sidelines and see what the other guys do.
Exactly. Yeah. And it'd be really unfortunate if you were losing by 1 point just to get put into that bottom bracket or losers bracket, it'd be pretty unfortunate. So the intensity is definitely on for 5-6 because they are 1 point away. They're very, very close to being able to get into that qualifying spot, but they've got to knock out the other team. And we saw it. Alliance didn't play well in that game. They ended up losing. So they lost their spot because of that. And if that happens again, they might fall even further. WBG have started to get their climb up going, and they're looking pretty strong. If they can manage to keep that up for like 1 or 2 more games, for our last 2 games, they might be able to qualify. And they really need to lock in here. Whereas TE and SR can just coast for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Super chilling, bro. So one thing is coming down here in limit testing, potentially, since that we come down to the pick bands phases. SR and TE are up to phase 2. SS1 and FPX are up to phase 1, and FPX and FPX in general just needs to get this next game. They're gonna have one of the primo comps to be able to be selected. So if they end up going through with that, it's a good day. Though this next round is going to be the last chance it can. Actually, no, because mirror comp pick round. So they're going to bring up the Hottie Enor in the Zipping this round. They'll have another chance to bring up the points if when it goes to game 6, because that's one of the highest pick comps. But I gotta see what's going to happen into this phase pick selections, because with FPX and SS1 in the same group and SR and TE in the second group, I mean, it brings up to OUG and WBG. They're in the third pick, their phase, which is honestly one of the best phases to be able to locate. It's just that your options are pretty limiting at that point. Maybe they can bring into the essence of having the Akko's Wuch and Tessa if they want to bring that out, or just make sure they can double pick the Takeda to mulch into TNI.
Yeah, it is. I'm loving Sandformers. Sandformers, like with new Monk, the way that these pro players are able to get so many good grabs is so cool.
Is it guaranteed? Super guaranteed. To get it Furin into the whisk throw, like no chance.
Furin into the whisk throw into a Takeda pole sword. Like so many different ways. Oh, excuse me.
Yo, watch this. Yo, I'm looking at the CM broadcast. I was double checking and seeing how the guys are doing over there. Yeah, they got Akko's 2 on stage, bro. It's crazy. Couldn't believe it. What's crazy is this, though. Like, Alliance is coming down here and kind of bring this up, but I'm still wondering about WFG's position, since they're practically going to go through here at 4th place with 22 points, Alliance with 21 points, and then WBG with 20 points in 6th place. Seeing how the next phase is going to bring WFG up to the board, for instance, they're going to be in the last phase. This means that they'd have at least any and all positions to kind of worry about. So one thing is next. Let's see what happens up to this case, because I'm curious about OUG, man, not doing so hot this season. I'm calling them out. They lost their core pick. They got only the baby U's kind of holding it down with SS, but SXJ, that's their third, right? That's their glow up.
Yeah. Here we go. OUG locking it in. Here we go. Everybody getting ready to lock things in. The game is on the line right now as we go. WBG is, oh my goodness, they're going to lock in. They're going to pop through.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at WBG. I'm kind of worried. Like I said, 6th place. They have, talking about the phases that are going through here. So they're in phase 3 at this point. So that means they're in the same position as OUG. It's kind of crazy how both of these teams are like in the bottom, like in the same phase, nearly the same position, and they're just like a koala bear, bro. They're just like rolling around here. Rest in peace, YZG. I mean, KLA. But here's the thing.
Yeah, back in the day, that's a pull.
Oh, you're seeing old teams, the logo, J team. It's like, dang, don't tell me.
WJ team.
Dunk. Don't tell me about it.
You remember XCG and XSG?
Yeah, I mean XCG, XSG. That is a no-go. XSG.
They were both teams, XC and XSG. They were both 2 separate teams. They were both amazing.
Bro, it's like a Toy Story scene, man. It's like, yeah, no, Yeetus, Deletus, they're out of there. The names are gone, bro. What is happening with these phase pick selection, though? Because I want to see this first round pick. I want to see if we're going to be playing clumsy picks. Because, I mean, we just do the same old. Clumsy picks ain't going to happen. We can't chance it. FPX, don't chance it. SS1, Don't chance it.
Chancing it.
It's phase 2. I want to see this. I want to see this Liam Liu. Can we get some Liam picks from TE, please? Can we see some? I know EU was trying to, I know the boys are trying to say, yo, he chosen Liam, but I want to see them for real. She's Liam. I want to see the picks. This is the way it goes. SR is also in this pick selection pool. They go Takeda. That'd be either Takeda to mulch. They were thinking about it. I saw the mulch there, but looks like the Akko Syra Viper, the hide within the masses, is going to happen here for TE. Good selections. But then next is going to be coming up here from this SR. They're actually doing the same exact thing to lock this comp down away from phase 3 and phase 4, which means they can hide them basically and being able to lock them. They just don't know that each one is choosing each other.
Well, yeah, they're obviously like they have the same idea. Great minds think alike. So the top 2 teams going to be going for that Akos Viper Syra comp, and the lockdown comp is so much fun because this is like the variation that we had. Instead of having Justina, we now have the Akos, and Cage is just so much fun in this current meta. Right, like the changes that they've done to Cage with the charge up and everything, like it works very well. Akos Viper Syra together, and we've seen a lot of teams get value of it. It's not winning games necessarily, like we're losing Yang fights a lot of the time, but it is a very fun, interesting comp to fight into like a lot of these Enors, right? Monks, it typically doesn't do too well against unless you're able to get the silence off right away, but it does well against the Shunhuans, and it does really well on the unexpected drop-down plays coming through. For our 3rd round selection, we're going to be getting... See, WBG, I hate this comp.
I hate it too. That's what I was like...
man. It is not worth it. But especially with Temmie, it's just so unoptimized. And there's so many better things you can play. Like you might as well play like Viper Matari at that point, or like it's Zai Matari. Like why are we playing like AOT without the attack? We're playing support on Titan. It's just not optimal. Yes, we got it. We got the Shayol. Yes. We're getting Shayol in our losers bracket. Shayol, Shunhuan, Yueshan, and with Alliance opting to go for the Shunhuan, Justina, Yueshan.
We're so back, bro. We're so back. Now I need that WFG to get 18 points and call it a day, bro. Come on. I'm just waiting for it. I'm hoping for it. Let's rephrase. I'm hoping that they go for it. Though this is kind of concerning for WGG. I'm thinking about this comp of having to mulch into the Tesla to kind of lock this down for free. The Wu Chen is just counter option there. Like I don't know, it does the opposite for what they're trying to accomplish there. I mean, it's like Akos, right? Because Akos can get the team out, but the only problem is that this mulch, once he goes in, I mean, he's not getting dashes out. Like that's what Akos' whole thing is. He has gold focus, restands to go through if he needs to, whether on the pillar or if he uses the space out. To mulch in that instance, if the team dips out, he dips out. Like it's complete dip out territory. Wisp throws do create an opportunity though. Test enchant, right? Guaranteeing the pop on the test enchant, dealing the damage, restanding them with a Tumult Wisp to another blue focus charge up release. May do some work, but it just depends on the ult variation. If he's running V1, you only have like one chance to do it. If he's running V2, he gets more opportunities off of that. Thing is, within the V2 casts, or at least with the Tesla cast, there's only at least one Wisp reset to come out, because unless there's a Soul Bloom or Realm Yang, because last I checked there ain't, those fights are going to be the ones that are going to be really rough to go off, unless they're just going to be playing Sparewell, which is more formidable for that comp. That's what it's always been with the Tesla and the Buchen. It's kind of going on the outskirts, not going in the Realm Yangs.
It's so funny how you say that, as in last I checked, as if you haven't known that there's no Soul Bloom in Yang.
I was rhetorical with that, right?
Yeah, funny guy over here. As we get ready to kick things off, everything's getting a little bit intense. We're waiting for everything to just lock in and be 100% confirmed before this game starts. We're getting our map picks in. Everybody's just waiting to drop into this game. I think it looks like we're almost ready to start it up. We're getting our establishing shot of the stage coming through here. And there we go. Bang, right on cue. We've got, oh my goodness, I'm so excited for WFG. Xiao Wen is, out of this lobby, has been probably one of the most interesting players, like individual players. Team-wise, I've been really enjoying TE's gameplay. TXJ is just the GOAT, right? SS1, Mian, like really good on Viper in those couple of games. I've really enjoyed watching Rico and Xiao as a duo, but as a solo player, like as as just a single player on any team,
Yeah.
Xiao Wen, I think, has had one of the most phenomenal performances today. Like that, the 1v3 with his gray armor teammates against SR, almost like completely eliminating them in that situation, was insane. His Justina play was perfect. Everything was amazing.
I mean, Xiaowen and Miss comes from ASC previously, so then them to kind of go through, split off Mon, you know, that's a different story. But bringing on the drops, Fireflies, SR by themselves in Twilight's Pass. Confirmation. Right? WFG want to take the fight against OUG instead of the Arcadia. And OUG love to play the objective gameplays, so they're going to go through with that. FPX at the Heaven's Watch. SS1 playing for Firefly in the northeast of Imperium. TE taking into the spot at the cave. This is a free double Firefly location. Actually, technically triple if TE wants to move into Skygate's Cove. But WBG Alliance taking their positions at the Azoth Peak. Now, this is going to be real determination between the two teams due to their placement, scoreboard-wise, everything-wise, really. So when they get into this round, I gotta see how this off-drop fights happens. WBG are playing with chance with this comp, but I gotta see the initial rage is to be the biggest boon that's coming out from these teams to keep building into their builds. But listen, round 5 begins here. My name's Severi alongside with Seb Guy. We got our chances here. Ryoshi could get a little bit of skirmishes going through with Klinkoffs, but he is now targeted in a 1v2, and his teammates split off. Ryoshi trying to find an armor pierce if he can get, or an armor replacement, I should say. He's going to slide up his way to victory, but 1 LMB is not there. Now, he saw the armor. That's just too far.
Just a little bit too far, and we do see the turnaround coming through from Revenge for a second. He manages to get a nice Nezha's Might combo off on to the members of WBG, but now Alliance just faltering, and this is just the worst situation for Alliance to be in, specifically because they have dropped down from 4th to 6th place, and now WBG have just taken that 4th place spot away from WFG, right? WFG, WBG, and WFG and Alliance both sent back to the Soul Altar early, as OUG and WBG picking up those eliminations. OUG actually climbing decently fast. Now they're at 19, not doing too bad. They're going to be going for this aggressive fight against the members of Fun Plus Phoenix, which is one of the most optimal fights for them to take, because bottom of the leaderboard, Fun Plus Phoenix, this is going to be a zero consequences fight if they do end up getting sent to the Soul Altar this early.
Yeah, and then looking for the 1-2s. Is Molto going to come out here? It looks like Over. It might be caught in his armies. Blender's going to be had, man. He's gone. So taking that Soul Bloom, they're going to be picking it up there for their zipping, at least to kind of see it towards its Molto, I mean. The RMBs comes out to be spammed, and FPX is Kiki. I mean, TE's here for the Rumble. And this Soul Bloom for the Viper wasn't necessary. What would we look towards that? Parry doesn't come out. Block Extreme confirms the second time, but then he gets punished for it. Combo Breaker from him might give him a little bit of chance to cast the ultimate. Yes, it does, because there was never a silence on him to begin with. And for Water, his team goes down completely in there on second lives to come through once he dies out here for a reset.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate, as we do see the big meow coming out, and tease One Fang actually going to snipe the kill with the, oh my goodness, we're going on to OUG as well. SXJ has been silenced. We're going to try and see if they can get the lockdown onto their monk, and this is the most ideal scenario for them, is if they can get that monk eliminated. SXJ is going to go down. TXJ now trying to see if he can find a second elimination onto the members of OUG. Big Fury Run Shove going to come out, but the parries are going to come through. We're going to see no punish damage coming out, as the Akos Cage is just going to do so much in value for the members of TE. But now we've got WBG coming in. WBG going to pick up an elimination. This is going to be terrible for WFG Alliance and OUG, as they're going to be able to get some really crazy third parties. Tessa Charm coming in, and oh my goodness, I hate that this loss.
Oh yeah, baby.
Oh my pole sword tech from LV.
Yo, WG's at 6 eliminations, bro. Just like that. Snap of a finger, Thanos in the lobby, bro. It's crazy. Look, SS1 taking their fight up against WFG. The Shy Away ultimate is already invested on, and I'm looking at this in the case instance. F2 recost across Destiny and Time. I'm looking at Mion just going for him. You know, and Xion is down with that Forbidden Seal. So no Valley off of that end. Xion goes next down. WFG 2 members down. Actually, I believe all 3 of them are looking for resets there. Their Shunhuan is somewhere to be. Because he ain't here. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, because that was their second live. That was their second life.
Oh my god.
It is so unfortunate we don't get to see the Shy ult pop off in any way, shape, or form, but WFG is in a terrible spot right now because they just allowed 6 points to WBG in this early game skirmish, and WFG has already been sent back to the Soul Altar. So they've got 1 player left with no life remaining. If he gets caught out before he's able to do quests and buy these players back, it's not going to be a very good situation for him. While WBG managed to grab control of Arcadia, Ryushi going to get himself a purple armor, but WBG getting themselves that Vulpine Essence, which is going to be super valuable, as we are going to take a look at TE, who they did lose 2 of their players. One Fang and Zem did go down, but TXJ, the GOAT himself, manages to stay alive. When have we ever seen TXJ play Viper? I feel like he hasn't been a Viper player, right?
In this comp specifically?
Just in general, I feel like last season he wasn't a big Viper guy. Like,
he had role swap with XCM, got him.
Oh, yeah, makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, once the fundamentals of the team is like, hey, yo, welcome to the team. All right, where's my seat? You know, it's like, hey, that's my seat now. That's my seat. And it's like, oh, gotta fill it. Now, look at this, right? It's kind of crazy. I was looking at YouTube chat. Someone was saying like, they're actually kind of, right in the essence of like, man, maybe they can't use it because it's hard to hit from the test enchant. It's not hard to hit. It's about hard confirming its value, right? Which is the first step is making sure that enchant goes through, without ultimates in mind, without combo breakers in mind, without everything else to kind of worry about. So getting into a really good position at Arcadia, it was kind of a rare instance of having A, the Moonbane on their side, and B, just the amount of pressure that was in short scale fights. Seeing how this is working out, though, to Mulch, man, I mean, this is going to be, I don't know, are they really going to take a Rummy Inc fight? They shouldn't be taking it, even though they're geared out of their minds. The moment they get this kill,
no, there's no way they're taking it.
No, there's not, they can't, bro, but I'm just saying that they feel confident, they're feeling themselves. I mean, I need kills, I need eliminations, let's go. All right, team, let's go.
I feel like this comp would be more optimal with Wuchen V2.
Yo, if you say Wuchen V2, I agree. Hot take.
A little hot take, but
I mean, if they use it offensively on high HP, they get an attack boost. If they use it on lower HP, they get defense boost, mitigation. So it's just one or the other. If they decide to use it in that sense as like a buff to slight reset, but in reality, they're gonna get boosted attack, test and chance next, tumultuous are second, WHG go down completely, and to WBG's hands no less.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate for them, as WBG are just going to continue to pull away and keep that scoreboard gap even higher, as OUG have attempted to get that climb going, but they were stopped on 4 kills. Their rampage did end up coming to a close. We've got FunPlus Phoenix and Alliance on 0 eliminations, who still have opportunities to put up a lot of points this game to try and climb into that top 4-6 situation.
Yeah, Soul Shatter and Paul Money going to be in the hands. Actually, the Shooting One Revenge has the Soul Shatter. Paul Money is going to be in the hands. I mean, it was in the hands of the other player. But here's the other thing. With TE on the other side of this fight's going to be pretty warranted to see if TE comes out, just kind of gatekept these guys from the later boards. Because right now, I mean, Alliance needs these kills big time. First ambush comes out for the jump LMBs. He still has that too, though. Ryoshi worrying about the V1 from his Revenge, seeing whether the Shunhuan is going to release it. No line of sight. He's got to rush us down with the blue focus, because now the Aqua Sire ult. He knows it's about to be the Suishan ultimate in 3 seconds.
There we go. Yuezhan ultimate coming out, just like you called it. Yuma getting hit with the spear bonk is going to end up going down. Ryushi tried to peel in time, but it just wasn't enough. So they're going to try and take TXJ out here. We have the Viper ultimate available. Oh my goodness, the last second. And just that ult being a combo breaker now is actually so valuable, as we are going to see no stun coming through, I do believe. TXJ still on 1 HP, managing to dodge Ryushi. Oh my goodness, the movement in the 1v3 situation. He's just trying so hard to get TXJ out in this scenario. Silence is going to come through. The big meow comes out. They do manage to give Alliance 1 kill credit there, but now we're going to flip over. It looks like SR took out OUG, and FunPlus Phoenix fighting against SS1. We're going to see Kiki goes down. Over trying to hold. Over just seems like, I don't know, very unexperienced as a player. He's done some cool stuff. He's got a very good parry finger. And
he's being able to kind of catch those,
yeah, and it's like he's got very good spatial awareness, but team play has just not been on top for him, and that the synergy of new FPX is just really not doing it for me. OUG as well, back to the Soul Altar, and it's really sad to see Baby You having a bad year.
Don't worry, man. It's early season. We gotta work this out. Stage 1. But stage 2, I mean, that's 3 weeks away. 2 weeks away. And then coming down to this, WBG. And plus, also, let's rephrase that. New season. Actually, we can talk about it now, since this is a good time. So, new season is going to be coming upon us. Stage 2 is going to be probably when we see it, if not crazy. But Stage 2 will bring out new changes with the new season, like the preparation glyph board additions. There's going to be some changes to some characters, Shunhwan nerfs. You're going to see some changes to Xiao V2, but that's more for a solo thing. It's really about Zenda Wu, whether or not she's going to be viable in those pick selections and otherwise. So, landing SR here in this replay. We're going to bring up more information about that later on. Sounds is going to be confirmed here. And my 7... Don't tell me this is a full deletion comp. Don't tell me this is a full deletion. Oh my god, it is. Look at this stun. Boom. SXJ can even survive this out, man. The Takeda Furin boss comes out. She gets a little bit of healing. The chains are actually locking down their tumult, and that's it, bro. Look at this. 2 down. 1 to go in a blink of an eye.
So quick. So pristine, and it's just so fast when they fully execute that.
Yeah.
As we're going to see now, SR still trying to continue that. They're going to be able to get full stun off onto the members of SS1. Boo's going to go down, and it looks like they're going to try and get that Enor out second. NY7 going to end up getting impaled. Boo Yi getting 1 HP'd. Mian, the last remaining member there. They do have that Vermilion's Bird's Might. So they will be back into the game.
Yeah. This one's gonna reset somewhere.
SR just picking up an extra 3 free eliminations. That's 6 kills in such a quick sequence.
And OUG actually on this run back fight against TE. This is a crazy fight too. Dragon Slide doesn't do work here. The Aka's ultimate really on the cusp of this. I'm not even sure the Viper ultimate is gonna be valued here. Is that gonna be the case? I mean, TE works this down, but look at maybe use HP. My man is like 1 HP. He's down. He died out to FPX is over. Double grab is confirmed here for XJ. That's a kill for TXJ. Wait a second. We need to get one of those solos. Maybe go from just because. Why not? Because third party from Alliance here is massive. LMB comes out here. The RMBs, the early combo breaker, the ballista. Oh. FPX's water line of sight. Oh my god, he can find it. Doesn't get that one. This is within the range. Yep, that's within the range. 1 Fawn goes down. That's 2 down from TE just from this 1 minute alone. The burst, the Ballistic Scorch should kill him out. He should even need to confirm this shit. There it is. He's got it. Yo, my man got 4 kills in the span of 3 seconds, bro. He's good for that. He's good for that. But his teammates, they need to get those soul blooms in right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 2 Soul Blooms collected for the Fun Plus Phoenix members. We've got 1 collected for the OUG members, but they also did lose a player. Baby U is also going to go down here, which is very unfortunate. He was their cleanse player. Oh, no, there we go. SS dies to Yang Depletion, and there goes all of the members of OUG as they go out with 21 points on the board. Alliance, one of these other teams that really needs to get themselves in a good situation, but is now 1 player left. That's so unfortunate to see as WFG, Alliance, and OUG all get themselves eliminated. These are the teams that really needed to put up points. Now it's up to FPX to have a, how many points do they need? They need 14 more points, which, I mean, they have to double their points 14? To get themselves in, yeah. Possible. Hey, just hit a quick 2x. Just hit a quick double up.
I mean, 10 kills, eliminations, in first place, right? Well, they are in... Actually, yeah, first place, because there's no multiplier. There's no placement points as of right now. There's 0 placement points on the scoreboard right now. So, if they end up going first with 10 more kills, 14 kills, they would be basically there. It's just about WBG. Because their comp is working. 8 eliminations, bringing out the tumult instead of the Akos. Because if Akos was banned, right? He was already chosen twice or more. It's just matter of the next fight. I mean, we're looking at SR. They're all the way by the Crimson Cave. They're literally by the east side of the entire map, waiting on Rummy Yang maybe. But perhaps they're working themselves out to see about this Spirit Well once it starts spawning in, just collectively thinking about if they want to work this at their, their home base, denying it from anyone else on the outskirts. That's just one. Potentially putting themselves out here at Skygate's Cove to be the next team to be ambushed on, but there's a lot of space in this map actually. Considering that the center of the centerfold mass could be inside of the Heaven's Watch, that area alone is going to be more about this, more about the cliff sides and how teams want to operate around those. When we get into the buildings of the lasting buildings of Imperium, by the time those disappear, you're just on open terrain. And usually that comes down to it for the last end of the day. So for this round, let's take a look and see. And TE is going to be the first ones to enter here. Their opponent's going to be immediate here in the next 3 seconds. Seeing how TE are actually going to be the first fights is actually coming down to whether or not the other teams want to even take this first round. Matter of fact, there's such a low player count in the lobby. you might as well just give one team the benefit of the doubt that they're going to be the winners of the Rumyang for the essence that they thought they were going to take a fight. You don't give them eliminations, but it looks like a team actually does enter to contest for that. As WBG gets a Spearwell, SR, and it makes sense. These two teams stacked out of their minds for the leaderboard, but more importantly, it's going to be a group heal off. NY7 having that, and then a jabbing on Rico. So looking at how this comes down here, Viper drop down from NY7 with a gold pair of fist blades ready to rumble.
That is going to be dangerous, especially with those 1.0 releases, even to the 0.9s. It's going to be something that these players are really going to need to watch out for, as we are going to see now the Viper stun into the Syracade's lockdown, or into the Ako's cage, into the Syra lockdown, and then TXJ just turns it right on his head. He's able to pick up that elimination, but we are going to see the stun coming through on One Fong. Now the Ako's cage is up. We've got the peels coming through from the members of TE, but Zem is going to try and go for the peel. He doesn't get it. Big Meow onto NY7. Peel's coming through from SR Shao. TXJ now holding steady. 2v2 situation. Wang Feng down. We do see another one of these players from Team SR is down. I believe that is NY7 that is still up. Rico, the one that's down. And now TXJ in the 2v1 situation. We've seen him clutch up big before, but will he be able to do so here? He's got his F ability available, but he's not going to get it. TE take the victory as we flip over to FBX, actually getting their win against against SS1. So this is also possible.
Yeah, 3 kills. I was counting it down. Like, they need Rumyang and get 3 kills. Moral Defiance pick up is crazy. They also got Rupture Gale Orb. It's over, bro. Wait, this team FBX might be cooking right now for this. Since they have this Telluric Crystal, they can make any cannon that they're making into purple rarity, and then now they have double gold armor. They got Mystic Mind. They're working this around. Look for a cannon right now. They don't have it, bro. They got to get that cannon. That Rupture Gale is way too valuable here in this open area. That's going to end up going. WBG, they are cutting the buff. They're making sure they can cut this going through as long as possible. Since WBG are, like I said, one of the teams that need to get this going, it's really a battle between them and FPX, to be honest, because they're the only first off, they're the only teams left alive. They're the only ones still on the gatekeeper spot as WBG is at 28. And then seeing how FPX just has to monitor this down, there's only a potential 12 eliminations for them, right? At least to kind of look into for the next round. They only need 7 to kind of match it around with WBG. So long as WBG don't get more eliminations, at least, you know, those 5 on the difference. So SR pushing themselves east. They're gonna get a replay in this other Rumyang as it started off with SS1 versus with FPX. How did it turn to tumble here, Seb, as it kind of concluded with SS1's demise?
Yeah, we do see the SS1 loss here as FPX were... Oh, what a beautiful cube from the Fun Plus Phoenix member to be able to get out of there, Kiki. And then we do see on the side, he gets another impale, but we're just not connecting too hard. Now zipping ultimate out, and now we see the flip over come back to the other side. Now Enor's ready, and Enor's come to fight. Mian's ult's going to go down in just a second here. We're going to get that jump through into the jump again. Do we get the jump around a third time? No, we don't get to see that happening, but the Hottie ultimate is coming in for the peel. Cube's going to come out now. Mian going to be dropping up from the top side, goes for the 1.0, does connect on the 1.0, but now combo break available for him. He's got that F ability to come out. 1 second left. He does send it in. It is going to do a bit of damage, but Fu's already dead. Louis with a nice parry. Mian goes down so fast. And wow, it's just such a quick finish by Fun Plus Phoenix, but they looked very well coordinated here.
Yeah, they actually timed it out. I think Mian's was too preemptive with those spear throws on the Enor 1 ultimate. Not guaranteeing that the Hottie teleporter was used, you know? Thinking that he was going to get an impale off of that end. That really comes down to him, though. He ends up going off for this end as one of the key components in this team comp. As it stands, he's got to be mindful about that teleporter, whoever he's fighting against. So, with that being said, we're going to see this drop in here. Imperial Sword, not taken, by the way. It was open, the gate was open, but that's like it's a double-edged sword here. If anyone wants to open that up for themselves to earn, at least to kind of have that red long sword on one of their teammates, which seemingly doesn't even get been taken in solos. So getting out of here though, One Fong TE, extra credit quest. I don't know what else to say. I mean, listen, that's 57 points, first place. They're pretty much ahead by 2 times. Next game is going to be a key comp that they're going to be rolling into, so they won't have any more issues at least going through. This Yang depletion is just one stutter along the way. SS1 though, this is going to be up to them. They have at least 100 seconds left on the clock on this Yang depletion. TE is right behind them. They're right behind TE. They're going to notice that this team is going to be the Rem Yang depletion team if they spotted them going to that bush, so they can just start hopping them down. but I don't think any teams have Mystic Might buff. There isn't, so no one can really see this. Not sure about the Valiant Challenger quest lines. I think it looks like FPX might actually have it on standby. I'm not too sure. But with that quest line, it means they have vision on the entire map. At least they kind of, well, not the entire map, but they'll be able to get everything pinged off every 15 seconds. So looking at that, we're going to have a real space off here. 70 seconds left on the Yang depletion set between SS1. Seeing what they're going to be playing up next year as they're sliding towards the tree lines. This is going to be where the pedal pops starts to rumble.
Yeah, the TE gonna pop their ultimates right away. We see the cage coming down. It looks like Over just gonna get himself completely caught up. He tried to cage out, but it wasn't gonna help him. It was just not enough time. Now we're seeing the Tesla Charms coming through as TE Zem gonna get caught on the charm. WBG looking to go for the engage, but it looks like they are gonna block off. Jiang coming through with the Temi Wisp, and wow, that's so much damage coming through on the members of TE as they are on that Yang depletion. They're trying to get themselves cleansed and out of here, but TXJ just getting absolutely caught out by the members of SS1. And there goes TXJ. TE's One Fang gonna try and come down to see if he can do any sort of healing, but it's not gonna help as the powerful Dazzle goes down. And this could be the end of TE right now as Zem goes down now. One Fang, the last remaining player of Team TE, to be fighting in this. Oh, big parry gonna come through, but he does get caught inside the Temi. 9 seconds left on that Yang depletion as well. It's not going to be too optimal for him here.
SS1 gets the elimination. You need it. They need it. And now everyone gets Yang depletion. Right now the pickup is had. It's going to be up to them right now from Yan to look towards this with the bow. So you can get a bow shot to kind of peek over there. Water won't be rezzed here, I believe. I think FPX isn't going to have a chance in doing so. And then seeing how that comes down to it, Water just, chilling down as a hottie. So he has Yang depletion when he gets rezzed, I think. If that's how the mechanic works. Someone double check. Who's a Trios player? So one thing that comes into this spotlight is with everyone waiting this out, Yang depletion is only a ticking time bomb, right? Seeing how an SR is able to pick up the Yang Spirit Well buff, they could just like full run into anybody who wants to run in there. Like, look, what? No way. Yo, WBG getting this is crazy work though. Let's be honest.
Every single time.
Bro, I couldn't believe it.
They're not. They're just cleansing here. They're not.
Yeah, I know, but no one's contesting in towards them, towards the Yang Spirit Well, knowing that a team needs to get cleansed themselves. It's a full reset for armor and health, right? Not for ults. But in trios, solos, we barely get that. Like, barely get that in solos. For trios, I mean, that's crazy work that you can allow the whole team to go through. It's all right. Still 100% health reset. You don't want to take that chance. SR though, just going to be creeping around here. Maybe even looking for a quest line after 20 seconds. Start to get vision on somebody.
They're trying to track in Kiki.
Get him. Get his. Yo, smoking if you got him, bro. I think Kiki's gonna be going to the zone with this. Yeah, the weekend escalation is gonna be enough here to kind of take away time by time so they don't get last hit. But I think, okay, we crossed the barrier, right? Cross the barrier time. Boom, Order of Defiance procced as well. Yeah, and FPX goes down here. Unfortunate. Still though, 7 kills so far. I mean, that's only 5 kills, and then you have to look at WBG because they still got all 3 of their members still alive.
Yeah, they were 14 points away at the start of the game. They managed to get themselves 7 eliminations, and now they're still 12 points away because of how many points that WBG has managed to put up into this game. They're just climbing higher and higher away. As we are going to see the musket shots coming in, as I believe there's only 3 teams left, 9 players alive in the lobby. These players are going to start to engage onto each other soon, because I do believe, yeah, SS1 still on the Yang depletion.
100 seconds on the clock. SR working around. You're going clockwise. They're going to reach that bush eventually, right? Like, that bush is going to be shot upon. So maybe sometime soon we might see Rico take a pot shot at that bush. He does have a musket, so all he has to do is look in that direction. But I was looking at Shao's position on that Moonbane, but I'm like, hey, we're cruising for a bruising here. I don't know if anyone on the eastern side of the circle of the Moonbane specifically is going to be entering the spot. I mean, there shouldn't be any chances here for SS1 to move from the spotlight. I mean, they see everyone in the uphill. They should be looking around. The Forbidden Seal, though, is that going to be the play? That's my question, because this is going to be the next Spirit Well. So for SR to get this Spirit Well position on lockdown, you know how many seconds left is on SS1? 30 seconds. So SS1 has to take a push. It's going to be within that Spirit Well fight, guaranteed.
Yeah, I think that's going to be like their last hurrah here, as we are going to see as soon as that Spirit Well drops. They're going to get ready to break. Will they be able to do it though? Will they be able to come in? It looks. I think they hesitated too long already.
They got shot at.
Yeah, they've got 30 seconds left, and they still haven't engaged on the Spirit Well.
Taking the other fight outside of the Spirit Well. I mean, this is okay. This as long as we don't see refreshes from SR9 and NY7, but look at the Aqua's ultimate. Wait a second, this is gonna be a refresh for the buff, so that Aqua gets the ultimate back up. That's okay. Yeah, and then I see it going through. The Universal Slash gets a release here. Mion's looking at this and sees his Tessa getting, or he says one of his teammates getting ulted in the backline by Tessa. Powerful Dazzle is confirmed here from SR, and in the zone no less. That is straight tick damage for 6 seconds. He comes out there alive though for a little bit, but he's at 1 HP. He gets an Nbpl. He won't get enough value here. That's SR shots down. SS1's Mion, and Leeway goes through, and SR are just making a clean sweep territory.
Yeah, SR are just doing such a good job. Look at this. They drop down the A coach cage. They're able to get the full stun. They're doing such a good job of just holding their best possible angles and ways to get themselves into the win. 7 players left. So we're going to see now WBG very, very low in HP for some of their players are just getting absolutely dominated.
Fire.
Oh my goodness. What a Tessa charm. Oh, big parry.
Forbidden Seal, right? That thing got activated on the outskirts, and they proc their ultimates on the outskirts. But the Syra ultimate's ready to go for Rico. But he's staying put. He's not even moving. He doesn't even care. The silence comes out here, and NY7's looking to kind of pressure this out. The big meow comes through. I'm not even sure if NY7 wants this parry, right? Oh, he almost got it, too. Then the Syra ultimate comes out. Rico turns this around. Volpine's essence gets revealed, and he gets pushed into the Forbidden Seal. Couldn't believe it.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate thing when you're playing a character that has like the some bulky movement, or a character that's like hovering across the ground like Syra. It's going to be very difficult for you to get any sort of value out of your ult in those situations, right? Which is why these players play around them. So we're going to see the Wu Chen ult coming through. Jiang's going to go down, and now it's Fu versus the members of SR, and WBG versus SR.
You know, it's crazy. There's one member left for SS1. At least it's showing on the screen. I don't know why. But apparently he's still in the game. I just don't know where he's at. Confusion. Still kind of curious about it. SR is going to find out Fu. There he is. Yeah, Fu's right there. Yeah, he was kind of worrying about his locations. If PP goes down here, first and foremost, I mean, there's the Volpine, or the hit on the V1. There's the Viper. There's the WBG going down in third. And that's one actually securing second place. It's just about Fu just kiting around here. But last hit's confirmed. That's it. Zone tick damage. That's done. Yeah, but the other thing too is that SR were just like mitigated the heck out. They got so much gear unlocked, man. And at the time that you end up losing out their armor, they still have another armor reset going on from that Spirit Well. So they can go back over there, pick it up, and go right back in. And it doesn't do well if you have a character like Syra coming back into it. Because then that's a full reset, and that's her just rushing that down.
Exactly, and you're like a fully gold armor Syra is just one of the most scary things to deal with in NARAKA BLADEPOINT. So like, especially if they get their ult back up after that fight, they're going to be getting a lot of extra perks through that. So it's going to give them a tough time to deal with it. The healing and sustain that comes from that as well. But yeah, the Tessa charms were very, very on point. They were very accurate, and they worked really well the entire time for members of WBG. It's just the execute did not go the way that they planned it.
Yeah. Still though, WBG did good efforts on that build. At least at pick selections now, it's going to be a case of, is it stick? Is it just situation? I think it was wholly situational, completely. Just hey, we're bringing that thing again, but never can take things too soon. So leading into WBG's comp selection, that is their unique pick when it comes down to Nakas being banned due to being early selection. They kind of bottleneck the bottom half to making certain choices. Then having this going to round 6, this is going to be our mirror comp round selection. So what this means is that now the most played comp hero, which should be the Enor Shunhuan, or the Enor Hadi and Zipiang, I should say, the old comp, should be the one to show up here. So for round 6, we should have that going down here. But since SR is keeping the top of the leaderboard to them and TE, this is no question about it. These guys are accelerating to make it to winners finals brackets, to losers part 2, Lechibulu bracket.
Losers part 2, yeah, and it is like it's a double elimination tournament style, right? If you lose once, you're in. If you're in the top 4, for however many times you're in the top 4, you're gonna be fine. If you happen to go into the bottom 4, you can lose only 2 days out of the entire thing. So you could win day 1 of your qualifiers, go to the upper bracket, lose the upper bracket, and then lose the second lower bracket. Or you could win the second lower bracket, which means that you'd come back into the finals, right? So there's a few different avenues that these players have kind of exploited out to bring into like how they're going to be going into the finals. But if you do end up losing, it's double elimination. If you've already lost, you're in losers bracket 2 for the second time. You're in losers bracket for the second time, and you place in that bottom 4, your whole season is done.
Yep.
Even if you do it now, if the bottom 4 players are going to be out.
Yep. Yeah, we have for another week and a half, and then stage 2 happens, and you do bad there. You gotta like make some wild making up to do when it comes into getting to the grand finals. But let's get ourselves into this. So leaderboard check comes through here from WBG. We should get that in just a second. But more importantly, this is round 5, last pick ban rounds. Just kind of reminder on how it works, guys. Of elimination is that we'd have basically 3 weeks to contest for players to get into basically primarily what you see as a finals week. So that would come down next weekend for the 4th and the 5th of April. But bringing us into this stage, and by the end of this weekend, this is going to be where we need to have the top 4 that'll be selected to build up against the next round of losers, which the next round of losers is going to be on Sunday with winners teams. Teams that were able to win their first and second day, Group A and Group B. The first top 4 from those 2 groups, they contest each other. Whoever loses from that, whoever's in the bottom 4 of that group, goes to contest the top 4 from this group. And then whoever wins that setup, right, comes down to top 4 of that, gets to compete in the grand finals, right, for the stage 1, at least to kind of to compete against that, which you'll get used to it if you guys aren't familiar with that. It's a fighting game bracket, kind of a double elimination bracket. It's actually primarily everywhere too, so don't even think about it. It's just the one section. It's kind of going through with this first prediction. All right, chat, Alabama's in there. You already know what's going through. It's going his way. Which team gets most kills in game 5? ASR, BTE, CSS1, or DFPX ZQ? Well, I mean, Seb, give him the answer, or let him cook. Let him cook in chat.
No, we'll let him cook with this one. We'll let him cook with this one. I won the last one, so I can't be giving
retired,
that one.
Bro.
Give me. Yeah, I'm retired. I'm going out on top. So we're gonna take a look at our overall standings. Game score 20, which I do believe is one of our highest game scores that we've seen in a long time. Game score 12 is going to be SS1 in second place, WBG in third with 10, TE with 9, FPX with 8. OUG with 5, and then Alliance and WFG with 1 apiece. Very unfortunate.
Too unfortunate. It's all right. But it's our optimal for the MVP. Who knew, right? Rico taking it up with 8 eliminations, 23,000 damage dealt onto the character choice pick. Even though Ox was there, he got most assists, up to 11. Actually, no, second most assists. The Viper was there for most at 12. But Oculus was kind of concurrent and just going through. We've seen him time and time again for the V2 variation. Will be interesting to see how V1 ever makes a stand, but V2 is just in a short scale fights. So very short, very quick, concise, eliminations so they can get it. And then if not, that's what the Syra's there for, baby. She's able to heal you, she's able to stun, she's able to damage. And then you had a Viper just for the hard CC control. So looking at the leaderboard right now, bottom 4, let's talk about it. WFG, 23 points, 22 points for Alliance, 21 for OUG, and 18 for FPX. Meanwhile, from the 4th up, from WBG, they have 30 points, right? 7-point difference as a gatekeepers. 39 points for SS1 and 56 for SR and TE. That's, TE and SR are chilling, right? But for WBG and for SS1, it just depends. If SS1 goes out, by any sort of reason, 16 points as a difference maker, that's hard to beat for WFG to come through with. 16 points, you could imagine it. It could still happen. It's just up to the 5th place team to work it out too with them, for 4th place, I should say. So, getting this down, here's some hit clips and highlights brought to you by Seb Guy.
Here we go. TE's TXJ. This is a really nice kill right off the start. He manages to turn around, as we see, and dodge that Tesla charm. SR in the realm of Yang against OUG, just absolute insane lockdown potential. The double grab, double slam, followed up by the absolute insanity from Water on the Ballista, who managed to take out not 1, not 2, but 3 players total with that Ballista. So we're going to see TE in the realm of Yang was incredibly strong. They did end up going down in that fight against SR, but we do see now in the later part of the game, Mian getting absolutely diced up by the repeating crossbow. Fu just snagging kill with the fan right at the end there. And then we see WBG getting eliminated.
And see, now this last elimination comes down here. SR takes the placement points of +4. Getting all the eliminations in the game, right? Kind of working themselves out here. Look at that chat going crazy here. He's seeing, okay, how many kills they got? Well, SR is really working this down, right? Look at this. Boom. headshot, right? So Sierra coming down here, even with the nerfs to V2 with the range, even with the, well, even way back when, the earlier nerfs to the V2 healing. Just the sheer audacity that a character can get a 6-second dazzle or CC effect on somebody, allowing for them to do whatever they need to in that area span of time, but also being able to damage and output somebody from a range, right? 20 meters for the light beam. That's a stagger. It can get parried, but who's really parrying it these days? Usually you just have your teammate to kind of stagger that person for just a free knockup. And then all of a sudden you're looking at Rico's stats. I mean, jabbing was picked up Cyan Fang, 23,000 damage. The staff was no contender for the jabbing because it's a one hitter, 800 damage at a certain scaling. So for this standpoint for TE, or for SR I should say, Rico really puts himself in the spotlight as one of the top teams alongside with TE. But man, having jabbing early on as a jabbing Sire, I mean, that's just a drop down, blue focus release, done deal. Pack it up, get home.
Yeah, I mean, they had a phenomenal job in that game 5, right? And it's gonna take a lot for any of these teams that are on the bottom 5 to 8 right now to get themselves back into the rest of this game, because right now they are not like looking good at all. They're looking very, very struggly, and if they're not going to be able to pull themselves together for this last game, there's a high chance that this is going to be the lineup that we're going to see.
Yeah. So have one more round. Any aces up our sleeves. At least one team from the top 4 could potentially go down. We're gonna go catch a break real quick for you guys, get some snacks, go to the bathroom. We'll see you guys in a few minutes for round 6. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Game 6 coming through here for stage 1 losers bracket. My name is Severio alongside with Seb Guy. We got a chance here saluting you guys. Hey, thanks. Welcome here for the chat. We're going to have a chance in for the last round. Maricot Pink round is going to be pulling up, and we'll see the selection of choice. Well, undoubtedly, though, it's going to be the Inner One, the Zipping, the Hottie Smile, right? This is going to be the Horde comp. This is going to be on a midday Moore's map, so no Fireflies, unless you're going to head to the cave, specifically inside the council courtyard or the cave in Ephemeris. But regardless of that, game knowledge questions you guys have in chat, just let us know. We got a chance in kind of verbalizing that. We are in game knowledge dwellers, so for anything that comes down to what you need to understand on how the core mechanics are, the pick ban system, how does the new Nbpl pick ban system work, we'll run it by with you guys to kind of get you guys going here. But as it stands, right, we run through our pick ban rounds from rounds 2 through 5. We ran through our versus round, which ran by really quick comparison to what happened on day 2 with group B. So finding out how fast these rounds go through. The competition's fierce, but the top 4 kind of undeterred by their previous performances, like TE and SR, who are taking it by the top 2, taking their versus rounds without any questions on the best out of 3. I mean, they were winning 2-0s back to back.
Yeah, the back-to-back 2-0s were crazy, and it's just how fast that like the fights themselves even went. Like we saw like a good like half an hour, 40-minute long game 1 on Group E. And this time it took less than 20 minutes for them to finish up everything. It took them like about 10 minutes to finish up that game 1, which went by so quickly. We don't normally see that. It's cool to see because, yeah, I mean, we're going to be ending like almost like an hour or 2 earlier because of that, like just timing wise, right? And we'll be finishing up after this game. And our last game on the mirror match, this is going to be so interesting because it's we're saying goodbye to the Fireflies. We're saying hello to the initial Rage. We're saying hi to all the Enor wands that are about to be swarming this battlefield in just a second. It's gonna be incredibly crazy. I think that we're gonna see, you know, another TEA or SR, you know, crazy play coming out. I think that's gonna be the vibe.
Yeah, and of course taking a chance here, right, for a T and SR, no more testing, right? This is just all rudimentary at this point. Bringing out this comp, their best selection right now is just to kind of take an off-drop spawn, if not Artisan's Grove, to kind of build up money. That's money time, by the way, for anyone who's really playing the game, to kind of get us an understanding for. But for anyone that really knows what it means, is that once you reach into money town in the early game, that's either money for gear, for, you know, anything of the nature of whether you want to pick up a purple armor, for instance, which is 15k in a Mortal War. But the other option is, okay, we have money now, should we buy Bane, right? Because Bane is very rarely looked upon. But we just saw in that last round how valuable it came to clutch out points. WBG were able to kind of work the second Bane into their holy advantage against TE, taking them out without you know, whim the whisk. Like, they took out TE, like, snap of a finger. They got that LME pulse one released into army. Like, oh my goodness, guys, HP went down to 0, bro. It's nothingness. And seeing how well the Moonbanes worked there, it wasn't the first Moonbane, it was the second. The first one was already casted right before them.
Yeah, the Moonbanes dropping in are usually happening very early game, right? You get a Bell quest, you get a stash quest, you get yourself a Moonbane, you get a couple kills. The Moonbane's good for that early game, but beyond that, it doesn't really help out too much, right? You're not able to see so much of the game with the Moonbane, right? It happens in those early fights, but it doesn't happen anywhere else. As we are going to be seeing us getting ready to jump in to our last game of the day, our mirror match, game number 6, as we are going to be getting ready. We're so close to jumping into this, as I believe, okay, I keep seeing there's stars on some of these players' jackets, right? Does this mean that they've won? Like, SS has a purple star on his jacket. We see a couple of WBG players with stars on their jackets. TXJ's got a star. The SR players have 2 stars. Is this major tournaments 1?
Ooh. Oh, that'd be kind of crazy.
Yeah, you see TE's got the 2 stars there. TXJ's got the 2 stars. Zem from Wolves has got himself, and One Fang has got as well. So they've both got the 2 stars there, which means that is that like double J Cup winner, or like NBPL and J Cup winners?
It's kind of crazy too, because I think it comes down to J Cup and maybe Midsummer or Mid Challenge, right? Because it comes down to that. No, I think it is J Cup actually.
No, it has to be J Cup. It has to be the NBPL finals as well. It has to be like every single major event, because TXJ's never won a J Cup, I don't think.
2024, yeah.
He wasn't playing TE. He was playing FPX.
Oh no, FPX. No. So for no, I'm stupid now. I'm thinking about Wolves, right, for 2024.
Yeah. That's why Zem and the other one on TE have it. One Fang, because they were on Wolves before, right? Ryushi, Yuma, Revenge. They haven't won anything, so there's no stars on their jackets or their jerseys. They're all jacketed up right now, so you don't even get to take a look inside their jerseys. I think they've got like the biggest NBPL patch on there. And like, look, the new team, WFG, no stars on their sides at all. So yeah, it must be something to do that, because Jiang has one on his. What did Jiang win?
Yeah, I saw that start too for Jiang.
Did he win with Wolves?
Yo, we're ready to go back in time. No. What about
Alliance?
2022?
2022.
I'm looking this up, bro. Don't worry. Anyways, we'll bring ourselves into that notion, right? We're yapping. I got a little chance here to kind of bring us into the next round. What I want to find out though is, often this skill set, nothing's going to change. We know that skills wise, right? We're going to get a preview of that, but nothing's going to change, man. V1 to F1 zipping, Hotie's going to be F2 V1, it's going to be F2 V1. I don't think we're ever going to see F1 in trios. That'd be kind of weird, I'll be honest. One's not even being picked in solos, by the way, as well. So when everything comes down to it, it's just damage, straight damage, damage dealt. The only difference is how many team players are going to be rushing each other down with the initial rage on the car 5 locations, because rarely do we come across those situations if it's available. So one team goes one direction, the other team goes the other direction. It's like it's a battle of dexterity. Like they don't want to like take the fight too early, right? And then have nothing to gain afterwards. So with this comp selection coming down here, game 6 is going to be going underway. We're going to look into those stars in just a second, just so I can kind of cross-reference everybody going through from what we were looking at earlier. But it looks like everybody is running the same skills and ultimates as suggested. Yeah, nothing's changing here. It would be kind of unwise to change it up because the selection of getting away JLL at free car is just strong for Hottie. We don't really need more damage. That's what Enor1 is there for, man. He is just scaled out of his mind. Yo, straight up though, green heartbeat. Only one I've seen so far, and it's still the same guy from WBG, man. He's earned it. He is the most healthiest gamer.
Yeah, I mean, definitely that angle, as we're gonna see, is just insane. The posture is looking really good. So now we're gonna take a look at our spawn points. Pretty standard spawns. No one's spawning like too quickly on top of each other. SR is gonna take Alliance, OUG versus Fun Plus Phoenix and WFG, TE all by themselves at Shipwreck, and then we've got SS1 and WBG.
Game 6. Shenanigans but manigans. I'm ready for this, man. So are you ready for this, Ed? You know what I'm thinking about is that
I'm so ready for this.
So ready for this, right? What I'm thinking about is just like what's the RNG loot looking like, man? If someone gets 2 purple armor, I'm gonna be upset. I'm gonna be upset, bro. But dropping this into a Sigma mine, we're gonna have WFG dropping 3 with FPX and looking at common armor all the way. No one's gotten anything greater than blue weapons are sprinkled upon this. But what's kind of scary, what's precarious about this is that the longer this goes, the more one team's gonna get looted over the other, and it looks like it's gonna be OG. Other than that case, so SR is gonna be rushing down here towards Crow's Nest. They're taking their fights up against Alliance, and then SR looking at this from a parry. Yuma might be the reason that this team goes down.
Yeah, big parry from Yuma though on the other side. SR Shao going to get hit with the 1.0, and he does end up going down, and that's Revenge with the Greatsword follow-up to pick that off. Now in the 3v2 situation, they're targeting Ryushi, but the peel's going to come through. Revenge really trying to go for the catch here. Big parry under Rico as Alliance are going to be extending their fight into this game. Rico with the big parry, and now we're going to see the Enor ultimate coming through. Ryushi does get himself eliminated as Rico manages to pick up that kill, and now Fun Plus Phoenix jumping into the mix. The respawns are going to be coming out very fast too, as I definitely think members of SR are going to be looking for that salty revive. Yeah, there goes SR. SR is going to be jumping into that as they know that they've secured themselves a spot in the top 4.
Yeah, they're gonna try to make violence. Like, okay, what are you guys gonna do about this salty Riatis? And NY7's like, yo, wait, team, you responding about this? So this is coming down to NY7, right? He's gonna be the one left to go through, gets parried off the immediate, goes down here, and immediately just like says, okay, well, I can sit back now. Thought I pulled the anti-TXJ. So looking at this though, WFG are able to pick up elimination against OUG's SXJ. This is big. All right, we need that to see that from WFG because they got to get up to the leaderboard. And looking at WBG with 1 elimination, it's just really a matter of time. Since Alliance is going to be chilling out here, they're going to go into the Soul Form. They're going to go northeast, potentially just kind of go ahead and rock this down. Purple armor has been purchased. FPX Kiki able to pick that up, and FPX with 2 eliminations. This team, like I said, like that's a lot of points, man. But this team, if FPX starts scaling out there, first round Yang +3, and he fights after right now, right? That's potential +3 or +2. So Zhao Wen gets a kill elimination against OUG. Not the best case that OUG wants to be in. This is the second death to the hands of WFG. Seeing how they are the ones ahead of them on the leaderboard, regardless, it is still a 4-point difference.
And thank you to Sora in the chat for correcting me here. I completely forgot JL was a team, and that TXJ's been on TE before. Like this is thank you.
2023
timeline. FPX to TE to JL to YZG to J back to JL back to TE. Yeah, it's definitely a journey for some of these players and their trade spots and where they've gone to. Is you know, there's so many different trades every single year that we see happen that it's definitely hard to keep track of. Like these players were on this team last year, okay, but 2 years ago I can't even remember. As we're coming through, very few eliminations early on in this game. There's gonna be 3 for WFG, 1 for Alliance, 1 for OUG, 2 for FPX. As we're gonna see WBG and SR on 1 kill each, with the rest of these players on 0. WFG, the team that has the best chance to beat WBG out, are still about 5 points behind, but lucky for them, WBG has only gotten 1 elimination this game. It's WFG now fighting against TE. This is a fight that they need to win. If they lose here, it's pretty much over for them.
Pretty much. I mean, looking at this, look at the XJ, bro. He's like, no fear. Tap dodging. He just literally went into a 1v2 fight, and he's still healthy as can be. You know why? Because it's just coming down to the Hottie ultimate being prepared for him in case he needs to buck out of there. Now, working past 2 opponents, they have 2 Enors now in effect. He is out of there. The range within the F2 recast is being closed in. Sooner or later, he does get recasted on and is avoided. Since TXJ still has ultimate, mist is the reason he has to cast it. That's not the best case scenario, right? Now that's going to be a counter ultimate to hopefully see, because since since Wonfang's ultimate is actually active right now, right? For instance, that's there's it being burned down for TE. WFG, I mean, if that Nbpl happens, TXJ might be able to turn this fight around. He's got to connect it, and that's going to be immunity to the guard mark. So with 3 seconds left to go on the V for the recast for this F spear, he's going to find it right now with the jump R&B. He finds it. There's a connection. There's the Nbpl. Doesn't get a confirmation. The ultimate has ended. It has expired, and his F2 is up.
And there we go. The zipping ultimate's just providing so much sustain in this situation. But now that all the ults are down, it's really just going to be that scrap out time. As the parry attempt comes out for Xiaowen, he doesn't manage to connect. F2 recast is going to come around from the other side just to put some distance between them. And now TXJ getting incredibly low, forced to back off the situation as OUG might be coming in for a very sneaky third party here as TE Zem going to be getting hit up in the back end as everyone starts to converge on each other. And yeah, that's Zem going to be about to get absolutely decimated by the members of OUG. Baby U picking up that elimination for their 2nd elimination of the game. Baby U going to go for that instant ultimate as Xiaowen. Oh my goodness, the Nbpl going to come through, the dual halberds just absolutely destroying the members of WFG now, which is really not good for them. And the last Nbpl coming through, the double charge from the halberds, is all that they are going to need to send WFG's members back to the Soul Altar.
You gotta press the beep on that. You know, these guys are literally 1 point. This is a toe-to-toe fight between WFG and OUG right now. Seeing how this comes down to this first Romy Yang is that the thing is that OUG is now in advantage to take this first Romy Yang. Oh, don't worry about that. The thing about next is that whether they get into the Romy Yang, they take the fight without majority of their ultimates between both sides. I know WFG are kind of slowly posturing out for that location. Maybe they want to look into the southeastern end again, but you know, lurking around in terms of leaderboard, 3 to 4 for kills, 26 to 25. That's too close for me. J-Check comes down here for a martial arts Shaolin staff for Mian with a Juggernaut, so that's stacking. Kavloom on Liwei with the Rampage, and also Venom to Bar Bolts. Fudo is going to be having himself an Overlord. I'm not sure if he's going to be wielding that pole sword, which is ironic because Mian has the pole sword. So maybe a little swap out there. I mean, for mitigation, at least give him a little chance to release. But who knows? Seeing how this is going to scale out here, it's probably a tactical reason, you know, considering that you don't want to go level 3 out immediately. Just one clink, and then you can delay it without the immediate release that can come out for Overlord. Optimal. Realizing that SR is going to be rushing down here, 1 player below. Mian looking for him. And seeing how this is going to be the immediate initiation from Mian, he's going to be going for the instant release no matter what.
Here we go. Enor Ultimates are live for both teams. Mian has a little bit of a head start on that ult. So we're going to see NY7 with a bit of an advantage later on in this fight. And now we're going to see the jump in, the jump down. Oh my goodness, he almost manages to catch Rico. Rico with these frame-perfect dodges coming out. The peel's going to come through as the spacing from Mian just not the most optimal, as Lil Yi going to get himself impaled. And yeah, we're seeing SS1 just getting absolutely decimated in this situation where they usually do end up shining. We're seeing them get absolutely messed up here in this situation. Big parry though from Mian. The comeback potential is there. Now we're in the 3v2 situation though. Once that zipping ultimate goes down, it's going to be open season.
Yeah, waiting this out though. The F2 is going to come up from Yan and just like, he's got blundered. Never mind. GG's. Yeah, the F2 recast off of the RMB release comes down, and that's going to be it. That's going to be also an elimination for NY7. I start coming down here to give a little bit piece of their action against SS1, just saying, hey, we're at the top. But J-Check. What's in the shop? Right? Oh, to be continued. And meanwhile, Alliance is taking up a fight against WFG on the outskirts. Question mark. Yeah, WBG actually taking a teleportation out there. Yeah, this is rough. Look at Over getting killed against a Revenge. Since Alliance is actually taking the fight over here against FPX as well, this is a really dangerous place. Breezy Maze only has a few locations to get out of dodge, and as terms of PV, I mean, he's on Stoneform duty right now. Getting indoors though to break the line of sight. Beautiful. Whole check of Destiny though, I don't think we're gonna release that. His F2 is up in 10 seconds. He gets a release though. The Comet Ring is invested from the Hottie. The Scare Rush to get out of dodge. It might be another position, but he does get parried, and that's gonna be eliminations. PB goes down to PBG, losing a basically scaled out hero on their team. Now it's kind of wondering, where are the teammates?
As we're going to take a look at our other Realm of Yang. This is going to be TXJ. Oh my goodness, just absolutely decimated into the blender here. As now OUG, very low in HP compared to the members of TE. But TE have one more member. Oh, big parry. One Fang goes down, and so does Zem. As the OUG boys managed to pick themselves up a win in the Realm of Yang. That's going to be very helpful for them. So we're going to get to take a look at the scoreboard in just a second and see how much closer they are for coming out.
Can't believe this guy got Rupture Gale again. Bro, why are we getting so many Rupture Gales in these roaming games? It's kind of fire though. No pun intended. Listen.
So it's that pro player loot.
Bro, like Heartstopper on top of Gold Spear. We had Dagger with the Assassin's Lunge. I was like, why not? I'm like, oh, why not?
Earthshaker with Greatsword.
Airshake with Greatsword. Like, line it up. Give me better RNG.
Optimal RNG. This is they've got a like 3% edge, you know. So that's where we're
talking about edge. Ooh, parry.
Talking about edge. Damn, the parry is gonna come through with actually the single-edged weapon. Oh yeah, bars.
Oh yeah, he's got the game on lock, bro. All right, tell me about this. How many trades just comes right from a soul bloom? I'll stop. It's a trick question. Don't answer it. Don't answer that trick question. Don't answer it. So here's what happens here. Because it says how much from a soul bloom. I didn't say just from picking up a soul bloom or a soul bloom over time. Don't worry. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yo, FPX though. So actually, no, we can actually talk about the new season stuff before we get this replay. No question mark. Okay, cool. So it's crazy that in this new season, right? Some of the Cleparation glyph boards give you innate attack by spending gold. Now, we're going to look at those numbers if they get tweaked. But 7.2% attack on max node is kind of crazy for you just to have, especially in solos. Because all you need to do is spend a little bit of money here and there, and boom, you're in there. Like, you have attack. You can build mitigation. No questions asked. You got attack boost because why not? But regardless of that, we'll talk about it a little later. Nice Nbpl comes down here, unless the teleporter is just, you know, the god hand there. Kiki got captured, though. Ooh, he gets a nice F1, though. He can dodge that out. He might be just denied of that Nbpl. Man, Mion is looking and seeing red, man, because 45 seconds left on that Yang depletion. We got to get a kill sometime. And Kiki just got his ult right back up. Remember what I was talking about? FPX, they need a lot. But in these type of situations, they could be granted those kills.
Yeah, no, that's completely fair enough. And if we're looking at who's getting these kills, it looks like SS1 does manage to pick up the first one. And Fun Plus Phoenix not looking to be in the best of positions right now, as they are trying to... Oh, what an impale catch on the Luo Yi, trying to get the follow-up. They don't manage to get the re-impale. But it was a really good play nonetheless. OUG's Baby U gonna go out in the kill feed as well. Tease TXJ picking up that kill. SR now coming in on the third party. Will they be able to take out all of these members? It's over. Gonna try and defend for as long as possible, but that's FPX fully eliminated from the game. OUG losing 2 members as well here. And I do believe that they're going to be headed back to the Soul Altar with their Vermilion's Birdmite. And there you see SS1 getting, I believe, fully eliminated as well. Okay, so there's opportunity for... There's a threshold. There's a 40-point threshold. If OUG and WBG can both get over 40 points, they will qualify over SS1.
You mean if WFG doesn't do themselves in part 2, right? Because listen, 13 points, 13 kills. 10 kills, potentially. Now that, or like 10 kills and some placement points could be enough. But that's the same scenario that we saw from last game for FPX, right? Whether or not they're going to pop after that. And now that FPX is gone, it really is up to WFG or OUG to take both the spots. WBG are still in the game, though. Not going out without a fight. It's just, well, are they going to get out of this sticky situation? Look at that. Look at who's up north, bro. WFG is like, yo, like, who's this guy, bro? And WBG's like, I need my team now with me, stat. But they won't back up for him. For LV, I mean, he can try to hottie it out, and I think it's going to work out. Look at this guy going for certain grounds. He's going to find every single nook and cranny, every single wall to scare rush off of, while making sure that they don't have a line of sight on him. And Shuan is just like, I don't know what to do. I don't have any grapples. Bro, you have 2K. He had to immediate purchase those 12 grapples. And they're still going after him, bro. They don't care. They need this kill.
Yeah, getting this kill is going to be super crucial to them, especially finding out a solo this like late into the game. Like, you're going to want to be able to do that. So finding that out here for them is really good to see, as they are going to get a little bit of damage off onto them, as WBG's PP on the other side is also getting sent flying, pops his ultimate, and this is just going to be such a difficult situation to get out of, and it's really unfortunate that they are falling short at this stage into the game. And now we're going to take a look at the Titan rematch. It's going to be SR versus TE.
I had the word Titan in my mouth too. I was like, anyways, two Titans against each other, right? The behemoths of the entire leaderboard. And this is kind of crazy right now. The double Nbpl like that. Yeah, let me see you do it again real quick. Let me see you do it again real quick. Let me just one more LMB. Just one more LMB. Just catch a little hit. But regardless of that, NY7 is also doing work on the back end to try to go away. He doesn't get a chance to come into the Nbpl that he was hoping for, but TXJ is able to knock down Rico, gets a spear recast, but doesn't have the Nbpl timer, and the ultimate just decasted. So parries like that, allowing him for the teleporter to be used. TXJ still has his R&B checks on standby, has his F2 ready to go here. He actually mitigates at the stagger. Nicely done with the hold horizontal, but here's the problem here. Look at Zhao. My man said no. It's like Neo, bro. Looking at, you remember how Neo like looks like, no, and all the bullets coming his way, and he just blocks it. That's him right now. He's got Palm Lightning. He's going to be going ahead and try to force TXJ in his 1v1 because one Fong is down. So F2 recast comes down from TXJ to carry the team. Palm Lightning gets released into the R&B fan. Blue focus, by the way, for the blue rarity, and he's still getting melted as a result.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just not having the greatest time against SR in this Realm of Yang, as TE does manage to come out victorious. Nobody taking the other Realm of Yang, so not even a free one was given out to the other side, as we are going to see. And it looks like OUG still fighting. All these players getting incredibly aggressive against WFG. Will we see... Oh, there's a nice impale. Are we going to see any sort of really crazy business going on here with OUG? They've lost a player. SXJ is dead. It's unfortunate. But will they be able to facilitate like SR did?
You know, it's crazy. This pork is happening with TE. They need this kill sound out of it. Lost the Realm of Yang. They don't care. This is also the scuffle of a fight that's just already been had, and all ultimates online. Shuan just got it. He just got it, bro. He just got it. And now he's going to go on the offensive against TXJ. The teleporter of destiny. This man is out of there, bro. Call him the Golden Compass. He's out of there. For anything for TXJ, what I'm worried about is like a polar bear moment, man. Are we just going to go wild in? Are we just going to slash out? No questions asked? Because the teleporters are being used here. I mean, Nexium's the last guy to use to take it out. If he doesn't, yeah, I was about to say, he's about to get impaled. TXJ, though, gets caused for effort instead. He has his Enor 1 ultimate. He might go brazy after this Enor deforms. Shuan using F2 in midair just to try to get his distance. But now that TXJ has eyes of sight of him, he's going to go ahead for a reset. Shuan might be cutting out salvation for a moment, but OUG is still on their heels.
Here we are, and the fighting is just absolute non-stop. TE is still needing to get the cleanse, so they're going to be going for these fights. OUG looking to try and get the amount of kills that they need to get themselves up in that 30-point threshold. But it looks like Baby You going to go down here. SS coming in shortly, trying to clean up these eliminations as well. Is end up just going down as well. And there we go. SS from Team OUG eliminated 6th. And that means that there is absolutely zero chance that he will be qualifying. They will be qualifying in their season. Their whole first split is already done. That was the last second that they were going to play in the Nbpl stage for about 2 weeks.
Yeah, vacation time. Call it in. What's worse, though, is kind of thinking about WBG and WFG right now. 5 points difference between both of them. WBG still having all 3 teammates, but WFG losing out their Enor, so now it's coming down to this. Whether or not Zhao can carry the fight You know, with his zipping, it's up to that. But since they lost Shuan in that previous skirmish there, that's a pretty heavy loss. Xiaowen not getting rest from Mist here, right in the outskirts. That's like 3 grapples deep. Is it? Nah, it's 2 grapples deep. I think Mist is going to be okay to get his teammate back in there, even with the F1. Oh, no, 3 grapples. Okay, I lied. Yeah, so this comes down to this, right? Mist is going to go through here with Xiaowen. They got a lot of breakouts, you know, F1 for the free dodge for the zipping and the gold cast, and then the teleporter, right? No questions asked. But WBG, kind of scary right now, leaderboard-wise. They're the only opponents there, regardless of them knowing it or not, that are setting themselves up here for this final round. Whether or not they're going to be taking a 2-week vacation, you know, for WFG. So for WBG taking this down to this for this corner and how geared they are for the Realm of Yang, it's just whether or not TE and SR are really worried about that. I mean, they're not, because they're chilling right now. In terms of leaderboard, it's just about this game's stats. You know, 13 eliminations for SR, 5 for TE this round. Alliance is also that, you know, the bottom row of 23 points, and still needing around 11 points to make up for WBG if they go out this early on. Which 11 points still possible. Seeing WFG, though, is going to be one of those teams that they need to get rid of right now, because this is a leaderboard check right there. There's one down for Xiaowen. Now they got to get rid of Shuan and Mist at the same time.
Yeah, and this is going to be a little bit more difficult, right? Because Mist is on that. They've been very good at kiting this entire time, but they're going for the gray armor. This is the smart play. This is Shuan. Mist is going to go the other way just to avoid contact with them at all times. And Shuan is going to end up getting melted incredibly quickly. So fast that we're going to see them pick up that extra elimination, putting them on to 3 kills, 25 points. So they're about 9 points behind. They'd have to get about 12 more eliminations if they wanted to, or 9 more eliminations.
It's kind of rough there too, yeah. I can't believe that FWFG comes down there alive. Not getting hounded down. Now this is a classic. Yang Spear Rail uncontested. What's crazy though is that this Yang Spear Rail is on the edge of the zone. Hey, yo, man, bro, crazy Yang Spear Rail. No one's gonna get affected by this unless Alliance gets hit by it by a second. Yeah, everyone's gonna be holding down here. They're gonna try to wait this out. Share out the goal. Was it 31,000 dark tech coins? So wait, 40,000. It's not bad. I don't think there's a shop here besides you going west.
Why don't you talk to us about the new changes that they're making to
the new season? Yeah,
the new season.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So, a bit of checks. So we talked about Rage, Overtime. Let's talk about Jays real fast. Soul Slash, Palm Lightning, Juggernaut, Vancion Zhao, Raptor Gaylord, Juggernaut level 2, Overlord, and I'm going to say that's Myriad Winter Suite on NY7, and then a Soothing Boon on Tozrico and other Jades alongside that. But yeah, so new Jades coming through here. 7.2% attack going to be built up on the money side. So macro for solo or for trios especially, because it's also going to open up the door for money for quest lines to be opened up for the first node, and then discounts on the second, right, for those first 8 points. But the last 2 are changed, where one of them, instead of it being consume Tarktai coins and get a attack boost for a short amount of time, it's a forever attack boost up to 7.2% attack. So you can end up building up you can start building that out, right? 3.6 on a baseline, and then obviously it goes up from there for every 2,500 in a Mortal War. In ranked mode, it's 1,500, I think. So you can, or 1,250. So you can imagine the possibilities right there for macro. Any kill you get, if it's like 18,000 Dark Knight coins, you start building up attack. You can just have a passive attack boost. The other side is that the parry, one of the parry options has been changed for the stamina side. So instead of purple focus being on the big node, that the third node, right, that gets shifted down to the second node. And then the last node now carries a parry effect of every minute. You can parry somebody, get a silence for either 2 or 4 seconds. For a silence, it's crazy. I mean, it's no combo breaker. Then obviously there's another part to it, an attack boost for 8 seconds, whether 5 or 10%. You can imagine the kind of shenanigans you could pull off there. That's a lot of attack that you can have in a short amount of time to burst someone down. But also with the time frame that you guarantee a silence, which means that they can't use a combo breaker at all. There is no cleansing in the game, like any sort of jade that cleanses for you. Basically, the only thing that's going to cleanse you, if anything, is going to be a Kurumi to come through for like maybe B2, right? But that's like crazy work. We are going to see WFG. They'll get full inted on the building. That's it. SR just knocked off their chances from making it to the qualifier. So it's really just WBG going through here, or if Alliance just do some crazy work with this Moonbane.
Yeah, I doubt it. But 9 points away for them. They need to get a few more eliminations. 8 to be exact, or well, 9 to be exact. to get themselves into that situation. As we're going to see, they are just pulling up on the tree sides. They're not playing too aggressively, as we are going to see TE just trying to scope out more enemies, as SR is on 15 already. They don't want to fight the SR team, but they'll fight Alliance.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this V1 cast. There it is. Mitigating it out here. I think Alliance is going to be working this down. I mean, just got to kite around. TXJ could be down to teleport, though. Oh my god, this character, I love him. But Hottie is a way out, you know? You can't do anything about it, and it's a free teleport at any point in time for your teammates to get caught in a really tough position. See, this is what's going to happen here, right? Alliance is going to be hit with this low gear tech. You know? They're going to be outgeared by damage dealt versus damage taken. And seeing how Yuma just can't get a grab on somebody, he's going to have to cast ultimate. Yeah, he's purple for rarity, so he's going to be looking at TXJ. Jump cast comes down, he finds Zipping. He might find a reason for an Impale here now that she casts her V1 ultimate on the cast, and he's trying to look for this Impale to avoid it. Gets it, confirms a denial for the Impale for his opponent, but then again, TXJ is just doing gold-focused work, man. Gold scaling on the ultimate. We lost Revenge. Ryoshi is having active ult, no, he doesn't have active ult. I lied. He is just getting casted upon by SR, and he goes down as well. This leaves Yuma by himself with nothing in his kit. F2 is available for the space out if he needs to use it. He's going in the building first, though, to see what he can do there. Then, scaling around here, uses F2 to back pass. He's going to get caught by a palm lightning last strike here, and the last kill given to SR. And that is going to put Alliance down in the coffin for this first stage. Then, just looking at WBG, trying to see what is up here, gamers. This is going to be up to SR. Draco Storm wielder NY7 pulling the punches in this last 2-3 team fight.
Yes, and we have 100% secured our qualified teams, as all of these players are going to start to fight off against each other. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game. It's a very, very short time and a fine line to walk. So we're seeing the ults come out a little bit early here, as the ult does end up going down. We're going to see PP just getting absolutely blitzed from Team SR as they pick up their 18th elimination of the game. And that's Palm Lightning on Xiao, trying to see if he can get the pick off onto the member of WBG. And that's going to be LV gone down. Jiang is the only player left alive, as we are going to see everybody getting ready to converge onto that, as SR and TE go for the big scrap off.
Yeah, SR, like, I'm here. I'm lifted, bro. He's gonna be pulling the teleporter, but Rico needs to take it now. There she is. And she's got the ult cast in midair too to make sure that that was the Hottie ultimate from TE. This is TXJ's position right now to start building up rage, so slightly a little bit more for him to cast ultimate. But noticing that this is going to come down from NY7. NY7's at 80 to 90% actually on that rage bar. So looking at Zhao, he's just going to be going for those mid-air scraps offs, just trying to hat to them, trying to knock them down, seeing what a follow-up afterwards. Even fight comes out for the Palm Lightning. There's the Impale coming through here. NY7 on the activation on the ultimate, and still with the Draco Storm. It's like it's been a minute, and he still has it. Seeing about this Impale, though, this is great. This is great. TXJ should be going down here without a problem, and BB in the background with the Flamebreaker. We just need one more Impale, and that man is done. That Enor 1 has nothing to live for here. There's going to be a nice setup here for him to kind of go back and forth, push into the zone. Not the greatest feeling in the world, but he still has 5 seconds left before the V2 recast. He gets one Fong out. That is going to be losing out on top of their healer. Now the next step is going to be making sure to go for a heal up and then going right back into it.
As we're going to see now, NY7 just trying to go for a bit of a reset. With only 6 players left in the lobby, there's TE going out in 3rd place. SR facing off against WBG with only a few members left alive for WBG. We're going to see he just sends it into the zone, and that's going to be a GG's, as Jiang is going to go down, but Rico does end up getting the kill credit, and there we go. For our last game, WBG are just going to run into the zone, and they have gotten themselves a qualification for our next round of tournaments. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your winners and your MVPs of game number 6, our mirror match, is SR.
Yep. Yeah, building that out there, man. They found their flow. They did. 23 kills. I think that's the highest we've seen so far in a single round. 23 eliminations in this new format, at least. Which comes as no surprise, but this is 27 points, man. You know, Jiang is looking to the void. He saw that, my man's like, wow, I can't believe it. Like, he's just looking into the distance.
They did a phenomenal job.
For real.
For this, right? Like, they are looking incredibly good, incredibly stacked, incredibly strong. And I really like to see the comeback that SR made, because that's a world championship team. They need to look like world champions. They need to act like world champions. And Group A was not, they weren't doing too well.
Yeah. So getting this into spotlight right now, since they're still going to be competing in the losers bracket, right? They're still not without like a warranted fight. They got to keep it going. They got to win next week, or they got to win this Sunday, actually. Well, actually, no, next week, yeah, because then this Sunday is going to be only for the winners. So getting SR out of here right now, Jong is just like locked in. Like, bro, I'm wired in. I'm in the zone. So we're working this down with WFG, kind of crossing the barriers right now. I mean, this is going to be a 2-week study session for them. But at least to see what's going to happen. I mean, next patch is going to occur, so they'll be ready for that. They'll be studying that down. They'll still be watching the plays and seeing what's been done. But what can they do to kind of formulate that down? I mean, they're still going to scrim as it stands to be with the other players, especially coming down for any lost elimination teams with others. And then afterwards, they'll end up going through and just seeing what's the next steps and what's going to have to come through here. But let's get us a chance here, right? We're going to be bringing ourselves back into this round. I mean, let's talk about it real fast. Looking at how this round has been kind of setting themselves up for, this is going to be the finals and the stretch before today concludes, Seb.
Yeah, wow. It was such a good day today. Like, there was so much energy. It was really filled with a lot of cool stuff. And it was just like this scenario of like really, really good fights. SR and TE dominated the entire day. We saw a lot of really good stuff coming out from WBG. I really like the initiative that we saw from WFG as well. It's just been in this specific situation that it's just, there's so much energy coming out from these top teams that it really was difficult for teams like FunPlus Phoenix and Alliance to really gain their footing. It was nice to see WBG able to climb into that top 4 finally at the end there, but it was pretty unfortunate to see OUG, one of the teams that I love so near and dear to my heart, get eliminated very, very early in this game. It was quite unfortunate to see that, but you know, it's a living and learning experience that these players are going to learn to do way better at in the future, and they're going to have so much improvement changed by the next time they come back to this. So they get 2 weeks of VOD review, they get 2 weeks of practice, they get 2 weeks of scrimming, and then they're going to come back for stage 2, and they're going to come back so much better, so much faster, so much stronger, and they're going to do amazing.
Yeah. No, big time.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes the undervalued side of things is what teams can come through. Even players, like Solus players, for instance, when they break the molds, first and foremost, into seasons being new hero or like being new to the scene, but then also kind of seeing new variations. So that's why I was kind of saying, like, season patch is going to come through. They can have a way to evolve past their opponents, right? If they find any sort of niche coming through there that's like still trying to format in this 8-player format, right? If anything else changes, at least they can understand how to take things more on the personal note, right? First off, the versus round, trying to get better into terms of breaking that, because I'm pretty sure none of these teams that make it, that actually opted to place in the bottom 4 actually won their quarterfinals. So first off, they have to get that down. Okay. But breaking this down, you know, furthermore, it's what's going to happen in the BR matches. And with 27 points, SR just takes this down, hammer, and nail.
Yeah, 27 points is the highest score that we've seen in a game, especially in the new format. That's absolutely insane. Then we're also seeing like OUG still came in second place with only 8 points on the board. It was really unfortunate that they didn't get to place into that top 4. But yeah, 13 kills on Rico. Rico is their support player. Absolutely insane that MY7 getting 7 eliminations, and it's just those follow-ups from the dual halberds. But Rico gonna get himself his MVP here, and SR picking up a couple of MVPs today, as we see Enor Hadi zipping as our winners. And here's our final standings after 6 games. 83 points for SR in first place. Second place is going to be TE with 65, 40 for SS1 in third, and 36 for WBG in fourth. Now our unqualified teams, 29. That is 7 points away from OUG, or from qualifying. In fifth place is OUG, 29 for WFG as well, 26 for Alliance, and 23 for FunPlus Phoenix. They all had very decent last games, but it was just too little too late, and the dominating force of SR took over the entire game. And here you go, ladies and gentlemen, one last time, our highlights brought to you by Surf.
Yeah, and this is crazy, right? Look at this. Look at this guy, man. Taking the fights in the outskirts as strong as it was. FVFG really weren't prepared for that third party, especially because OUG was ready to prop up. And then taken over by the Breezy Maze, having WBG to take this into their hands. This is really a cleanup crew on Aisle 9 situation for them. Then, after that, Rummy Yang victory comes out to SR, no surprise, but this is just because of the lineup they had against SS1, Preemptive versus Concise. Seeing how FPX was able to come through here at the very end of the fights, Alliance was really hunting these guys down too far into the area that once it came down to it, they were the next ones down, SS1, right? Due to the zone tick damage and due to the that type of lineup when they were going up against ultimate versus no ultimate, sustain versus not having no sustain. Then TE comes out that Rumying fully in. Like, here's the thing: that fight that TE had available to them was post no ultimate, members of the opponent's team. Right? They had nothing to fight up against. It's just only a matter of time before another team shows up in there. In that case, since that comes up the SR, for SR, just a matter of time before they win this game. Coming through here with the massive amount of eliminations and conceiving the highest amount of points that we were talking about. And we're not going to stop talking about it because now it's the new threshold of the highest points earned in any one game. Zipping taking the MVP as well.
Yeah, and that's crazy to see the Zipping MVP because only 17,000 damage, but 13 kills, 25,000 healing, 13,000 damage coming up from the fan. The Whip Sword is going to be his second one, and the Musket, but the majority coming from that fan. Cav Bloom, Sky Punch, Divine Flight, and Assault Smolder. Interesting Jade selection, especially with Fan being the most damaged weapon, but the Assault Smolder definitely playing a huge part in that as well. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, it was just such a phenomenal gameplay today from start to finish. They've done such a good job at just keeping up the mentalities, keeping up their energy, and ladies and gentlemen, one thing that we are going to do is go to an interview, and then we'll be right back.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to Post-Game Interview. And now I'm standing here with our player and let me say hello to our audience, please.
Hello everyone.
Okay, maybe introduce your ID and name. 可以跟我们说一下自己的 ID 和名字吗？
可以，我 ID 是因为我刚玩这个游戏的时候，有一个叫男友3的人，他玩得很厉害，然后他天天带我玩，然后教我，然后我就改了个跟他差不多相仿的名字。
Okay, so especially my name is Nayuchi, and because when I just joined in the NARAKA and a player named Nayo3, and he really strong, and that's why I just call my ID as Nayuchi. Okay, and we know Nayuchi, now you join into the team SR, and I would like to know so how's it going on right now. 那我们也来问一下，其实Nayuchi在来到了整个 SR 俱乐部之后，目前感觉在 SR 的整个状态怎么样呢？可以各方面讲一讲。
刚来的时候肯定是有一点放不开，感觉就是，然后现在比较熟悉了嘛，然后第一天打得也不怎么好，回去大家也聊了很多，现在就会好很多了。
To be honest, I think because I just joined in the team SR, and at the first, like our communicator is not that good, and everyone is not that open mind. And after the day one, we back to the club, and then we talk a lot about the game. And after that, we think now we'll communicate better and better and cooperate better now in the game. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下今天的有奖问答是什么。Okay, now we can see the question. And today's question is, which team won in the game 6? 这道题目呢是在第6把比赛当中，那么哪支战队拿下了本场的 MVP? Okay, let's back to the matches because we know now for you and Y7 you just like change the position now in the game, and I would like to know how's going on because of this exchange and because of the like position change affect you. 那我这边特别想问一下，那Nayuchi其实这个赛季也经历了一个位置上面的转换，那对你个人来说，这个位置的转换在游戏当中对你有什么样的影响呢？
刚开始肯定会有点不适应吧，但是这个位置是很能磨练人的，感觉在这个位置多打一会儿自己会变得很厉害。
期待你接下来的一个表现了。So for me, I think because now I'm the leader in the team SR, and for me, I think that the leader in the game, in the Trolls game, make one just improve a lot, and I'm really thankful that our team can give me as the leader in the team, and I think I will prove a lot, and let's looking forward together. Okay, I think our players prepare, and let's start counting. 那接下来也有请Nayuchi给我们用英文进入倒计时，好吗？来，请。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请Nayuchi公布一下正确答案是什么。
A.
Yes, the correct answer is A, and congratulations, our lucky guy. Okay, at last, because we know that you joined into the SR, and we know that SR, your teammate, it's like they are really open mind, and I would like to know, so what's the MBTI for them and for you? 那这边也问一个比较有趣的问题啊。那么在Nayuchi来到了这个 SR 之后，我相信大家都有个磨合的过程，有没有了解一下自己的队友这个MBTI 都是什么？
小懒肯定是E人。 社交狂魔。然后小豪肯定是 I 人，我属于中间吧，都沾一点。
你就是当中那个 IE 浏览器对吧？构起了他们这个沟通的桥梁。So to be honest, I think Rocky is like he especially is the E person because he is really open mind and like a social flower, you know, in the Nbpl. And I think maybe Xiaohao is the I people because he is not that open mind and don't want to communicate too much. And for me, I think between both of them and maybe just like the IE internet. Okay, just a joke and thank you again. 也再次感谢男友7来到我们这个赛后采访。哇，今天的表现也真的是非常精彩。那我们接下来就期待下个阶段你们的一个表现了，好吗？加油 ！Okay, cheer up for Team SR and thank you for today's interview. And we will get back to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, one final time, we are back. I'm your host and caster Seb. I've been joined alongside Cerverio, and what a 6 games we've had. We've seen some teams face elimination and pass and succeed, and other teams have ended up falling just short of victory. We are going to be moving on to our next couple of games in the next couple of days. We've got our last little bit of losers bracket going on, or we've got winners bracket over the next 2 days, I do believe, that we're going to be seeing. So this is going to be our top teams that qualified in our Group A and Group B. Top 4 from Group A, top 4 from Group B are going to be fighting in solos and in trios. And then after we finish those this week, next week we are going to get into our second round of losers bracket. And then finally, we shall be getting in to our our first, I believe it's our first grand finals, correct?
Yeah, for stage finals, yeah. Stage 1 finals.
Yes. Stage 1 finals. Then we've got our stage 2 after that. Then we go to our stage 2 finals. Then we've got our grand finals at the very end. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, OUG's stage 1 run is already over. So we do have to say goodbye to 4 teams today, and it is very unfortunate to say goodbye to them so quickly into the season. We're going to be saying hello to them again after stage 2, but for the next 2 weeks, we're not going to be seeing the likes of some of our legendary team names, and I'm just so sad to see OUG go like that.
Yeah, man, first stage, man, it's kind of tough seeing a team that's like as postured as that in the league. Having them to kind of be out of here for the next 2 weeks, kind of rough. But they'll have until like from the 9th of April up until the 26th to kind of make sure that that goes without a hitch, because that's going to be up until the next 3 weeks of standard set, right, for stage 2. The 30th of April up until the 3rd of May, though, that's going to be the last chance qualifiers that we kind of basically get ourselves into, right? That's like the do-all,
yes.
Make all, do-all, break all. If you don't make it through there, you ain't going to make it to the 16th of May. All right, that's going to be our start of the grand finals. So bringing us into it, I mean, the situation is like this. You know, stage 1, it's more punishing than it is before, than it's ever been before, because you'd basically be able to get through 2 days, and if you don't make it, oh well, week 2 we can make it out here, and there's 3 other weeks we had it in the past. There's only 2 stages, and if you mess up twice, if you don't conceive it twice, that's it. Like, you have no way to you don't have any soft padding for a 3rd or a 4th week. This is going to be the 2nd stage, the 2-stage system. After that, you have to make it after that, because you've just been, you know, as a wasted, but you've had to be really studying those times that your off days into the stages that lead up to last chance qualifiers, and of course into the grand finals for the spring season before the mid-season challenge, right? Summertime, right? When we get to June and July.
Summertime. Yeah.
Summertime. But one part that comes next, Seb, is waiting out for tomorrow and the next day. Winners going to have to go through for solos as well as for trios from Saturday into Sunday.
Yeah, and it's a lot of NARAKA to be played before we reach the end of the season, and I know it feels like it's already going so fast though, right? Like, as soon as we start picking it up into the season, like, I've already done 2 casts. We've already had 2 weeks of NARAKA being played. We've got 2 more games coming out. We've got 2 more days this week, and then we've got a bunch of stuff coming through. And I think just the timing of the first week was like a little bit odd with the back-to-back coming through. We had the 1 day off and then right back into NARAKA action.
Yeah.
So, you know, you would love to see it. We love to see all of the NARAKA coming through and bringing it to you guys, because it has just been such an amazing time on this side. It's really good to be back with the 2026 season, and I can't wait to see what NARAKA is going to keep in store for us. And speaking of what's in store for us, let's talk about tomorrow's solos. Frostimus actually had a very good performance in his thing, and he's going to be heading on. I do believe he's playing winners bracket, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Huge mention.
Right, here we go. Speaking of scoreboard check, here we are. First place is SR, TE in second, SS1 in third. Fourth is WBG, OUG's fifth. WFG is sixth. Seventh is Alliance, and eighth is Fun Plus Phoenix. We're going to be holding on to those bottom spots. 5 through 8, OUG, WFG, Alliance, and Fun Plus Phoenix all are going to be eliminated. Very unfortunate to see them go like that. It's just so unfortunate because they're a very cool team. But now we're gonna get to see. So tomorrow we're gonna get to see, on Sunday, I guess it's gonna be YZG, XKG, DRG 521 against with RW, Wolves, GG, and IG. The top 4 from that one will move on to the finals, and the bottom 4 will face off against SRTE, SS1, and WBG, as you can see in your bracket here. And then the finals is going to be the top 4 of the losers bracket lobby facing off with the top 4 of the lobby that finishes on Sunday. So it could very well be we see this winners bracket lobby, YZG, XKG, DRG 521, RW, Wolves, GG, and IG. We could see that happen where an upset would happen where one of those teams that goes down to losers bracket ends up just getting fully eliminated. Because SR seems to have found their footing. They can bring it back. TE's looking incredibly strong, but you never know. We're going to have to wait and see what happens, but that is what our schedule is looking like. This is our schedule for tomorrow. We've got our verses, then we've got our 5 games of Battle Royale with our mirror match ending on Morris Isle midday. We've got Predoria, Holoroth, Morris, Predoria. So we're only playing one Holoroth match every single day, because I guess the versus match takes place on Holoroth with martial artists. So that's how they get the little deciding factor in there. But that's our schedule for tomorrow. I hope you guys want to come in and tune in for the solos. I know I will be here just taking a look and watching the solos, cheering on for the boy Frostivus, who made a very good debut performance with the new mode and the new format, and put himself into that top bracket. He's going to be one to watch, and I gotta pull this one out really quickly for him. Let's go, Frostivus. Let's go. You got this. I gotta cover the BBE, but I'm excited to see him play. Shout out to Frost. He's such a dope guy. Really dedicated grinder to the game, and he's put in a lot of work. He's put in a lot of man hours, and I really think that this is going to be his season to succeed. I watched his gameplay. He's a lot of the mistakes that he was making in the earlier seasons when he played, he's sort of gotten rid of those, and he's really put his head down, and he's working so hard at getting all of this stuff.
These are facts, all facts. I see no lies. The other thing too is just kind of seeing in this first matchup of having today 2 at least the winners circle for solos. Let's see what happens with with any newcomers. I mean, no one actually newcomer into that. The newest person into that lineup is going to be A-Shao from FPX. But regardless of how he reacts to other players, guys, we're gonna have to react to the end, and this is gonna be the end. See you guys until next time. My name is Severia alongside with Seb. We are gonna be signing out until tomorrow. Take it easy.